Normally, having successfully crossbred such a highly functional draft animal would have been enough to satisfy the Han tribe. The next step should have simply been stabilizing the breed. But right at this time, the Han tribe acquired a third type of cattle. Speaking of this, one had to mention the prairie wolf tribe, the very same tribe that had once fought the Han tribe and later allied with Man. Despite having prairie in their name, the prairie wolf tribe was actually a nomadic group living in the coastal mountains in the southwestern part of the grasslands. While they did roam the plains, they spent most of their time up in the mountains. Furthermore, the cattle they raised were entirely different from the common prairie cattle. The Han tribe called this breed Highland cattle. These Highland cattle were medium-sized with relatively large, backward-curving horns that weren't particularly sharp. Their average shoulder height was around 1.7 meters, just slightly larger than the prairie cattle. Their fur was a slate gray color, resembling stone, which earned them the nicknames Great Blue Cattle or Rock Cattle. They also had a very distinct physical feature, exceptionally high shoulders. They were noticeably taller at the shoulder than both the prairie and forest cattle, making them look almost hunchbacked. Anyone unfamiliar with them might mistake them for dromedary camels. While that was a bit of an exaggeration, the hump was undeniably prominent. The Highland cattle's advantages were equally outstanding. Perhaps due to their harsh living environment, they were incredibly resilient to poor forage. Forget shrubs and leaves. They would even happily munch on thorny brambles. They were the absolute opposite of picky eaters. As long as it filled their stomachs, they would eat it. Moreover, these Highland cattle possessed immense strength. They were excellent at carrying loads, adept at climbing slopes, and had astonishing endurance. It was safe to say that the prairie wolf tribe's ability to dominate the southwestern coastal highlands was largely due to these cattle. Han Feng could confidently say that when it came to draft cattle, these Highland cattle could absolutely crush any other breed in the world. Even the forest prairie crossbreeds the Han tribe had painstakingly developed couldn't compare. Coincidentally, during the Kaiyuan War a few years ago, the Han tribe had crushed Modern in one fell swoop, and the prairie wolf tribe, who had thrown their lot in with him, was wiped out in the process. Naturally, all of their Highland cattle were seized by the Han tribe as spoils of war. With such excellent cattle in hand, Han Feng's first thought was to expand their numbers and promote them throughout the Han tribe. Unfortunately, after arriving in the Han tribe's territory, these Highland cattle seemed to suffer from acclimatization issues. Despite the meticulous care of breeders across various regions, many still died of mysterious illnesses. Left with no other choice, there was only one way to preserve this excellent bloodline: crossbreeding them with local varieties. Using Highland cattle as the sires and the Han tribe's own crossbred cattle as the dams, they first crossed Highland cattle with prairie cattle. The resulting offspring were then crossed again with the previous crossbreeds. This breeding program took another 3 years. Finally, they produced an ultimate hybrid: 1/2 Highland cattle, 1/3 prairie cattle, and 1/6 forest cattle. It was a medium to large beast with a shoulder height of 1.8 meters, a humped back, dark blue-black or dark brown fur, and sharp horns curving backward and upward. It was a complete freak of nature. In truth, the principle of selective breeding was very simple. It was like a painter's palette. Whatever elements you needed, you just added them in and blended them. The difficult part was that the process was incredibly time-consuming. It could take years to develop a breed, and over a decade to stabilize it. The process was extremely tedious and dull. Right now, Han Feng had also tasked the Court of Agricultural Affairs with breeding beef cattle. The process was the same, but unlike draft cattle, the goal for beef cattle was high meat yield, tolerance to rough forage, ease of raising, and rapid growth. For these requirements, choosing the forest cattle as the base was undoubtedly the right move. With an average shoulder height of 2 meters and a massive frame, forest cattle grew the largest in the same amount of time, which meant more beef. Furthermore, among the Han tribe's 3 native breeds and 2 hybrids, the forest cattle had the strongest explosive power and the most developed musculature. More muscle meant the whole body was packed with lean meat, making it the highest quality meat among all the breeds. Therefore, when the proposal for breeding beef cattle was brought up, the Court of Agricultural Affairs had already set their target based on experience. The new beef cattle breed needed to have at least half forest cattle blood. Forest cattle were naturally large, yielded excellent meat, and weren't picky eaters. By simply supplementing this with the docile temperament of the Highland cattle, they could cultivate an excellent beef breed. Moreover, the beef cattle breeding program generally avoided directly adding prairie cattle genes. Leveraging the results of previous crossbreeding, the Court of Agricultural Affairs directly used high-quality, pure-blood forest cattle as the sires. For the dams, they selected a batch of hybrid cattle that had highland cattle sires and prairie cattle dams. The purpose of this was to ensure the new beef cattle were docile and obedient, without being overly dwarfed by the prairie cattle genes, which would shrink their overall size. In this regard, the paternal genes were very dominant. You had to hand it to them. Currently, we've completed the first round of mating at the breeding farm. We selected 2 purebred forest cattle as the sires and 80 highland/prairie hybrid cows as the dams. Right now, we have confirmed 67 successful pregnancies. We plan to have the remaining 13 complete their pregnancies within this month. Furthermore, we've created a genealogy for every cow, including their unborn calves, ensuring we can trace their roots all the way back to their ancestors. The head of the breeding farm, Han Feng, clicked his tongue in wonder. Asterisk as expected of stud bulls, they really are capable. Asterisk, he then glanced at the cows grazing in the central pasture. They looked no different from ordinary cows, which piqued his curiosity. Then how do you determine which of these cows are pregnant and which aren't? Hearing this, the young herdsman proudly shared his experience. Well, judging whether a cow is pregnant can be determined through a few points. First are the eyes. The white part of a pregnant cow's eye will have 2 or 3 blood vessels bulging out, turning purplish red, making it look like a person who hasn't had enough sleep. The accuracy of this feature is quite high. Next is observing the cow's daily changes. A pregnant cow's appetite will increase, and she'll put on fat faster. This is to store more nutrients. Another sign is that pregnant cows often have dung balls hanging from their rear ends, meaning they don't defecate cleanly. Han Feng couldn't help but look at the young man with newfound respect. He patted his shoulder encouragingly. Work hard at the Court of Agricultural Affairs. It would be best if you could pass on and expand this craft of yours. You're very good. I have high hopes for you. The young herdsman was instantly overjoyed, so thrilled he couldn't control himself. He stood frozen on the spot, unsure of how to react. Han Feng didn't linger and turned to walk elsewhere. The farm manager patted the young man's shoulder, offering his own encouragement. Did you hear that? Work hard. The leader thinks highly of you. From now on, you're an official member of the Court of Agricultural Affairs. I reckon you might even get an official title in the future. With that, he hurried after Han Feng. Next, the group visited the pig pens to inspect the piglets that had been turned into eunuchs. It had to be said, castrated pigs really did grow faster. The farm manager had followed Han Feng's instructions closely and even set up a controlled experiment. Right in front of them were 2 adjacent pig pens. One held uncastrated pigs, the other castrated ones. They were born at the same time and fed the exact same feed, but the castrated pigs were visibly a full size larger than the uncastrated ones. Hearing Han Feng's question, the manager immediately replied, "Well, we've learned it, but we haven't had many chances to practice. If we practice on live pigs and mess up, we might kill them. It seems we'll have to rely on the medical academy to help us out more with this." Han Feng was speechless again. In his mind, he began pondering whether he should establish a veterinary branch under the medical academy to create a systematic teaching model for pregnancy checks and castration techniques. This was the first time the Han tribe was using automated machinery to harvest grain, making it an event of monumental significance. Early in the morning, before the sun had even risen, the convoy was already assembled and ready at the base. 21 tractors with attached trailers were lined up, led by 6 combine harvesters. Because it was so early, Xiao Dai and the children weren't present, but Han Feng brought his imperial guards to form an equestrian escort, riding out to the operational zone to observe. The guards even brought 2 cameras to take commemorative photos. The convoy rumbled down the dirt roads between the fields, finally arriving at the designated harvesting zone. Not long after, the governors of the surrounding commanderies, Shi Xian of Luoyang, Lu Guangzhu of Weishan, Yunji of Ruyang, and Yang Yin of Nanzhong, also hurried over to witness this mechanized harvest. By the time everyone arrived at the operational zone, it was already 7 a.m. The governors immediately found Han Feng. Standing beside him, they looked at the row of imposing, clawed steel beasts before them, feeling a profound sense of awe. This is a corn harvester? That comb on the front is huge. Leader, when do we begin operations? The convoy captain ran over and asked Han Feng. If everything is ready, start now. Split up and proceed according to the planned zones, Han Feng said. glancing at the sky and deciding it was time. Understood. The captain acknowledged, then turned to brief the drivers, quickly assigning their tasks. Splitting up according to the plan zones essentially meant assigning a specific plot to each vehicle. This brings up the working method of the harvesters. In large-scale operations, harvesting corn isn't like erasing a blackboard, going back and forth row by row. Because the harvesters were massive and their front headers exceptionally wide, turning or reversing was highly inconvenient. They couldn't just finish a row, do a zero turn, and start the next. Generally, whether harvesting corn or other grains, mechanized operations are done in a circular pattern. This way, they only need to make 90-degree turns without reversing or backtracking, which vastly improves efficiency and saves a lot of hassle. The driver quickly made adjustments, aligning each tooth of the iron comb perfectly with a row of corn stalks, and then pushed forward in a steady sweep. The iron comb caught the stalks, and the rotating flat blades swiftly grabbed a stalk of corn. Immediately, the rotary blades below sliced it cleanly from the base, and it was instantly pulled in by two parallel augers. As the augers continuously spun and devoured, the stalks, which were as tall as a person, visibly shrank. When the machine reached the section bearing the ears of corn, the ears were blocked by an iron grate and caught there. Although the ears were caught, the augers below didn't stop spinning. Under this pulling and tearing force, the ears were successfully separated from the stalks. The long stalks were rapidly sucked in, while the ears remained on the iron grate, eventually carried by a vibrating sieve to the husking rollers in the back. The other governors, even Yunji, weren't entirely clear on the early grievances between the Han and Exine tribes. After all, when Yu Fu robbed Elder Shang's corn, the two tribes hadn't even exchanged envoys or formally established diplomatic relations. Their only point of contact back then was the white salt market on the grasslands. As for Lu Guangzhu of Weishan Commandery, he was from the Lu tribe in the southeast, currently the only tribe that domesticated pigs, and had joined the Han tribe relatively late. The first batch of transported corn was already spread out on the drying floor. The fresh corn wasn't dry enough yet and couldn't be shelled immediately, otherwise the kernels would easily break. They had to take advantage of the good weather to dry it first. Han Feng had someone bring some fresh corn to the temporary courtyard at the farm and asked Zhang Ying to boil a pot of corn on the cob for them. In this season, at this time, there was nothing that brought more happiness than heartily gnawing on a cob of boiled corn. At noon, as Han Feng and the governors ate their corn, the officials immediately began asking about the harvesters. Even though they still required grain supplies from the Han tribe upon arriving in their respective regions, their own labor output had already alleviated a massive amount of pressure on the tribe. With less grain needing to be shipped north, only enough to feed their own citizens there, the slaves in various regions could be supplied locally from nearby warehouses. What was the benefit of having too much grain? Naturally, they would never have to worry about starvation. But having too much wasn't without its drawbacks. If they couldn't eat it all, they had to store it. If they still couldn't eat it all after storing it, it would just rot. This was because the Han tribe currently had no export market for grain. Of course, they could sell grain to the grasslands, but the consequence of doing so would be that the nomads would no longer lack food, leading to a population explosion that could eventually become a threat to the Han tribe. In that case, rather than letting the grain rot or using it to fund the enemy, it might be better not to plant it at all and save themselves the trouble. Naturally, these were pessimistic views. Han Feng would never do something as foolish as letting grain rot in his hands. For example, they could plant more corn and sorghum. Corn could be used to feed pigs, and the stalks to feed cattle and sheep, thereby increasing the Han tribe's meat production. With more meat, the physical constitution of the citizens would improve. Sorghum, needless to say, could be used to produce white liquor or medical alcohol, both highly useful secondary products. Furthermore, if the Han tribe didn't enforce a prohibition on alcohol, white liquor would become a massively consumed product. Speaking of alcohol, another crop had to be mentioned: highland barley, or simply barley. Barley was the best ingredient for making beer. The Han tribe didn't have beer yet, but if they could produce barley beer, it was foreseeable that beer would become an even hotter commodity than white liquor. This was evident from modern markets. Once beer production became industrialized, the Han tribe would need to produce far more barley to maintain supply. Similarly, the barley straw would serve as high-quality fodder for livestock, adding another wave of meat production for the tribe. Aside from alcohol, staple grains had other uses. For instance, Wheat flour could be pre-made into dried noodles for sale, or even deep-fried instant noodles for industrial production. It could also be made into biscuits, sakama, and other pastry snacks, providing the citizens with secondary food options outside their main meals. Even rice could be puffed into popcorn or made into rice treats, though the consumption rate for these would be relatively small. As the Han tribe's easiest staple grain to store and the one with the longest shelf life, rice was best kept strictly as a staple. So, if they factored in the consumption methods of these secondary food products, establishing more mechanized farms and large-scale breeding farms across various regions, and then setting up supporting food processing factories, it seemed that digesting the surplus grain wasn't impossible. In fact, it would promote the development of the Han tribe's food industry, creating a complementary cycle. Thinking of this, what else was there to say? Just do it. No matter how much grain there was, Han Feng could find a way to digest it. Our official tribal government will handle production and wholesale, while retail can be left to the commoners. But the breweries must all belong to the tribe. This sector will become a massive part of the tribe's financial revenue in the future. After pondering for a moment, Han Feng immediately began outlining the future industrial and agricultural layout to the governors beside him. The Han tribe currently had two massive financial pillars, salt and iron. If they could add alcohol to the mix, the nation's wealth would undoubtedly reach a whole new level. Then does the leader mean we won't just purchase 1 or 2 tractors for the local government offices to rent out to the commoners, as we discussed before? Instead, each region will establish a state-run farm similar to this one. Lu Guangzhi chimed in. Exactly. You can set up large, comprehensive farms in your regions. They need to integrate both planting and breeding. The breeding side provides fertilizer for the crops, and the crops provide feed for the livestock. This is called resource recycling. While establishing these farms locally, you also need to plan out a food industrial zone to prepare for future secondary food production. But that's not the immediate focus. Han Feng paused, analyzing the big picture in his mind, before speaking to them again. Pausing again, Han Feng added, "Don't think this is too troublesome. The purpose of doing this is to prevent you from applying blindly. You must understand that some commanderies and counties don't meet the qualifications. Take Dongxing Commandery, for example. They are entirely focused on mining. The surrounding agricultural foundation isn't good, and their water conservancy development has lagged over the years. It's currently unsuitable for such a large-scale farm. However, Dongxing Commandery will also begin transitioning in a couple of years. Furthermore, even if you submit your reports right now, I don't have extra agricultural machinery or drivers to give you. To tell you the truth, the orders for various vehicles in Xing'an Commandery are fully booked for the first half of the year, mostly focusing on construction machinery. But then again, in Han Feng's previous life, the only 2 political entities that utilized a planned economy achieved massive success in this regard precisely because of their numerous development plans. A nation's development could advance by leaps and bounds. A single 5-year plan could complete the layout of an industrial foundation. In that world, it seemed only the Soviet Union and New China had managed to pull it off. This was the terrifying power of a planned economy. Especially New China, which took only 3.5 years to overfulfill its first 5-year plan ahead of schedule. It was simply the top disciple among the Soviet Union's little brothers. To plant potatoes on a large scale in the empty fields of the farm. The Han tribe had some potatoes previously, but they were all planted in greenhouses. Now, several months later, the first batch of potatoes had already been harvested. The quantity had multiplied several times over, yielding several thousand caddies. However, this was still far from enough to promote throughout the entire tribe, so they had to continue official seed breeding until they had enough to distribute. This time, in addition to the several thousand caddies from the first harvest, there were also several tons of potatoes that Han Feng had instructed Yu Fu to buy from the Beiwu tribe, originally intended to be sent north to Yu Yi. Although the letter said they were prepared for his younger brother, Han Feng very domineeringly confiscated half of them. After all, how much population did the northern Heiyuan Commandery really have? Compared to that, promoting them on Han Feng's side was definitely more important. Confiscating half was nothing to make a fuss about. The source of this slight bitterness was hops. At the same time, adding hops to ale extended its shelf life. It could be said that hops had become an indispensable ingredient for beer. However, in China, hops were also used as a traditional Chinese medicine. Coincidentally, the Han tribe had them, and they were right in Han Feng's garden. It was one of the many medicinal herbs Tang Yao had brought from the Tang tribe. Having found his approach, Han Feng quickly sprang into action. It was now late April or early May, the beginning of summer. The daily temperature was in the 20s Celsius, which was perfect for brewing and fermentation. He immediately had someone fetch barley malt and ordered a few new wooden buckets, as well as an iron bucket for boiling the wort. The hops and yeast were readily available at home, so he didn't need to prepare those. Seeing Han Feng head into the kitchen, Zhanning immediately came over, thinking he was going to whip up some new dish. However, when she looked inside, she only saw a sack of malt and a few wooden buckets, which left her confused. Pretty much. You can call it ale, Han Feng nodded in response, but his hands didn't stop. In their kitchen, there was a small stone mill about the size of a wash basin, usually used for grinding soy milk. Right now, Han Feng had poured all the dry malt into it and started grinding. Seeing this, Zhanning quickly stepped forward to help. While Han Feng pushed the mill, she stood beside him, occasionally scooping a spoonful of malt and adding it in. As she followed Han Feng in circles, she asked, "Doesn't our Han tribe already have rice wine and sorghum liquor?" Because they were making beer, the malt didn't need to be ground into a fine powder. It only needed to be crushed to release the maltose inside. So, the two of them quickly finished grinding the sack of barley malt. However, when it came to the step of soaking the wort, things got a bit tricky. Han Feng knew the brewing process for beer, yes, and he knew that soaking the malt in water was called mashing, but he had absolutely no idea about the ratio of water to malt. But not knowing the material ratio didn't matter. Fortunately, Han Feng had a large enterprise and could afford to waste some materials. If he didn't know the ratio, he would just test them one by one. He would eventually figure out the right proportion. He counted the small wooden buckets the Imperial Guards had custom-made. There were 10 in total, each about the size of a standard water cooler jug. So, Han Feng immediately simulated 10 different water-to-malt ratios and soaked them separately for mashing. After soaking for about an hour, he filtered them, added hops, and boiled them. Finally, he let them cool down, added yeast, stirred them evenly, and sealed them in the wooden buckets to ferment. Afterward, he had Zhanning go to the study to write 10 slips of paper, labeling the different ratios of wort. In reality, the wort produced by these different water-to-malt ratios was exactly what beer packaging often refers to as wort concentration. If Han Feng had paid attention, he would have definitely noticed this percentage on the beer packaging in his previous life, but he had never cared about such things, which was why he didn't know. The specific degree of beer fermentation was also related to the amount of foaming. Thinking of this, Han Feng couldn't help but feel a bit of regret. He should have gotten a few large glass jars for fermentation. Using wooden buckets meant he couldn't see the state of the beer inside at all. He would just have to pour some out early to check when the time came. Having sealed the beer to temporarily wait for fermentation, the next step was another important project for food industrialization. When talking about the food industry of the 20th century, there was no way to avoid the invention of instant noodles. Among the many inventions of the 20th century, instant noodles certainly weren't a grand, world-changing existence, but they were a monumental milestone in the fast food industry. It was invented after World War II by a Taiwanese-Japanese man. At the time, Japan was in a post-war decline, a period of national reconstruction, and resources were extremely scarce. To turn Japan into a colony in another sense, the U.S. provided a lot of material aid, including massive amounts of food. Unfortunately, unlike the Japanese tradition of eating rice, Americans ate bread. There was no rice, but there was a mountain of donated flour. Coincidentally, the Japanese loved eating ramen, and after the war, even noodle stands were in severely short supply. People would work busily all day, only to find they had to wait in long lines just to eat a bowl of ramen. Thus, the breeding ground for the birth of instant noodles was formed. The production process for instant noodles wasn't actually complicated. It could generally be divided into a few steps: kneading the dough, pressing the noodles, cutting the noodles, high-temperature steaming, deep frying to set the shape, and drying for preservation. The most important step was deep frying. Deep frying wasn't just the reason instant noodles could be brewed and eaten instantly. It was the very essence of the word instant. Speaking of the shelf life of instant noodles, as a representative of early food industrialization, industrial foods of that era, like canned goods and instant noodles, didn't rely on various additives to extend their shelf life. Canned goods relied on high-temperature sterilization and airtight sealing, while instant noodles relied on deep frying. Of course, they didn't use ordinary oil, but palm oil, a vegetable oil extracted from the fruit of palm trees. Of course it can be drunk. The ingredients used are all top-notch. Premium barley malt, cooled boiled water, and I even added some of those medicinal flowers Tang Yao brought that clear heat and relieve summer warmth. Everything in it is good stuff, absolutely non-toxic. It's just the taste. I don't know how many people will like it. If you're worried, I'll take the first sip. Saying this, Han Feng picked up the glass in front of him, tilted his head back, and took a huge gulp. The rich malt aroma instantly refreshed his heart and spleen. A massive amount of bubbles mixed with foam exploded in his mouth, and a familiar taste immediately surged into his mind. That's the stuff. Han Feng couldn't help but praise inwardly. Having downed a mouthful of beer, Han Feng let out a boozy burp, feeling thoroughly satisfied. He smacked his lips and evaluated it. Because of the medicinal flowers, it has a slight bitterness to it. But it's exactly this bitterness that makes it feel so refreshing. It is absolutely the perfect beverage to relieve the heat in midsummer. You two should try it too. He squinted at Zhang Ying and Xiao Dai, looking forward to their assessment of the beer. Seeing that Han Feng had already drunk it, the two women no longer hesitated. Frowning slightly, they carefully took a sip, experiencing the sensation of the bubbles popping in their mouths, and slowly savored the taste of the beer. A moment later, both of them took another large gulp and swallowed it down. By this time, Zhang Ying's face was already slightly flushed with tipsiness, while Xiao Dai, like Han Feng, felt a rush of gas rising in her chest. She let out a burp, and her eyes instantly lit up. Thinking of this, Han Feng naturally thought of soda. Should he make soda too? That seemed even simpler. He remembered from middle school chemistry class that the ingredients for soda were distilled water, citric acid, and baking soda. Citric acid and baking soda automatically generate carbon dioxide when they react. The Han tribe had baking soda. It was essentially just dietary alkali. Citric acid seemed to be made through fermentation, though Han Feng didn't know the specific fermentation and extraction methods. However, citric acid is the most common organic acid in nature, found in citrus, lemons, limes, and pineapples, and in high concentrations too. The Han tribe didn't have citrus or lemons, but the grasslands had walnut-sized limes that the herdsmen used to make cheese, and the Tang tribe had pineapples. With these two fruits, making soda was definitely doable. Pineapple soda should be pretty good, right? With this product, he could add a few more state-run factories to the Han tribe and correspondingly increase their revenue. Moreover, products like beer and soda wouldn't just drive the food industry. They would also drive the production of glass packaging. Beer bottles and soda bottles required a massive amount of glass. There were also products like canned goods, which required many glass jars or metal tin cans. This could drive yet another industrial project, and one more project meant one more source of income. Thinking of this, Han Feng suddenly felt a bit of anticipation for the nation's future finances. His empire probably wouldn't be lacking in money. While Han Feng was lost in these random thoughts, Xiao Dai and Zhang Ying had already finished a glass of beer each and asked him, "Husband, don't you have several other buckets with different recipes? Why don't you pour some out for us to try?" Yes, let Sister Xiao Dai and me help you evaluate the recipes." "All right, I'll go pour them for you. We'll try them one by one and see which one tastes best." Saying this, Han Feng went to the family's wine cellar. It mostly stored white liquor, but now there were 10 wooden buckets of beer added to it. Looking at the 10 buckets, he felt a bit troubled, thinking that with so few people, they wouldn't be able to taste much of a difference. The evaluation of 3 people wasn't enough to represent the general public. So, he went outside and called in about a dozen Imperial guards to help carry the alcohol and act as passers-by to taste the beer. A few days later, the wooden hand-cranked noodle-pressing machine Han Feng had custom-ordered was finished, and he immediately threw himself into making instant noodles. The process of making instant noodles wasn't very complicated. First, knead whole wheat flour into dough, then use the noodle pressing machine to press it into thin sheets, and finally use the roller blades to cut the sheets into cylindrical noodles. The only thing to note was that the sheets had to be thin and the noodles fine enough to facilitate the subsequent steaming and deep frying steps. The noodles used were all from the same batch, but they were fried in several different pots simultaneously, primarily to test the effects of various vegetable oils on frying noodles. In the first frying experiment, Han Feng selected 5 vegetable oils: corn oil, rice bran oil, flaxseed oil, ramie oil, and camellia oil. The most common soybean oil and peanut oil were directly eliminated by him, because peanut oil and rapeseed oil had a very distinct flavor unsuitable for instant noodles. Furthermore, rapeseed oil, peanut oil, and soybean oil produced a lot of heavy, choking smoke, making them unsuitable. As for sesame oil, it was completely eliminated by Han due to its low yield and exorbitant price. After all, for industrial food, the final cost of the product had to be considered. 5 different oil pots, 10 metal frying baskets, meaning 2 noodle cakes were fried simultaneously in each pot. One was fried for 1 minute, the other for 1.5 minutes, and then they were compared. First, looking at the frying results, the 2 hemp oils, ramie and flaxseed, were immediately eliminated. Setting aside their peculiar smells, the smoke they produced was significant, and it was questionable whether the resulting noodle cakes were even edible. Camellia oil and rapeseed oil were similar, also possessing distinct smells and smoke. In comparison, corn oil and rice bran oil looked much better. In contrast, rice bran oil, which produced no smoke, had good color, and was low in cost, became the top choice. The similarity was that rice bran oil wasn't pressed from rice grains either, but from the husks of the rice, commonly known as rice bran. Hence, rice bran oil. Rice husks were usually just thrown away or used to feed chickens and ducks. It could be said that the raw material cost almost nothing. It was a byproduct of rice cultivation. If it wasn't used to press oil and was just thrown away, it would be a waste. It was better to press oil from it for the food industry. The Han tribe's staple grain was rice, and every year they produced massive amounts of rice bran. It would be a pity not to utilize this bran. Moreover, if used for industry, there would be absolutely no need to worry about a shortage of materials. Given the scale of the Han tribe's rice cultivation, even if the oil yield of rice bran was very low, the oil pressed would be more than enough. Thus, the technology for instant noodles was successfully developed. Of course, without waterproof paper cups or bowls, eating them straight out of the packaging wasn't possible. People would have to provide their own bowls. As for packaging, in the absence of plastic bags, they could consider using craft paper bags, similar to the paper bags used for sunflower seeds or dried fruit snacks. With the Han tribe's technology, producing those was entirely feasible. Furthermore, with instant noodles, the Han tribe could take the opportunity to launch another industrial product, enamelware. Enamelware is essentially an iron body coated with glaze and fired, similar to ceramics, or rather, an iron body plated with a ceramic shell. In the era when enamelware was popular, using an enamel mug to brew instant noodles was definitely a childhood memory for many people. A round enamel mug with a lid, roughly the same size as an instant noodle cake. It was simply the perfect match for instant noodles. Moreover, this could drive another industry for the Han tribe, while simultaneously consuming surplus steel production and creating more output value. Why not do it? Instant noodles, beer, canned fruit, canned fish, glass bottles, soda, enamelware, sausages, tin-boxed biscuits. Han wrote down the food industry projects one by one on a piece of paper. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly remembered something else. Oh, right, and luncheon meat. As a representative of the food industry, how could luncheon meat be missing? As a product that could be manufactured with the Han tribe's current technological level, Han had racked his brains to recall this item. What is luncheon meat? Some might not know, but to put it simply, it's a type of canned meat, primarily made of pork or mutton, processed into a block-shaped ham sausage. That's probably the best way to understand it. The production method for luncheon meat is actually very similar to that of ham sausages. The only difference is the packaging. Ham sausages are stuffed into casings, while luncheon meat is packed directly into tin cans. The specific operation involves first deboning the pork or beef, then grinding the meat and fat separately into minced meat. Next, they are mixed together according to a specific ratio, and seasonings, flour or starch, and red yeast rice powder, for coloring, are added. The red yeast rice powder turns the meat mixture pink. Once the meat mixture is prepared, it can be canned. The cans, meat and all, are then placed into a steamer to be cooked. Luncheon meat made this way is essentially canned meat. It can be taken out and eaten directly, sliced, and pan-fried, or used as an ingredient in other dishes. It is incredibly versatile and highly suitable as military rations. In an era where meat couldn't be preserved long-term, this was a highly important invention. Of course, it required an industrial foundation to support it. Otherwise, without meat grinders and tin cans, you couldn't even produce a single can of luncheon meat. Han added luncheon meat to the paper, but he had no intention of starting experiments for it. The technology for this was too simple, and there was no need for testing. It was just steaming minced meat, after all. He knew it would succeed without even trying. It was early May. While Han Feng stayed home researching food industrialization plans, the war against the cannibals in the north was gradually drawing to a close. A full 4 months had passed. Compared to the first and second phases of the strategy, the duration of the third phase had been extended significantly. As the Divine Strategy Guards continuously purged the cannibals, the Salt Lake region, which had originally been a tug-of-war battlefield, was now completely devoid of any cannibal presence. But it made sense. Their lairs were being wiped out by the Han tribe, who would still have the mind to fight over a few salt lakes. With a solid tactical doctrine and sharp weaponry, if they still couldn't win this war, Chu Bing might as well quit. Thus, under the continuous, frantic sweeps of the Divine Strategy Guards over the past 4 months, the cannibal villages in the northern forests of Weiyu had essentially been wiped out. Their fate upon encountering the Han tribe was limited to 3 outcomes: die, surrender, and become slaves, or flee. Fleeing. Although the enemy shouldn't have been allowed to escape, it was unavoidable. There were so many cannibal villages that some inevitably fled early out of fear of the Han tribe, migrating their people elsewhere. Asterisk, if we can't beat you, can't we run? Asterisk. Of course they could. The Han tribe couldn't do anything about such enemies. However, there was one condition: as long as these people didn't head south to cause trouble for the Han tribe. Furthermore, the river mouth leading south was guarded by the Heiyuan Commandery militia. Unless the cannibals took a detour, it wouldn't be easy for them to pass. But taking a detour meant traveling greater distances into unfamiliar environments with unknown dangers. Whether these fleeing cannibals could survive the migration to a new territory was truly unknown. Commander, the eastern side of the forest has been swept clean by our 1st Battalion. No traces of cannibals were found. The western side, which our 2nd Battalion is responsible for, has also been swept. There aren't even traces of human activity now, let alone cannibals. Good, well done. Now, all battalions, report the number of giant apes hunted. Chu Bing nodded in praise as he listened to his subordinates' reports, then asked about the giant apes. Speaking of which, with the war at this stage, the cannibals could be considered exterminated by the Han tribe, even if there were survivors who knew where they were hiding. The only remaining enemies were those man-eating giant apes. However, the Han tribe were foreign conquerors, not local natives, so they didn't know where the man-eating apes' lairs were. When dealing with the apes, they could only fight in counter battles. Completely exterminating them was proving to be quite difficult. Hearing Chu Bing's question, the political instructors of the 3 battalions of the Divine Strategy Guards took out their notebooks and began to report. Reporting to the commander, during this sweep, the 1st Battalion encountered 256 giant apes, killed 232, and 24 escaped. Report complete. Hearing this, the instructors of the other 2 battalions felt their numbers were similar, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Chu Bing nodded again, getting a clear picture. Because they were actively attacking this time, they had undoubtedly encountered more giant apes. Up to this point in the 3rd phase of the campaign, the entire Divine Strategy Guards had eliminated 685 giant apes. Adding the numbers from the first 2 phases, the total was over 700. As for those that escaped, because the Divine Strategy Guards couldn't tag every giant ape they encountered, they couldn't confirm if the ones that got away were killed in later encounters. The battalions only recorded the cumulative number of encounters, kills, and escapes. It went without saying that there was definitely overlap in the targets. Over 700 killed, and dozens escaped. We can't confirm the exact numbers, but we can say for sure that there are still man-eating apes in the forest. If we just ignore them and withdraw the army, the remaining apes will pose a threat to the future lives of the people in Heiyuan Commandery. The people will definitely develop this forest in the future, and they could easily be ambushed by the apes. But we can't stay here forever. Everyone is exhausted. That's unrealistic. As for what exactly to do, I think we should report to the leader and let him make the call. The battalion commanders and the militia captain, Zai, all nodded. They knew Chu Bing was speaking the truth. The army couldn't waste away here, but they couldn't just abandon the people of Heiyuan Commandery either. They needed a plan for the future. Thus, Chu Bing's battle report was quickly sent to Han Feng via Eagle Messenger. Ha 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 ha. The Northern War is finally over. A hearty laugh from Han Feng soon echoed from his study. Outside in the main hall, Xiao Dai and Zhang Ying, who were holding the children, immediately ran over upon hearing the sound. Husband, is the war against the cannibals in the north finished? Xiao Dai asked immediately. Yes, Chu Bing sent back a battle report. The third phase of the strategy has been preliminarily completed. All cannibal villages and settlements have been swept clean. There isn't a single cannibal left there now. Perhaps some fled elsewhere, but they can no longer pose a threat to us, so there's no need to worry about them. Han Feng handed the battle report to Xiao Dai as he spoke. Cumulative annihilation of over 28,000 cannibals. Captured over 5,400 male and female slaves. Killed over 730 man-eating giant apes. This, husband, only 700-something giant apes? There can't be that few, right? Zhanning read softly as she looked. When she saw that only 700-something giant apes had been killed, she immediately felt something was wrong. Because 700-something was far too small a number for an entire species. Even a wild herd of cattle wouldn't have such a small population. Of course, considering that carnivores couldn't outnumber herbivores, there still couldn't be only 700-something giant apes. Yes, I know. Didn't Chu Bing mention it in the report? There are definitely more, though the exact number is unknown. But since they aren't coming out now, we can't just leave the main army there to waste time, right? Han Feng nodded, pointing to the later content of the report. Zhanning quickly found that section and expressed her concern. However, Zhanning had recently seen photos of those massive monsters sent back by Chu Bing and was deeply afraid of them. She often muttered how fortunate it was that the Han tribe had sharp firearms and had taken the initiative to attack the north, preventing those monsters from frequently coming south to wreak havoc. Han Feng paced around the study, pondering a solution. With the war at this stage, it could indeed be considered over. But until the giant apes were completely extinct, they would always be a hidden danger to the northern people, so precautions had to be taken. Moreover, the giant apes were individually powerful. A woodcutter going into the mountains alone would definitely be no match for them. Even with ordinary bows and arrows, they might not be able to defeat those monsters, because the creatures had thick skin and tough flesh. A few ordinary arrows wouldn't kill them immediately, and the commoners would still suffer in the end. We must leave some firearms for the northern people and have them spontaneously hunt the giant apes. We can also provide some reward incentives. Bounty hunters. Yes, that's the idea, Han Feng muttered to himself, quickly finding a train of thought. We definitely have to manage it, but the war is over, and the divine strategy guards must withdraw. As for the northern people, they'll have to rely on themselves to defend their homes. Those monsters definitely won't go extinct anytime soon. It might take years, decades, or even centuries to completely wipe them out. Relying solely on the army won't work. We need the people to hunt them spontaneously. Have the people hunt them? Can they win? Xiao Dai had seen the terror of the giant apes with her own eyes, so she widened her eyes in shock at Han Feng's decision. What's there to be afraid of? At worst, we equip them with some firearms and have them carry guns in groups when they go into the forest. Even if they encounter a giant ape, they can kill it. Then we'll issue a reward system. Killing one giant ape earns a certain amount of bounty from the government. The people will definitely take the initiative to hunt them. With his mind racing, Han Feng quickly made a decision. Holding the double-barreled shotgun, he shouted out the door. Someone, go to the Xing'an Commandery Power Research Institute and summon Lin Fei. I have a task for him. Han Feng's order was quickly passed down, and guards were immediately dispatched to Xing'an Commandery to fetch the man. Early the next morning, Han Feng met with Lin Fei in Hanyang City. Leader, is there something urgent that you summoned me in such a hurry? Lin Fei was brought to Han Feng's home right after breakfast. Upon meeting, he asked straight to the point, though his face bore an uncontrollable smile, which surprised Han Feng a bit. Let's put my matters aside for a moment. What's going on with you? You look so happy. Did your wife have a baby? To answer the leader, the heavy steam locomotive Leap Forward class project has been steadily progressing. Following the leader's instructions to first solve the issue of having one at all, we directly adopted the mature design of the Endeavor class. The Leap Forward class we built isn't much different. It's just an enlarged version. However, the 4-cylinder 4-6-6-4 dual-power system super heavy locomotive project the leader proposed is also in our technical reserves. But that will have to wait until the heavy locomotives have been running for a while and we've accumulated some practical experience before we tackle it. Hearing Han Feng ask about the trains, Lin Fei answered immediately. He was very clear about this because no matter how many projects the Power Research Institute took on now, it didn't change the fact that steam locomotives were the foundation of their existence. Han Feng also held great expectations for the Power Research Institute. Although he didn't know if it would be possible to develop internal combustion or electric trains in his lifetime, Reaching the pinnacle of steam trains wouldn't be bad either. It was worth noting that during the golden age of steam trains in history, they had reached insane speeds of over 200 kilometers per hour, not much weaker than the high-speed rail of his previous world. Furthermore, he had always been obsessed with developing super-heavy trains with a 1.8-meter track gauge. Although 1.8 meters was only slightly wider than the standard gauge of 1.435 meters, it made a significant difference in practice. In a standard gauge train carriage, each row could only fit 5 seats in an aisle. But with a 1.8-meter gauge, each row could fit 6 seats, 3 on each side of the middle aisle. This essentially increased passenger capacity by a fifth, which was very substantial. Another point was the restriction train gauges placed on national development. As a transmigrator, Han Feng deeply understood the limitations this placed on China's aerospace development in his previous life. China's aerospace development always seemed somewhat unsatisfactory. Watching Western countries build rockets with massive payload capacities, while China couldn't build wider rockets. Before the 5-meter diameter Fat 5, Long March 5, debuted, all rockets were 3.35 meters in diameter. Why was that? Because if they were any wider, they wouldn't fit on standard gauge trains. It was such an awkward reason that had plagued the aerospace industry for years. It wasn't that the country couldn't build larger, wider rockets, but that transportation conditions didn't allow it. The subsequent events proved this. Once naval power grew strong enough to allow rockets to be transported by sea without fear of foreign forces seizing them, China immediately built the 5-meter-wide Fat 5. That spoke volumes. Since the Han tribe's railway transportation was still in its developmental stage, Han Feng naturally wouldn't repeat the mistakes of his predecessors and create trouble for his descendants. Moreover, given the Han tribe's current pace of development, seeing rockets invented within 100 years was entirely possible. In fact, if they didn't demand extreme range and accuracy, building a few rockets similar to the World War II German V-2 was genuinely feasible. After all, the early Dongfeng, 2 rockets used to launch atomic bombs actually used alcohol as fuel, and the Han tribe was fully capable of producing that much alcohol. The Han tribe's train research had been progressing steadily. It could be said that if it weren't for the issues with the steel rails, the heavy-haul railway project would have probably started long ago. However, with the mining of coal in the south and the rise of steel mills, this problem would likely be solved within a decade, allowing for the mass production of manganese steel that met the standards. As for the 4-cylinder 4-6-6-4 dual-power system super heavy locomotive project, Han Feng had proposed the standards based on the historical American big boy steam locomotive. Ordinary steam locomotives had 2 cylinders, 2 sets of pistons, driving the wheels on the left and right sides. The wheel arrangement typically consisted of 2 pairs, 4, of leading wheels, 3 pairs, 6, of driving wheels in the middle, and 2 pairs, 4, of trailing wheels. But the American big boy pioneered a new design for steam locomotives by using 4 cylinders on the engine, 2 at the front and 2 in the middle, with 1 set of driving wheels in the front and another set in the back. The benefits of this were obvious. An ordinary steam locomotive could only pull about 25 carriages, but the dual-powered big boy could pull over 60 carriages at once. Its hauling capacity was absolutely insane, and there was no reason the Han tribe shouldn't try to build one. Seeing Han Feng gradually fall into deep thought, Lin Fei was a bit dumbfounded. After a long silence, he finally couldn't help but speak up to remind him. "Leader, what exactly was the matter you summoned me for today? If you have instructions, please just give the order, and I will definitely go all out." Look at my memory. Right? I called you here because I want you to produce some firearms. By the way, do you have suitable molybdenum steel available right now? Han Feng, who had been lost in thought about trains, immediately snapped back to reality upon Lin Fei's reminder. He still had official business to attend to. Lin Fei, upon hearing that it was just about making guns, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought the leader had some urgent crisis. He had heard of armies getting better and better equipment, but never of one regressing. It wasn't like the Han tribe lacked the money to maintain its military. No, you heard me right. It's this double-barreled shotgun, not the 8-shot pump action. As Han Feng spoke, he took the double-barreled shotgun off the weapon rack and handed it to Lin Fei. Seeing his thoroughly confused expression, Han Feng continued to explain. The northern war against the cannibals is over. The cannibals have all been annihilated by our army. However, there are still some fleeing giant apes hiding in the forest refusing to come out. Keeping the divine strategy guards there to hunt them down is a bit of a waste, and permanently exterminating the giant apes won't happen overnight. It requires persistent strikes and hunting. So, I plan to produce a batch of double-barreled shotguns to serve as hunting rifles. We'll equip the logging teams or the militia up there, giving them the ability to kill the giant apes if they encounter them. These aren't for the regular army, so you heard right. This is a batch of hunting rifles. A smile immediately appeared on Lin Fei's face. I see. The Northern War is over, which means our army is returning in triumph. Ha 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 ha. Then we'll never have to worry about cannibal harassment again. It's just a pity we couldn't wipe them all out cleanly. It's going to cause trouble for the northern civilians. We definitely need to provide these guns, otherwise ordinary people wouldn't stand a chance against a giant ape. By the way, leader, there are about 30,000 civilians in the north, right? Are 2,000 guns enough? Should we make more? The number of hunting rifles wasn't massive, but they could be concentrated for use. For example, they could be issued to the logging teams, because under normal circumstances, there was no need to go into the forest unless it was to cut timber. The Han tribe didn't need to hunt because they had animal husbandry and domesticated livestock. They wouldn't lack meat or fur. Even if they wanted to hunt, they could go to the basin and hilly areas near the hunting grounds instead of risking the deep forest. As for firewood, with the existence of cornstalks, there was absolutely no need to go into the woods to chop wood. They couldn't even burn through all the crop stalks they had. With 2,000 guns, whoever needed to enter the forest could use them, or they could be assigned to people with gun licenses to carry out tasks. With some concentrated training in their spare time, there wouldn't be any problems. As for other matters, nothing for now. However, there is a large-scale comprehensive project for which you need to start gathering personnel right now, Han Feng said after some thought. Lin Fei was taken aback. A large-scale comprehensive project? Could it be another project like the construction vehicles? If so, it might take several years. He asked tentatively, "May I ask what project the leader is referring to, and what kind of talent I need to gather?" It's regarding weapons and equipment. Now that the tribe has molybdenum steel, material strength has increased, and we can produce better weapons. So, I plan to continue developing a series of new firearms. This includes infantry light weapons like rifles, general-purpose machine guns, mortars, grenade launchers, and hand grenades. The most crucial part is standardizing the ammunition caliber. We also need some heavy weapons for city defense, like autocannons. Our tribe's artillery also needs an upgrade. We need to transition from muzzle-loading cannons to breech-loading cannons with recoil mechanisms. The artillery shells also need to be upgraded to explosive shells filled with gunpowder. In short, it's a very complex comprehensive engineering project, but they are all interconnected. In his new plan, all of the Han tribe's firearms would be standardized to a new 7.62 mm caliber cartridge, and firearms would be equipped to all of the Han tribe's regular armies. Despite this, there still needed to be a generational gap in the weapons. In Han Feng's plan, the Han tribe's local forces would all be equipped with bolt-action rifles, while the central army guarding the capital and the imperial palace would be entirely equipped with semi-automatic rifles, maintaining the central government's weapon superiority over the local armies. With heat-resistant molybdenum steel, automatic weapons were bound to make an appearance. Therefore, Han Feng planned to not only change the original rifles to the smaller 7.62 caliber, but also produce a 7.62 caliber semi-automatic rifle. As for the AK, he hadn't considered it because it wasn't necessary, and the ammunition consumption would be too high. The Han tribe's current industrial scale simply couldn't support it. Regarding the 7.62 caliber semi-automatic rifle, there were two choices, both naturally copied from designs of various countries in his previous life. Asking Han Feng to design a new gun from scratch was just asking for trouble. Among 7.62 semi-automatic rifles, the two most famous in his previous life were the American M1 Garand and the Soviet SKS, which was later copied by China as the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. And honestly, aesthetically speaking, anyone who liked the German Mauser would definitely prefer the look of the Type 56. The American M1 looked a bit like the British Lee Enfield, thin at the front and thick at the back, looking very disproportionate. Plus, the barrel and gas tube were too tightly packed together, which wasn't very visually appealing. Many people might not know what the Type 56 semi-automatic looks like, but there's one thing everyone definitely knows. It's the ceremonial rifle used by honor guards, the one with the exceptionally long bayonet. Next was the general-purpose machine gun. The reason for choosing a general-purpose machine gun, from the perspective of someone from the future, was naturally to reduce design time. Compared to developing a light machine gun and then a heavy machine gun, a dual-purpose general machine gun obviously better met the Army's needs. There were many choices for general-purpose machine guns. The infamous Hitler's buzzsaw, the MG42, had a rate of fire exceeding 1,000 rounds per minute. If it missed, fine, but if it hit, the target would absolutely not take just one bullet. Because the rate of fire was so fast, getting hit usually meant taking 3 or 4 rounds. The MG42 had many advantages, such as a large number of stamped parts that made it easy to produce, lightweight, and the ability to change a barrel in just 6 seconds. It was a standout of its era. However, Han Feng didn't want to equip this weapon. The reason was simple. This gun had another nickname, the logistics nightmare. A rate of fire of over 1,000 rounds per minute was too fast. Pull the trigger, BRRT, and the ammo was gone. The ammunition consumption was too high. Moreover, the fast rate of fire had another drawback. It couldn't maintain sustained suppressive fire. It's important to know that machine guns aren't primarily for killing people. They are for suppressive fire. You have to suppress the enemy so they can't lift their heads. This requires not only fierce firepower, but also a certain level of sustainability. In this regard, the MG42 obviously failed. As for others, there was the American M60 general-purpose machine gun, which was copied from the MG42 after the war, but Han Feng wasn't familiar with it. The most suitable for the Han tribe situation was actually the Soviet PKM general-purpose machine gun, known as the Russian version of the Big Pineapple, M249. It looked very similar to the American M249 small-caliber machine gun, but was much lighter. As the lightest general-purpose machine gun in the world, a strong person could fire the PKM fully automatic with one hand, or even dual-wield them, one in each hand. In the hands of Russian special forces, they could use the PKM for tactical rifle shooting. The recoil was ridiculously low. An ordinary person could barely even see the recoil. Furthermore, in terms of bolt design, the PKM's open bolt system was highly advantageous for heat dissipation. Its rate of fire was also quite moderate, around 700 rounds per minute. This maintained the ferocity of the firepower without consuming ammunition too quickly. Most importantly, its caliber was also 7.62 millimeters, meaning it could use the same full-power rifle cartridges as the Han tribe's bolt-action rifles, solving the problem of logistical ammunition matching. Additionally, as a Russian product, and one designed by Kalashnikov, making it the AK's sibling, being rugged, durable, and cost-effective were among its greatest advantages. This general-purpose machine gun was widely equipped all over the world. It was not only active in the Middle East, but was also used to aid Vietnam. During the Sino-Vietnamese War, China captured many of them and even copied it. The copied version was called the Type 80 general-purpose machine gun. Although it wasn't mass-equipped domestically and was only supplied in small batches to special forces, its export version sold massively. Simply put, they sold Russian goods so the Russians couldn't sell theirs. Later, even the strongest military on Earth, the U.S. military, copied the PKM. It wasn't that their own machine guns were unusable, but that the PKM was cheaper. As a member of the 7.62 caliber family, Han Feng naturally had no hesitation. Copying it was the way to go. The PKM used an underslung ammo box containing a 150/200/250 round canvas belt. With a bipod attached to the front, it was a light machine gun. Mounted on a heavy tripod, it was a heavy machine gun. It couldn't be more perfect for the Han tribe. With this, the Army's 3 most mass-produced infantry light weapons were finalized: the bolt-action 7.62 rifle, the semi-automatic 7.62 rifle, and the dual-purpose 7.62 general machine gun, all standardized to the same caliber, eliminating logistical worries. However, regarding hand grenades, since the Han tribe had not yet mastered stable white phosphorus production technology, pull-cord wooden-handled grenades were a bit difficult. A low level of chemical engineering was always a hard limit. In comparison, egg-shaped grenades using a spring and striker mechanism became the Han tribe's only choice. Although he knew wooden-handled grenades could be thrown further, there was nothing he could do if they couldn't make them. They would just have to make do with egg-shaped grenades for now. Moreover, aside from the throwing distance, egg-shaped grenades were not inferior to wooden-handled ones in terms of safety and power. Long-term equipping wouldn't be a problem. As for the throwing distance, what manpower lacked, machinery could make up for. Japan had equipped grenade dischargers, knee mortars, and the US had developed the M79 40mm grenade launcher based on them. The Han tribe could just copy that directly. It's worth noting that the US only started equipping this during the Vietnam War, and China captured quite a few during the Sino-Vietnamese War. Its structure was very simple, not overly complex at all. Calling it high quality and inexpensive was fair. With the Han tribe's technological level, copying it would absolutely be no problem. After noting down the new firearms to be developed in his notebook, Han Feng began writing a reply to Chu Bing. In the letter, he explained his decision. They would be equipped with a batch of double-barreled shotguns and organize a bounty hunter system. From now on, any civilian who hunted a giant ape could bring its head to the government office to claim a bounty of 30 yuan. 30 yuan was not a small amount. It was equivalent to a worker's monthly salary. But even at this price, the Han tribe could absolutely afford to buy the giant apes into extinction. Additionally, he instructed Chu Bing to first lead the Divine Strategy Guards back to Haiyuan Commandery, and then work with Yu Yi to organize shotgun training for the militia. During training, they could initially use the 8-shot pump-action shotguns equipped by the Divine Strategy Guards. Once the double-barreled hunting rifles from his side were delivered, Chu Bing could then lead his troops back. Han Feng also specifically instructed them not to distribute all 2,000 double-barreled shotguns at once. Following the squad and platoon system, one gun should be issued for every 5 households, and they must be used in rotation. No more than 1,500 guns should be distributed, with the remaining 500 kept by the government. First, this was to replace damaged firearms. Second, keeping some in hand was a precaution against armed rebellion by the civilians. If civilians started causing trouble with guns and the government didn't have a single gun in hand, the consequences would be disastrous. Furthermore, ammunition had to be strictly controlled. Every bullet fired and what it hit had to be recorded to prevent civilians from firing randomly. Even if they killed prey or a fierce beast in the forest, there had to be physical evidence, namely, the animal's corpse, to prove the ammunition was used. The prey also had to be inspected for gunshot wounds to verify it was actually killed by the hunting rifle, preventing anyone from hoarding ammunition. With this strict set of controls, even if civilians did cause trouble with guns, the government could quickly resolve it and prevent the overall situation from collapsing. After thinking it over and finding no loopholes, Han Feng had the guards send the letter back. He then stayed home, drawing mechanical blueprints every day, quickly jotting down everything he could remember. Meanwhile, a massive fleet sailing south from Weishan Commandery finally arrived at the Changkong Commandery docks in the middle and lower reaches of the Luyang River after nearly a month of navigation. At the floating berths of the dock, a 3-masted sailing ship specially modified to transport trains slowly pulled in. The dockworkers immediately turned the valves, closing the water gates of the floating berth, and then called for people to start the steam water pumps to fill it with water. The remaining carriage floorboards, walls, and roofs were all wooden structures, manufactured locally by the Changkong Commandery Timber Processing Plant according to blueprints. This saved the trouble of transporting materials back and forth. Aside from the wood, other metal components were all shipped from Xing'an Commandery, as they couldn't be produced locally. After a full day of busy loading and unloading, all the supplies transported by the fleet were finally brought ashore. Early the next morning, a simply assembled train hauled the supplies from Changkong Commandery toward Xi'an Commandery. Accompanying it were 2 tractors with trailers, a loader, and an excavator. The 4 vehicles drove alongside the train along the railway line. For a time, they weren't much slower, steadily keeping pace with the train. The convoy set out at dawn, and by around 9 a.m., the Xi'an Commandery railway station was already visible in the distance. At that time in Xi'an Commandery, the people of the Baiwu tribe were still working for the Han tribe under Yu Fu's leadership. The men mined clay, cut timber, fired bricks, built houses, and constructed city walls. The women washed clothes, cooked, carried manure, and grew vegetables. Even the children of the Baiwu tribe held branches to herd sheep, helping the Han tribe feed pigs, herd ducks, and feed chickens. It could be said that not a single person was idle. However, they didn't mind this working life at all. On the contrary, they were very happy. Not only did both men and women receive wages, but even the children feeding pigs and herding sheep were provided 3 meals a day. Every meal consisted of either white rice or corn flatbread, with both meat and vegetable dishes. They also wore clothes bought from the Han tribe with their wages. A life like this, with no shortage of food or clothing and no need to worry about starvation, was something they couldn't even dream of before, yet they had achieved it just by working for the Han tribe. Of course, that wasn't the most crucial part. The most crucial part was that the Baiwu tribe learned many advanced technologies while working. For example, firing bricks and tiles from clay, rammed earth construction techniques, how to make roof beams from wood, how to make doors and windows with carpentry, and how to dig wells for water. They worked with their hands, memorized it in their hearts, and eagerly absorbed all kinds of advanced knowledge from the Han tribe. Even the women and children were working hard to learn skills like vegetable farming, steaming rice, stir-frying dishes, and raising livestock and poultry. They thought they had learned everything they wanted, completely unaware that under this subtle influence, they had become no different from the citizens of the Han tribe. When you are used to eating white rice, used to eating dishes cooked in an iron wok, wear the same hairstyles as the Han tribe, wear the same clothes and shoes, and even speak Chinese, what difference is there between you and a Han tribe citizen? Well, if there was a difference, it was that the Baiwu tribe people didn't yet have household registration issued by the Han tribe government. But Yu Fu wasn't in a hurry. Right now, the Baiwu tribe was developing very well under his leadership. Once the city was built and he invited them to join, he believed these people definitely wouldn't refuse. Ever since Han Feng invented this routine, the Han tribe had always used this method to expand and grow. Yu Fu was long accustomed to it. The reason a routine becomes a routine is that it works every single time, always achieving success. Use it enough, and it naturally becomes a routine. At the construction site of the Qian Commandery Governor's office, a group of young, able-bodied workers from the Baiwu tribe were laying tiles on the roof. Just then, their team leader, Tian Hong, walked over and called out to the crowd in the courtyard. Quick, quick, I need 50 people. The Han tribe is delivering a cart of iron ingots soon. Everyone, come with me to unload the cart. All right, let me go relieve myself first. Iron ingots are here? I thought we had enough iron here. Could it be for paving the road again? Let's go, let's go. Don't forget to press the tiles down properly. We're counting on them to keep the rain out. At Tian Hong's call, the workers responded enthusiastically, quickly gathering 50 people. Carrying bamboo tubes for drinking water, they followed Tian Hong toward the railway station. When they arrived at the station platform, the train hadn't arrived yet, but Yu Fu was already waiting there. Fu, why are we transporting more iron ingots? Don't we already have a lot of iron here? Is your Han tribe going to keep paving this railway? Tian Hong walked up to Yu Fu and asked, equally curious and puzzled. On this point, his thoughts mirrored those of his tribesmen. Haha, no. The steel rails used for paving the road are specially made and can only be used for the railway. What we're bringing this time are loose iron ingots, specifically for forging various tools. Once civilians move in here, we can also sell the iron to them to make farm tools. In short, we're preparing a batch here in advance, Yu Fu explained with a smile. I see. Then why are we waiting here? Is the delivery today coming on that train you mentioned? Tian Hong nodded and raised another question. Earlier, when the railway was just being laid, the people of the Baiwu tribe had expressed their confusion. With so much good iron, even if the Han tribe was incredibly wealthy, there was no need to waste it like this, right? Yu Fu had explained to them that this was a special road, meant only for trains to travel on. But until the Qian Commandery station was built and the railway laid, they had never seen the train Yu Fu spoke of. Moreover, the Baiwu tribe felt the Han tribe was showing off their wealth a bit too much. It wasn't that they hadn't seen the Han tribe's four-wheeled horse-drawn carriages and ox carts. Those wooden vehicles were ingeniously structured and very sturdy. They could carry a lot of goods and travel on dirt roads at a decent speed. Since they already had such vehicles, and they could clearly travel on dirt roads, why insist on laying a railway? If that wasn't showing off, what was? Another thing they didn't understand was the railway itself. It was just two long, thin steel rails, barely wide enough to fit a wheel. If a vehicle was to travel on the rails, the wheels and rails had to fit together perfectly, otherwise, it would easily slip off. What exactly was the point of such an impractical and costly railway? Standing by the railway now, looking at the track before them, the crowd couldn't help but mutter their complaints again. They were all saying that while the Han tribe's technology was brilliant, their lifestyle was overly extravagant and wasteful. If their Baiwu tribe had this much good iron, oh, the things they would do with it. However, since they were speaking in the Baiwu tribe's local dialect and keeping their voices low, Yu Fu didn't know what they were saying. While the crowd was still complaining, a woo-woo train whistle suddenly echoed from the distance. Though it sounded far away, it was loud and clear. Yu Fu immediately shouted, "The train is coming. Everyone, stay on the platform. Do not go down, and do not panic." The crowd also heard the whistle, which sounded like the roar of a prehistoric beast, followed by a rumbling noise transmitted through the air and the steel rails before them, as if some massive creature was approaching. "What's that sound? Didn't you say a train was coming? Why does this train howl, and why is it so loud?" Tian Hong asked, standing on his tiptoes and peering out of the station in surprise. "Wait a little longer, it's almost here. The whistle you heard just now was probably it entering the deceleration zone. Every time a train enters a station, it has to brake and slow down in advance, otherwise, it might overshoot. Oh, look, the train is here. Tell everyone to be careful and not step off the platform. We'll approach after the train comes to a complete stop." Just as Yu Fu was speaking, a rumbling noise came from the end of the railway in the distance. Accompanying the sound was a slanted trail of white smoke, clearly emitted by the steam engine at the front of the train. It was at this moment that the crowd's attention was finally drawn to the train. At first, all they saw was a massive black and red object continuously belching white smoke. It was obvious there were no animals pulling it from the front, yet the object moved steadily along the two thin steel rails, gradually approaching the station platform. As the train slowly pulled into the station and came to a halt before them, everyone's mouths were wide open in shock, their jaws practically hitting the floor. The reason was simple. They were completely awed by the train's sheer size. The standard carriage length for the Han tribe's narrow-gauge railway was 12 meters. Compared to a four-wheeled horse carriage, a single train carriage was equivalent to 3 or 4 of them. And these massive flatbeds were linked together one after another, 20 carriages brought in at once. What did that mean? Didn't it mean that the carrying capacity of this single train was equal to nearly 100 four-wheeled horse carriages? But that wasn't actually the case. Because the train carriages were long and had high walls, when fully loaded, 20 carriages could equal the capacity of at least 300 four-wheeled horse carriages. And that was a conservative estimate. Heavens, is this a train? It's so big, so long. Woo-woo-woo. The train, now fully stopped at the station, blew its whistle again. First, to alert people that it had arrived, and second, to release excess steam from the boiler. The crowd was jolted out of their shock by the deafening whistle, finally realizing that the sound they heard earlier wasn't an animal's cry, but the noise made by this massive iron contraption before them. Is this a train? It's so long. It must be hundreds of meters long. It looks like an iron snake, the Baiwu tribe civilians exclaimed in astonishment. However, just as they were marveling at the exaggerated size of the train before them, another loud, drawn-out whistle echoed from the direction the train had come from, and it sounded like there was more than one. Tian Hong was instantly shocked. What's going on? Are there more trains like this coming together? Does the Han tribe have a lot of trains? What exactly are we delivering here? Following the sound of engines and whistles approaching from the distance, a convoy of 4 vehicles traveling along the open ground next to the railway line gradually came into the crowd's view. Leading the way were 2 tractors pulling cargo trailers, followed by a loader and an excavator. Because the excavator used a tracked chassis, while tracks had an advantage in overcoming obstacles, with the Han tribe's current technology, the speed of this tracked chassis was lacking. Thus, it could only barely keep up behind the wheeled vehicles. Yet, this convoy of just 4 vehicles delivered an even greater visual shock to the people of the Baiwu tribe. Although they had just seen the much larger train, the train obviously couldn't compare to these 4 vehicles in terms of flexibility. Even a power as great as the Han tribe had to lay down massive amounts of expensive steel on the ground to keep the train running. But these 4 bizarrely shaped vehicles didn't need that. They could travel freely on ordinary dirt roads. It was only at this moment that the Baiwu tribe people suddenly realized something. Although they had learned many advanced techniques from the Han tribe, such as construction, agriculture, animal husbandry, and tailoring, they were still completely blank when it came to even more advanced technology. The various marvels the Han tribe displayed seemed to have no end, popping up one after another like corn in a field. Never mind high-tech machines like trains and steam vehicles. Even the Han tribe's wooden horse carriages, mills, water wheels, and sailboats were things they could only dream of possessing. Are these also vehicles built by the Han tribe? Tian Hong couldn't help but ask in astonishment as he watched the approaching convoy. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized it was a stupid question. If they weren't the Han tribe's vehicles, What other faction in the world possessed such technology? Moreover, looking at the steam engines on those vehicles, which were also puffing white smoke, it was obvious they used the same technology as the train. Tractors, and a loader, and an excavator. Why are these here too? They were built so quickly. Unlike Tianhong, Yu Fu recognized these construction vehicles at a glance. After all, he had toured the Power Research Institute with Han Feng and the other governors before the new year, though these vehicles hadn't been fully finalized at the time. Furthermore, he had only received notice that a train full of supplies was coming. He hadn't been informed that 4 construction vehicles were coming along with it, so he was quite surprised. Once the vehicles came to a stop on the open ground across the railway tracks from the platform, Tianhong continued his questioning. Fu, are those vehicles too? What are they used for? They look so strange. Indeed, from their appearance, these vehicles looked incredibly bizarre. The combination of a tractor pulling a cargo trailer was relatively easy to understand. Having seen the Han tribe's 4-wheeled horse carriages, the tractor didn't exceed their conceptual boundaries. It was just a vehicle pulling a 4-wheeled trailer. But the loader and the excavator looked exceedingly strange. One had a massive iron pot mounted on its front, while the other didn't even have wheels, instead moving on 2 soft iron belts. The front of that one had grown a long nose, and at the end of the nose hung another bizarrely shaped iron pot. It was as strange could be. Well, at least that was Tianhong's assessment. Ahem, let me introduce them. The 2 identical ones in the front are tractors, which our tribe just built last year. They can be used to pull cargo, and they can also replace draft oxen to plow and sow fields. The one behind them with the bucket on the front is called a loader. It's used for loading loose materials or leveling the ground. You see that steel bucket on the front? It can actually move and do the work of humans, and it has immense strength. The last one without wheels is an excavator, specifically used for digging dirt. That thing on the front is called a mechanical arm. It can move just like a human arm, and those bending parts are like human elbow joints. They can rotate too, except they're made entirely of steel. As for the digging bucket at the front, it's like a hand or a giant spoon, specifically used to scoop up all sorts of things. As Yu Fu explained, he extended his arm, mimicking the excavator's movements for Tianhong. Tianhong listened, utterly dumbfounded. He simply couldn't imagine, nor could he understand, how the Han tribe had created these heaven-defying tools. Things made of iron could actually move and do work for humans instead of livestock? Didn't that mean that as long as the Han tribe had enough iron, they would never lack labor? If that were the case, wouldn't the Han tribe's productivity be absolutely heaven-defying? The Han tribe is truly incredible. Your tribe's leader must be a true god, or at least someone blessed by the gods. Tianhong took a deep breath and praised from the bottom of his heart. These steel creations before him were simply too astonishing. After introducing the construction vehicles, Yu Fu went over to coordinate with the drivers of the train and the tractors. Learning that the leader had specifically sent these to support their construction, Yu Fu was naturally overjoyed. He then organized the 50 able-bodied men from the Baiwu tribe to start moving the iron ingots. They first transferred them from the train to 2-wheeled wooden handcarts, then manually hauled them to the warehouse for storage. Fortunately, the ground around the station was paved and hardened, so the constant back and forth of the handcarts didn't damage the surface. It took half the morning to transport all the iron ingots to the warehouse. By then, it was noon, and the crowd began heading back in groups to eat. The 4 construction vehicles followed them to the construction site in the city. The unique appearance of these vehicles and the miraculous fact that they could move without oxen or horses quickly sparked discussions among the workers. Those who had worked at the station that morning eagerly explained the vehicle's functions to everyone during the meal, and soon, everyone knew about these bizarre machines. Some revered the Han tribe as gods because of this. Some were filled with envy and confusion, and others felt a bit nervous. Hearing that these vehicles were meant to do the work of humans, they were terrified that these machines would steal their livelihoods. They knew that for every bit of work these construction vehicles did, there was one less bit of work for them. Their days of working for the Han tribe would end that much sooner. And as for the good life they enjoyed while working for the Han tribe, the Baiwu tribe people sincerely felt they hadn't had enough of it yet. They wanted to work more for the Han tribe, resolutely carrying forward the spirit of the working man. Sure enough, the worries of the Baiwu tribe people quickly materialized. Once those construction vehicles arrived in Qian Commandery, they immediately played a massive role, almost completely overturning the previous construction model. The two tractors directly replaced a large number of ox carts and horse-drawn carriages, taking over the transportation of bricks and tiles from the kilns to the construction sites. Even the transportation of timber was contracted out to the two tractors. There was no helping it. Compared to the ox and horse carts, the tractor's efficiency was simply too high. The number of bricks one tractor could carry in a single trip was equal to several horse-drawn carriages. How could the horse carriages compete with that? Fortunately, the ox and horse carts weren't entirely useless, since there were too few tractors to completely replace animal-drawn vehicles at present. These carts took over the task of transporting earthwork at the construction sites. Compared to the tractors, the excavator and the loader had even heavier tasks. Due to their specialized functions, these two machines directly took over all foundational earthwork in Qian Commandery, including but not limited to laying foundations, leveling land, excavating foundation trenches, and digging water channels. In terms of foundational earthwork, these two machines completely replaced all manual labor. Compared to human power, using a loader to level hundreds of acres of land was dozens of times faster than doing it manually. The efficiency was simply staggering. Take the school in Qian Commandery, for example. The land leveling for the entire campus, including clearing surface vegetation, shaving off high points, filling in depressions, and clearing access roads, would probably have taken 100 men half a month to complete manually. But with that loader, it only took 3 days. What kind of concept was that? And as for excavating foundation trenches, one scoop from the excavator was equivalent to a worker digging with a shovel for half an hour. That was the difference in efficiency. Even the newly opened railway between Chungkong Commandery and Qian Commandery wasn't idle. It continuously transported massive amounts of construction materials like sand, cement, and gravel from the docks to the inland hinterland of Qian Commandery, greatly accelerating the city's construction speed. This situation was naturally good news for the Han tribe, which was in the midst of a construction boom. However, just as the Baiwu tribe people had feared, these strange machines from the Han tribe did indeed snatch away jobs that originally belonged to them. But the Baiwu tribe people weren't abandoned. After all, Yufu was still counting on using this employment relationship to bring these people into the fold. How could he give up on them so easily? The construction machinery did take away a lot of their work, yes, but what kind of work was it? Leveling foundations? Transporting earth? Digging trenches? These were all heavy manual labor jobs with zero technical skill required. So what if they were all replaced? In light of this, Yufu directly transferred the majority of the Baiwu tribe workers to skilled labor positions. He had them lay bricks, tile roofs, dig wells, lay floorboards, or act as assistants at the timber processing plant, where they could help out while learning carpentry skills. The Baiwu tribe's attitude didn't take a turn for the worse either. Being freed from heavy, unskilled manual labor to focus on highly skilled work meant they could learn even more techniques, right? Therefore, the Baiwu workers had no complaints about Yufu's arrangements. At the same time, as the Xing'an Commandery Research Institute continuously churned out products, various construction machines passed inspection and were successively distributed to construction sites across the regions. Of the first batch of tractors produced in the second year of the Great Mandate, aside from the 4 allocated to Chungkong and Qian commanderies, the Hanyang 8 commanderies region received 10, Xiongzhou Island received 4, Tuahai Commandery received 4, and the capital's construction site directly received 8. The Tang tribe didn't receive any for the time being. Although the Tang tribe was practically under the Han tribe's control, nominally it was still the Tang tribe and not a subordinate of the Han tribe. Furthermore, the grasslands didn't receive any either. In fact, the grasslands had an abundance of cattle and horses, so many that the Honghu 3 commanderies couldn't use them all and exported them in large numbers to the various commanderies of the Han tribe. Under these circumstances, they had more animal power than they knew what to do with. Plus, they had no need for infrastructure construction, so they had no demand for construction machinery. After all, the grasslands were vast and boundless, naturally as flat as if a bulldozer had already gone over them. The Han tribe already had 3 cities on the grasslands and currently had no plans to build new ones. Moreover, horses could run anywhere on the grasslands, so there was no need to build roads. Unlike the mountainous and forested areas of the Han tribe, horse carriages could run freely everywhere there. Even if they were given construction machinery, they wouldn't have any use for it. The Research Institute had other outputs as well, such as excavators and loaders, which were also sent to various regions in significant numbers. Places like Chungkong and Qian commanderies where the infrastructure pressure wasn't the highest, only received one of each. But for a project on the scale of the capital and the Imperial Palace, they were directly allocated 4 of each, for excavators, for loaders, and 4 road rollers, along with 8 tractors, temporarily dedicated to the capital's construction. However, this was only for the Imperial Palace section. In reality, for the comprehensive construction of the entire capital, these machines were far from enough. And it wasn't really a matter of enough or not enough. It just meant that without adding more machinery, the construction period would be significantly extended. Finally, there was the Han tribe's most important project at present, the cross-sea bridge connecting Cheongjo Island to the mainland. The bridge structure itself didn't really require excavators or loaders, as those machines weren't used for building bridges. But when it came to material preparation and transportation, their role was massive. For example, transporting the crushed stone needed for mixing concrete. Previously, this work was done manually, with workers loading and unloading shovel by shovel. But with the loader, a single scoop lifted crushed stone by the ton. Also, at the coastal quarries, the work of excavating stone was now entirely replaced by excavators. This saved the construction site a massive amount of bottom-tier manual labor, freeing these people from grueling, unskilled work so that more manpower could be directed toward building the bridge structure itself. For instance, tying steel rebar cages or nailing wooden molds for pouring concrete. These were tasks that required a lot of manpower but couldn't be replaced by machines. In this way, with the machines and the reassignment of manual labor, the speed of the bridge's construction could be accelerated a bit more. Once the produced machinery was prioritized for the various construction sites, the next tier to consider for equipment would be the various mines. Honestly, mining also desperately needed these basic construction machines. Once the mines were equipped with this machinery, a large number of slaves could be replaced by machines. Those slaves could then be sent to the capital to speed up the Han tribe's progress in building its capital and establishing the nation. On the 11th day of the 5th month in the 2nd year of the Great Mandate, in early summer, Lin Fei of the Research Institute personally brought 2 double-barreled shotguns to Hanyang City to meet Han Feng. The two met in Han Feng's study, where Lin Fei briefed him on the production of the hunting rifles. Leader, considering the relatively low chamber pressure of shotguns, we used a molybdenum steel alloy with a 7% molybdenum content to produce the barrels this time. The barrels are smoothbore, without rifling, and the receivers and other parts are still made of carbon steel. However, the overall structure is much simpler than the military shotguns. Also, regarding the personnel you asked me to select to form the weapons project team, I've already picked some out. If the leader needs it, we can launch the new project at any time. As Lin Fei reported the situation, Han Feng inspected the double-barreled shotgun with its black-gray barrel in his hands. These 2 hunting rifles were surplus products from the custom batch, and were also the Han tribe's first firearms made using molybdenum steel. Just from the appearance and feel, one couldn't directly tell the difference between molybdenum steel and carbon steel. To truly distinguish them, one would probably have to look at their mechanical properties, wear resistance, hardness, and heat resistance. But Han Feng didn't dwell on that. He put down the hunting rifle and asked casually, "Has this batch of weapons been shipped to Heiyuan Commandery?" "They've been shipped. As per the leader's orders, a total of 2,000 double-barreled hunting rifles. The ammunition is the same caliber as what the Divine Strategy Guards use, so there was no need to ship ammunition separately. When the time comes, we just need the Divine Strategy Guards to leave a batch of ammo behind before they return. We used a small flying fish sailboat for transport. I believe they will arrive in Heiyuan Commandery very soon." Lin Fei replied again. "Good, well done." Han Feng nodded and asked again, "You just said you can start the new research project at any time. Does that mean the construction vehicle project no longer needs a large amount of manpower?" Lin Fei frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and said, "We do and we don't. The leader has placed many orders for construction machinery vehicles, which naturally requires a large number of workers to produce. If we are short on hands, we simply can't fulfill the orders. However, the research and development work for the various sub-projects of the construction vehicles has basically concluded. For example, the tractor design has been finalized, so the researchers from the original tractor team can temporarily step back or be reassigned to help other teams." Lin Fei promptly reported on the current operational status of the Research Institute, giving Han Feng a clear picture of the situation. Han Feng nodded after listening and said, "All right, then formally establish the new weapons project." Temporarily set up a light weapons project team and a heavy weapons project team. Select your personnel carefully. These two research teams might be spun off in the future to become a dedicated weapons research institute. As for the parts of the weapons project that you guys can't handle, I'll have the Comprehensive Research Institute assist you. Let's not talk about anything else for now. First, get the new ammunition sorted out, and then develop the new weapons based on the ammunition. Researching the ammunition before the firearms. This logic was sound, right? There is a very famous question about whether the chicken or the egg came first, which is truly hard to answer. But when it comes to firearms, it's much simpler. Looking at the history of firearms development in Han Feng's previous life, the evolution of firearms always followed the evolution of ammunition. Even when firearms were first invented, gunpowder came first, followed by the fire lance. In the later muzzle-loading era, ammunition evolved from standard black powder to corn black powder, and then to the mini ball with paper cartridges. During this period, firearm development was also very slow, merely transitioning from hand cannons to matchlocks, and then to flintlocks. The changes weren't actually that drastic. Later, with percussion cap firearms, if the new percussion caps hadn't been invented first, percussion cap guns wouldn't have appeared. Moving further into the industrial age, when smokeless powder metallic cartridges appeared, the ammunition specifications were established first, followed by the corresponding firearms. This remains true even in modern times. Therefore, Han Feng's approach of developing the ammunition first and the weapons second was completely sound. Leader, what about the sub-projects corresponding to the weapons project? Lin Fei nodded first, agreeing to start the new project, and then immediately asked about the sub-projects. The Power Research Institute managed by Lin Fei had grown from a single R&D project at the very beginning to comprehensive large-scale projects later on. By now, they were fully seasoned and completely capable of planning out large-scale comprehensive research projects with multiple parallel tracks. Regarding the research and development of new weapons, I've already drawn up a list and provided the corresponding R&D directions, as well as some detailed blueprints. When you leave, I'll send a squad of Imperial Guards to personally escort the materials over. Additionally, I will dispatch personnel to provide long-term protection for the various weapons R&D teams. These projects must be kept absolutely secret from the outside world. All researchers involved in the projects must sign corresponding non-disclosure agreements. Any leak of secrets will be handled according to Han law. You need to explain this to them when you get back. Han Feng immediately began making arrangements. Understood, leader. But I still feel the leader is worrying a bit too much. In my opinion, even if we gave the blueprints of those weapons to others, they couldn't possibly produce them. In this world, aside from our research institute, not even any other commandery or county in the Han tribe has the capability to manufacture them, Lin Fei said with some pride. Han Feng naturally understood this. As Lin Fei said, without machine tools and qualified steel, what could anyone else possibly do? But that was a separate matter. New firearms involved Han Feng's ruling position and national security. Even if there was no immediate threat, Han Feng couldn't allow these classified materials to become public knowledge. This is non-negotiable, and that includes you. Everyone involved in this project must strictly adhere to the non-disclosure agreement. This has nothing to do with whether we have opponents or not. It's a matter of system and rules. Just follow the orders. Han Feng emphasized the secrecy once again. Understood, I will instruct them. Then, leader, when should I head back? Having agreed, Lin Fei directly expressed his intention to leave. You head back first. I'll have someone deliver the materials to you. When the time comes, hold a meeting, finalize the non-disclosure agreements, discuss the team divisions, and then begin the research, Han Feng said with a nod. Understood. Lin Fei cupped his hands in acknowledgement, turned, and left. After receiving his orders from Han Feng, Lin Fei immediately returned and began selecting personnel to form the new project teams. Since the construction machinery project was basically finished, his institute was currently not lacking in R&D manpower. Furthermore, as the new workers previously assigned to the various factories gradually became skilled, the factory production teams grew increasingly robust. Meanwhile, at home, Han Feng began organizing the weapons list and some blueprints he had drawn in his spare time. Among them, the 7.62 caliber bolt-action rifle was an improvement based on the previous G98. Not only was the caliber reduced by 0.38 millimeters, but the rifle's length was also correspondingly shortened from the original 1.25 meters to 1.1 meters. The bolt handle was changed to a downward bent style that was more ergonomic. From its appearance, the new rifle looked much more like a 98K. Aside from the different caliber, the new bolt-action rifle was no different from the original 98K. This wasn't because Han Feng liked playing a certain video game, but because, looking at the various bolt-action rifles from his previous life, the Mauser series was indeed the most outstanding in the world. In terms of bolt-action rifles, the world could generally be divided into three major categories. The first was the Russian Mosin Nagant, the second was the British Lee-Enfield, and the rest were entirely Mausers and Mauser knockoffs. For example, China's Chiang Kai-shek rifle, Germany's 98K, America's Springfield, and Japan's Type 38 were all copies or improved versions of the Mauser. Just seeing how many countries chose the Mauser showed how popular its bolt-action design was. As for the other two major categories, while the Mosin Nagant had good accuracy and long range, its bolt mechanism was poor. The bolt was too stiff, sometimes requiring a kick to cycle, which was incredibly uncomfortable. The British Lee-Enfield had the fastest rate of fire and relatively high accuracy, but its design was too ugly. Han Feng personally disliked its appearance immensely, so he abandoned it. And the most important reason was that Han Feng wanted the Central Army to maintain a comprehensive weapon superiority over the local forces. In Han Feng's plan, once this new bolt-action rifle was produced, it would be used to equip the garrison troops in various regions. The semi-automatic Type 56, however, would be equipped to his Imperial Guards or the Central Army. At critical moments, it would be used to quell rebellions and suppress local armies. Therefore, the Imperial Guard's weapons not only needed superior firepower, but also couldn't fall behind in hand-to-hand combat. If the Imperial Guards used the 108-centimeter-long Type 56 semi-automatic in the future, while the local armies still used the 125-centimeter-long standard rifle, the Imperial Guards would definitely be at a disadvantage in bayonet combat. There was no helping it. It was significantly longer. With identical bayonets, whoever had the longer gun naturally had the advantage. So, to comprehensively suppress the local troops' rifles had to be shortened simultaneously. Even if they weren't weaker than the Imperial Guards in hand-to-hand combat, they at least had to be on equal footing. This would further highlight the Imperial Guard's firepower advantage. As for the original G98 version of the bolt-action rifle that was equipped earliest, that design wouldn't go to waste. The Han tribe could entirely modify a dedicated sniper rifle based on that gun to perfect the Han tribe's infantry light weapon system. However, the ammunition caliber would also have to be correspondingly reduced to the standardized 7.62 model. The new bolt-action rifle and general-purpose machine gun using the new 7.62mm full-power cartridge, the semi-automatic rifle using the new 7.62mm intermediate power cartridge, and the cast-iron pre-fragmented percussion hand grenade. These added up to 3 long gun projects, 1 hand grenade project, and 2 ammunition projects, making 6 projects in total. In addition to these, Han Feng also added handgun R&D projects. There were 2 handgun models. One was a copy of the American Browning M1911. This 11.43mm, .45 ACP, caliber handgun was an absolute classic. The single-stack 7-round magazine might not provide abundant firepower, but the stopping power of the ammunition was massive. Its standout advantage was that it could drop any burly man with a single shot. It was precisely for this reason that Han Feng decided to copy this handgun for use as the Han tribe's police sidearm. Yes, a police sidearm, specifically issued to public security departments in various regions to apprehend criminals and maintain public safety. As for the military handgun, Han Feng similarly chose the American M9, also known as the legendary Beretta 92F. With a double-stack 15-round magazine, it had strong sustained firepower, and the power of the 9mm pistol cartridge wasn't too small either. For military use, it was more than sufficient. The reason for choosing these 2 models, aside from their excellent designs, was that they perfectly suited the Han tribe's current situation. First, in terms of materials and craftsmanship, the Han tribe could fully meet the requirements. With pure steel parts and molybdenum steel for critical components, they could perfectly replicate these 2 handguns. Did Han Feng not know that the Glock in modern society outclassed all other handguns? Of course he knew. But the core of the Glock was its extensive use of a polymer frame. The current Han tribe couldn't produce engineering plastics that met the requirements, so no matter how good the Glock was, it was useless to them. However, the issue of dropping magazines was just ridiculous. Magazines from two identical handguns produced by the same factory couldn't be swapped. Otherwise, the magazine would automatically fall out. What kind of demonic flaw was that? Because of its low reliability, the frontline anti-terrorism SWAT teams in his previous life were forced to purchase Glock 17s internationally. Can you believe their own SWAT teams were using handguns bought from other countries? Otherwise, if they used their own Type 92 in a shootout with criminals and the magazine dropped mid-fight, they wouldn't even know how they died. Considering all these factors, Han Feng ultimately chose the M9 handgun. The current Han tribe might not be able to perfectly replicate the chrome plating process for a 20,000-round barrel life, but with the quality of molybdenum steel, a 10,000-round life was no problem. Coupled with the excellent design of the original, it was enough to meet the Army's needs. As for the legendary Type 64 Little Pop gun, which couldn't kill a person within 30 meters, there was no need to consider it. Then there was the 7.62mm Type 54 handgun. Its caliber was a bit too small, making it unqualified for both police and military use. So Han Feng didn't choose it either. The previous 6 projects, plus the 2 handgun models and their corresponding ammunition, made another 4 projects, bringing the total to 10. This was the first phase of the new weapons project. More important autocannons, grenade launchers, mortars, field guns, and heavy howitzers weren't in high demand right now, so Han Feng planned to put them in the second phase. Or even later. It wouldn't be too late to start those projects after steamships were developed. Having organized the 10 sub-projects of the first phase, Han Feng immediately handed the relevant materials to his Imperial Guards, instructing them to form a team to go to the Research Institute for the handover and to stay there to handle the project's security and confidentiality. After arranging these matters, Han Feng began considering the restructuring of the Xinjiang Commandery Industrial Zone. Currently, as the Han tribe's first industrial zone, Xinjiang Commandery covered far too many disparate areas. Although the various projects were concentrated, it wasn't conducive to future management, so Han Feng planned to split them up. According to Han Feng's plan, the first step was to spin off the mining project and establish a dedicated state-owned mining company. However, this would have to wait until the slaves at the mines were replaced by machinery, so there was no rush right now. The second thing to spin off was the manufacturing of various construction equipment. Han Feng planned to establish Hanyang Heavy Industry, specifically responsible for producing heavy equipment like tractors, excavators, loaders, road rollers, harvesters, and trains. These were the projects Hanyang Heavy Industry would currently manage, but new ones would be added in the future, such as gantry cranes for shipyards, heavy cranes for ports, heavy tower cranes for construction, and truck-mounted cranes. Gradually, it would cover all heavy equipment in the heavy industry sector. Once Hanyang Heavy Industry reached a certain scale, it could undergo a secondary split. A heavy weapons manufacturing enterprise could be spun off, for example, for combat vehicles. A civilian automobile manufacturing plant could also be separated. Steam cars count as cars, right? Although the Han tribe now had steam tractors, they didn't yet have automobiles like the Sentinel steam lorries. The third area to spin off was the mechanical manufacturing sector. Currently, this sector was very troublesome. There were many projects, but no unified management. It was fine while the scale was small, but once it expanded, management issues would quickly surface, so it also needed to be split. Han Feng's plan was to establish another state-owned company called Northern Machinery, whose business scope would primarily cover 5 subcategories. First, power equipment, meaning various models of steam engines and air compressors. Second, pneumatic tools, including various tools used with air compressors. Third, pump equipment, including water pumps, and hydraulic piston equipment. Fourth, machine tools, including lathes, milling machines, boring machines, and punch presses. Fifth, custom production line business, specifically responsible for customizing and developing production lines for other enterprises, such as bullet production lines, currency production lines, and so on. The steel mill in Xinjiang Commandery didn't need to be split. It was already an independent steel mill. However, in the future, the rolling mill in Xinjiang Commandery would merge with the steel mill into a single enterprise. This state-owned enterprise would specialize in selling finished steel products and custom steel materials. Northern Machinery, Hanyang Heavy Industry, and Xinjiang Metallurgy. By rationally splitting and reorganizing the industrial projects in Xinjiang Commandery, the existing resources could be optimized, making future scheduling, management, and business development much more rational. However, there was no need to rush all this. because industrialization is something that absolutely cannot be achieved overnight. That is a major taboo in industrialization. During the initial layout, it's also crucial not to fragment things too much. Looking at the industrialization history of various countries in Han Feng's previous life, New China received over 150 industrial aid projects from the Soviet Union after World War II and utilized them exceptionally well. They concentrated these projects in suitable locations. The leadership at the time didn't try to turn the massive country into an industrialized nation all at once. Instead, they allowed suitable regions to complete industrial transformation first, which eventually forged the world's largest industrial powerhouse. Conversely, look at North Korea from the same era. They also received over 150 Soviet industrial projects. But look at them now. Setting politics aside, the country's industrialization level is still miserably poor. Of course, this is also related to their lack of resources. If North Korea isn't representative enough, look at India in the south. They certainly didn't lack resources, right? They also received over 100 Soviet industrial aid projects after World War II. But India's execution was baffling. They scattered the projects all over the country without considering whether the local resources were suitable for them. They distributed them just for the sake of equal distribution. As a result, industries popped up everywhere across the country, but they were completely useless. This is the consequence of haphazard fragmentation. It's important to know that industrial projects rely on supporting infrastructure, matching resources, transportation, and so on, ultimately aiming to form a complete industrial chain. Although Han Feng proactively split and reorganized the various industrial projects in Shingon Commandery, he didn't change their locations. These factories and enterprises remained clustered together, thereby forming a complete industrial chain and a dense industrial zone. Splitting them was only for better resource scheduling and management, not to relocate them elsewhere. For example, moving the steel mill to Nanjing Commandery? That was absolutely impossible. It might seem like Nanjing Commandery would get its own industry, but that place wasn't near a waterway, nor did it have a railway. Neither water nor land transportation could be utilized. Furthermore, the area had neither iron ore nor coal mines. Moving the steel mill there would require transporting materials from even further away. This is called a mismatch of resources, and it's a major taboo in industrial development. Resource allocation and industrial layout are absolutely complementary. Thanks to the advent of railways and trains, inconvenient transportation could be artificially improved, but if a local area lacked mineral resources, there was truly nothing that could be done. Splitting the Shingon Commandery industrial zone was equivalent to stabilizing it after its early period of wild, disorderly, and rapid growth, which would be more conducive to future expansion and development. Han Feng was making detailed plans step by step for the growth of the Han tribe. Meanwhile, far away at the Comprehensive Research Institute on the island in the middle of the lake east of Luoyang Commandery, a mechanical click-clack-click sound suddenly rang out from a laboratory, immediately followed by a burst of cheering. That's amazing, Gucheng. You truly are the mechanical genius of our first institute. To be able to make a shutter like this, I think you're much better than those guys in the second institute, who only know how to build vehicles. Ao Fei said, extremely excited, holding the newly assembled next-generation off-axis camera. Beside him, the so-called mechanical genius Gu Cheng shyly scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Team Leader Ao, if this shutter works, then I'll go back to my own work. Hearing Gu Cheng's words, Ao Fei immediately put down the new camera hanging around his neck. He threw an arm around Gu Cheng's shoulders and said, Don't be in such a rush. How much longer until your second-generation mechanical clock is finished? When it is, we'll go report our merits to the leader together. With this contribution, your promotion to a level 4 intellectual craftsmanship peerage should be guaranteed, right? Gu Cheng was still a bit unaccustomed to Ao Fei's enthusiasm. He gave a shy MHM and said, Soon. The parts are all machined. I just need one day to assemble it. All right, then hurry up. When the time comes, I'll write the letter to the leader. Ao Fei patted his shoulder and let the young man go, then continued to play with the new camera in his hands, clicking his tongue in admiration. The so-called new camera was an off-axis camera designed personally by Ao Fei based on the reflection principle of silver-plated glass mirrors. Compared to previous cameras, this off-axis camera had an additional viewfinder. The light path in the viewfinder and the light path of the lens were aligned using a reflecting mirror. This way, they no longer had to do what they did before, open the lens, insert a piece of frosted glass at the back to frame the shot, and then, when ready to take the picture, swap the frosted glass for the photographic plate and close the lens again. Although it was just adding a reflecting mirror and creating an off-axis design, this single change drastically improved the efficiency of taking photos and saved a massive amount of hassle. And its features didn't stop there. Fei had also enlisted the help of Gu Cheng, the mechanical genius of the Comprehensive Research Institute, to design a mechanical shutter. This mechanical shutter accurately controlled the exposure time of the photographic plate, thereby solving the drawbacks caused by the instability of manual exposure times. With the old cameras, exposing the plate relied entirely on the photographer's experience to visually estimate the ambient light, and the exposure time was controlled manually by opening and closing the plate's dark slide. Because of this design flaw, a problem inevitably arose. Even if the same person took a photo in the same location, the slight difference in exposure time between two shots would result in vastly different final images. Furthermore, the manual action of opening and closing the dark slide inevitably caused the camera to shake, resulting in photos that were sometimes blurry. If a tripod was used to fix the camera in place, the final image would be slightly better. To solve this problem, based on Fei's ideas and Gu Cheng's mechanical design, the two successfully created a 5-blade in-lens pneumatic shutter. The so-called in-lens shutter was a light-passing gate installed at the connection between the lens and the dark box, the camera body. It consisted of 5 light-blocking thin plates that closed toward the center. Controlled by microgears, springs, and other mechanical devices, it could close toward the center of the circular light path formed by the lens or open outward in a radial pattern to expose the photographic plate inside the dark box. This 5-blade shutter was button-operated, activated by a shutter button on top of the camera. Beneath the button was a pneumatic piston. Pressing the piston controlled the opening of the shutter via air pressure. To put it simply, a glass syringe was placed under the shutter button, with a piston inside connected to the button. The other end of the syringe was fitted with a rubber valve core acting as an air tube, which was connected to the shutter, thereby controlling it through air pressure. This design had 2 benefits. First, using a mechanical shutter instead of manual exposure greatly stabilized the exposure time, minimizing the impact of unstable exposure times on the final image quality. Second, activating the shutter via a pneumatic button minimized the shaking caused by manually operating the light-blocking plate. Photos taken with this shutter would almost never be blurry. There was another, most important benefit. This pneumatic shutter button could be extended outward by adding accessories. For example, attaching a several-meter-long air tube to the shutter piston with a rubber bulb at the end of the tube. This way, the photographer could first position the camera, frame the shot, and then stand in front of the camera holding the rubber bulb with the air tube, exposing the camera by squeezing the bulb. This operation was commonly known as a selfie. That's right, a selfie. Before this kind of shutter existed, photographers couldn't control the camera from a distance, and there were no front-facing lenses, so selfies were impossible. But now, it was no problem. This selfie function wasn't for vanity, but for use in specific situations. For example, if there were only 2 people around and they wanted to take a photo together, but there was no third person to help, they could use the external shutter button to take a picture of themselves. With the combination of the off-axis camera and the pneumatic shutter, it could be said that the Han tribe's cameras had developed extremely rapidly. Aside from lacking suitable film-based materials and color developers, they were essentially no different from vintage film cameras. The only hassle was that this type of camera still had to use photographic plates made of a combination of glass and gelatin. Otherwise, overall, it was already very advanced. If the Han tribe could master celluloid film and aluminum alloys, Han Feng could probably even replicate a Leica. However, all of this wasn't solely Fei's achievement. If it weren't for the mechanical genius Gu Cheng, even given another 10 years, Fei wouldn't have been able to create a suitable shutter. Gu Cheng was only 17 this year. He was young, but his mastery of mechanics was second to none. Even across both of the Han tribe's research institutes, he was a renowned figure. This was probably what they called legendary talent. As could be seen from the mechanical clock and the platform scale Gu Cheng had previously invented, this person's mastery of micro and small machinery had reached the level of being entirely self-taught. Ever since presenting that mechanical clock to Han Feng last time, Gu Cheng had returned and busily begun modifying the second-generation mechanical clock. Aside from the mandatory tasks assigned by the Institute, Gu Chung spent all his personal research time quietly developing the second-generation clock. Now, he finally had gratifying results. The original first-generation mechanical clock was still a relatively large mantle clock. The clock face was actually a sundial plate, displaying the 12-hour system, 12 Shurchen. It only had an hour hand and a minute hand, with no second hand. For power, it used the elastic force of a mainspring, requiring an external crank to wind the clock. Each winding could keep it running for 4 or 5 days. As long as the mainspring was wound tight again within those 4 or 5 days, the mechanical clock could run forever. Based on his experience developing the first-generation clock, Gu Chung had found the direction for improvement. The first was solving the power issue. How to make the clock run forever without needing human power to wind it. This was a major problem, because if someone forgot to wind it, the clock would stop, and recalibrating the time would be a hassle, requiring them to wait by a sundial to reset it. With this goal in mind, Gu Chung had a flash of inspiration. He applied a gravity pendulum to the clock. By using the dual power of the pendulum and the mainspring, he solved the mechanical clock's power issue. During operation, the pendulum swung back and forth under the influence of gravity and the laws of oscillation. This swinging motion compressed the mainspring, winding it up. At the same time, because the pendulum would gradually lose its amplitude due to resistance, the elastic potential energy of the mainspring could be used to accelerate the pendulum. The two complemented each other, forming a combined perpetual motion machine. Actually, calling it a perpetual motion machine wasn't accurate. In reality, even in modern times, there is no such thing as a perpetual motion machine. Taking the pendulum alone, due to resistance, it would eventually stop swinging and gradually come to rest. So the pendulum wasn't a perpetual motion machine. Taking the mainspring alone, it would eventually suffer from metal fatigue, losing its elasticity and power. So neither was a perpetual motion machine. But when the two were assembled together, they became a perpetual motion machine in another sense. Using the pendulum to compress the mainspring to generate elastic potential energy, and using that elastic potential energy to accelerate the pendulum to keep it swinging. This perfectly solved the problem. On another front, Gu Chung ingeniously added a minute repeater function to the second-generation mechanical clock. The so-called minute repeater function used sound to indicate the hour, quarter, and minute, and could also chime at set intervals. However, it couldn't be precise to the minute just yet. It could only chime on the hour, the half hour, and the quarter hour. When the time came, the mechanical clock would automatically emit a sound. The minute repeater function was a very classical feature, generally used by the visually impaired, that is, the blind. How does a blind person read a watch? They use this function. When the user wanted to know the specific time, they could press the repeater button. For example, at 3:47 p.m., the mechanical clock would sound ding 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 ding, ding dong ding dong ding dong, dong dong. 15 consecutive dings meant 15 hours, which is 3 p.m. 3 consecutive ding-dongs meant 3 quarters. 1 quarter is 15 minutes, so 3 quarters is 45 minutes. 2 dongs meant 2 minutes. Added together, that was 3 p.m., 3 quarters, and 2 minutes, or 3:47 p.m. It was an incredibly practical yet utterly maddening function, testing both the user's hearing and their arithmetic skills. But this chiming function was truly badass. Most people couldn't build it even if they wanted to. If placed in the era of Han Feng's previous life, mechanical watches with a minute repeater function all cost millions or tens of millions. They were truly boundlessly expensive. Especially in the realm of mechanical watches, there was an eternal truth. The more complex the function, the greater the value of the watch. Although Gu Chung hadn't participated in massive projects like the tractors and trains, he was a specialist in his field. When it came to micro-precision instruments, this young man was incredibly skilled, falling into the category of the entirely self-taught. Truth be told, while the Power Research Institute in Xing'an Commandery had produced many results over the years, they were heavily influenced by Han Feng. The R&D direction of all their projects, and even many specific details, were handed directly to them by Han Feng. Their work mostly consisted of replicating and optimizing the blueprints Han Feng provided. In terms of independent design capability, those people were still lacking. But Gu Chung was different. His research into mechanics was entirely his own achievement. This kid had learned carpentry from his father when he was young and knew how to build windmills. He had a deep understanding of the gears and lever systems inside windmills, and most of the mechanical clocks he was building now were extensions of gear and lever applications. When it came to power machinery, Gucheng couldn't compare to the people at the Second Institute. But when it came to precision instruments, those people didn't have Gucheng's ability. But then again, the weapons projects currently handled by the Second Institute should probably count as precision instruments too. Setting everything else aside, just a single handgun had a pile of parts. That should count as a precision instrument, right? After finishing AO phase pneumatic shutter, Gucheng returned to his own laboratory and began assembling his second-generation mechanical clock. His workspace was very cluttered. It contained a small lathe and a massive workbench covered in a mess of various mechanical parts, most of which he had made himself. In the mechanical team of this comprehensive research institute, there were many other hands, but most were in supporting roles, such as craftsmen skilled in precision casting, lathe operators, and other highly skilled blacksmiths. However, there were only 2 or 3 people capable of independently designing mechanical structures, and Gucheng was one of them. After spending about half a day assembling the second-generation mechanical clock, Gucheng immediately found A.O. Fei from the optics team. The two jointly wrote a letter of merit to Han Feng and had someone from the institute deliver it. The reason for doing this lay in the management system of the Comprehensive Research Institute. The researchers at the institute were not allowed to leave the island casually without orders, and outsiders were generally not allowed on the island except to deliver living supplies. This was to maximize the institute's state of secrecy. Compared to the various massive machines at the Xing'an Commandery Power Research Institute, Han Feng actually cared more about the research results here at the Comprehensive Research Institute. Rubber, chemistry, physics, these were the things Han Feng valued most. Things like trains and tractors were certainly important, but they required massive amounts of steel as a foundation. Without tens of thousands of laborers freed from agricultural production and advanced iron smelting technology, even if the technology was packaged and given to other factions, they wouldn't be able to build trains. That was basically an open secret. Even if they let you study it, you couldn't learn it. Therefore, the security clearance of the Power Research Institute was far lower than that of the Comprehensive Research Institute, which was evident from its location. However, this time Han Feng had also raised the security clearance for the weapons projects handled by the Second Institute. After all, these were weapons. Even if other factions couldn't build them, Han Feng wouldn't allow this technology to proliferate within the Han tribe itself. On the 15th day of the 5th month in the 2nd year of the Great Mandate, Han Feng was in his study reading reports sent from various regions. They detailed the development status of various construction sites and commanderies, as well as requests for supplies. He had to personally process and coordinate all of these. Just as Han Feng finished approving a batch of reports and picked up his teacup to rest, the sound of a guard knocking came from outside. Knock, knock, knock. Reporting to the leader, a letter has been delivered from the Comprehensive Research Institute. Please review it, leader. Han Feng was slightly taken aback. He hadn't paid attention to the Comprehensive Research Institute for quite a long time. Why were they suddenly sending a letter? Did they make another discovery? To be fair, although the Comprehensive Research Institute hadn't produced any monumental results over the years in the academic field, this institute could absolutely crush the Second Institute in Xing'an Commandery. To put it simply, the First Institute was full of scholars. They might not have many practical products, but if it came to writing scientific research papers, the First Institute was undeniably the boss. All right, just leave it on the desk. Han Feng nodded slightly, then put down his teacup and continued reading the regional reports. The guard quietly placed the letter down and silently withdrew. After a long while, once Han Feng had finished approving all the reports, he finally picked up the joint letter from A.O. Fei and Gucheng. The letter first greeted Han Feng, then explained their recent achievements, asking if they could come and present their gifts. The letter also included 2 black and white photos, strikingly, photos of the off-axis camera and the second-generation mechanical striking clock. Looking at the 2 photos and reading the descriptions in the letter, Han Feng's interest was immediately piqued. At the same time, he marveled inwardly. Although he hadn't paid much attention to this Comprehensive Research Institute, their rate of growth was not to be underestimated. How long had it been? And they already had new results. He remembered the last time the Comprehensive Research Institute presented their results was during the New Year Festival 2 years ago, the first year of the Great Mandate. During that festival, the representatives of the Comprehensive Research Institute had brought the mechanical clock and the platform scale. After holding back for so long, they finally had new results again. After pondering for a moment, Han Feng summoned the guard again and said, immediately summon Ao Fei and Gu Chung from the Lake Island Comprehensive Research Institute for an audience. Tell them to bring their gifts. Also, never mind, I'll tell them myself when they get here. Understood. The guard cupped his hands, accepted the order, and left. Han Feng's command was quickly delivered. On the other side, Ao Fei and Gu Chung were already prepared. Upon receiving the order, they immediately took a boat to the docks in Luoyang Commandery, then transferred to a horse carriage heading for Han Feng's residence in Hanyang City. After a long journey, the two finally arrived in Han Feng's study the following afternoon. Leader, please look. This is the new off-axis camera. This new camera changes the previous framing method. By looking through this glass window, you can aim at the target and capture the desired photo. Additionally, it is equipped with a pneumatic shutter designed by Gu Chung. The speed and action of exposing the photographic plate have become much simpler, and the quality of the final image has vastly improved. Furthermore, with these improvements, the difficulty of taking photos is greatly reduced. In the future, photographers won't need specialized training. Anyone can learn it quickly and get the hang of it. This unit is a gift we specially prepared for the leader. If the leader likes it, we can mass-produce it in the future and sell it to the public. Ao Fei placed the off-axis camera on Han Feng's desk and immediately began his introduction. Not bad, not bad. I thought it would take a few more years to develop a shutter. I didn't expect you to be so fast. We'll take it outside and test it later. If there are no issues, we'll start production and sales. Han Feng played with the wooden-cased camera, naturally overjoyed. He then turned to Gu Chung and the second-generation mechanical clock beside him, asking with a smile, "You must be Gu Chung? Well, aren't you going to introduce your work to me?" Gu Chung blushed slightly facing Han Feng. This young man was simply too shy. In the terms of Han Feng's previous life, Gu Chung was a standard technical nerd, socially awkward, but with incredibly solid technical skills. Seeing Gu Chung stammering, unable to speak, Ao Fei took the initiative to help introduce him. Leader, this kid is Gu Chung. He invented the first-generation mechanical clock and that platform scale. But this kid is a bit shy. He rarely speaks at the institute either. Please don't blame him, leader. Gu Chung, hurry up and introduce your second-generation mechanical clock to the leader. Ao Fei chuckled as he mediated, giving Gu Chung a reminder, then turned back to Han Feng and said, "Leader, his second-generation mechanical clock is amazing. It can even chime the time itself. When the time comes, it makes a sound, so you know the hour without even looking." Looking at Gu Chung, this shy young man, Han Feng couldn't help but smile. In fact, Han Feng thought very highly of him. In Han Feng's eyes, Gu Chung was an authentic, homegrown talent. Hearing Ao Fei speak up for him, and seeing the leader staring at him, the shy Gu Chung finally spoke. He bowed slightly, cupped his hands toward Han Feng, and began his introduction. Leader, this is the second-generation mechanical clock I built. Compared to the previous one, this clock has an improved power source. It changed from manual winding to a hybrid power mode using a gravity pendulum and a mainspring. This way, it no longer requires human power to keep it running. The pendulum and the mainspring complement each other, allowing it to run continuously. Another improvement is the chiming function. Speaking of which, my idea to add this function was actually inspired by the leader. But this time, Ao Fei had misunderstood him. Although Gu Cheng's words sounded like flattery, to him, they were genuine words spoken from the heart. Honestly, Gu Cheng's sudden idea to add a chiming function really was inspired by Han Feng. He wasn't lying. It's worth noting that during the New Year festival the year before last, when the Institute presented the mechanical clock to Han Feng, they had called it a mechanical timer. But once it reached Han Feng's hands, he immediately renamed it on the spot, insisting on calling it a clock or a mechanical clock. Since the leader called it a clock, it naturally should possess the ability to announce the time like a bell. So I added 2 small bells inside and designed a chiming function. If the leader wants to know the current time, you can press this repeater button like this, and it will use sound to tell you the hour, quarter, and minute. As Gu Chung spoke, he pressed the button to demonstrate for Han Feng. The second-generation mechanical clock immediately emitted a series of crisp ding-dong sounds. After the demonstration, Gu Chung spoke again. The leader can also set it to chime on the hour. This way, every time a shurchen, 2 hours, passes, it will automatically chime once, telling everyone around that it's the top of the hour. After introducing the functions and usage of the second-generation mechanical clock, Gu Chung closed his mouth again, stepped to the side, and reverted to being a mute. Even when he was speaking just now, there wasn't a single word of nonsense. Every sentence was about the principles, functions, materials, and craftsmanship of his mechanical clock. He practically had the words technical nerd carved into his face, which gave Han Feng a profound understanding of the person. This man is a true technical talent, born for scientific research. This was Han Feng's evaluation of Gu Cheng. There was a saying in his previous life, if you aren't obsessed, you won't succeed. If you can't throw yourself wholeheartedly into a field, how could you possibly achieve anything great? Gu Cheng was exactly this kind of person. In his eyes, there was only technology, no leader. As long as he was given money and an environment where he could work on mechanics without worries, he didn't care who Han Feng was or what the tribe was called. This was a pure research fanatic. However, Gu Cheng still admired Han Feng as a person. After all, many achievements had come from Han Feng's hands, from the earliest looms, windmills, and water wheels, to the current steam engines and the various machines developed around the steam engine. Although for most of them, Han Feng had only mentioned them in passing, explained the principles, outlined the plans, and then handed them over to others to build. To others, the appearance of these machines might not seem to have much to do with Han Feng. But Gu Cheng himself worked in mechanics. He deeply understood the crucial role Han Feng played in the Han tribe's development. If Han Feng hadn't pointed them in the right direction, no matter how smart those people were, they might not have been able to create so many good things, even given hundreds of years. Not bad, not bad. Calling this clock that chimes on its own this second-generation mechanical clock seems a bit inelegant. It would be better to call it a striking clock or a minute repeater striking clock. It matches its function perfectly and is much more fitting. You've put a lot of thought into this. I like this gift very much. After Han Feng finished speaking, he looked at Gu Cheng, wanting to see how the young man would react. However, the result disappointed him. Gu Cheng stood there expressionless, as if he hadn't heard Han Feng speak at all. Han Feng, who had been staring at him, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Ao Fei, watching from the side, couldn't help but tug at Gu Cheng's sleeve. Gu Cheng turned to look at Ao Fei with a confused expression, as if saying, "Why are you pulling me?" leaving Ao Fei speechless. Han Feng didn't dwell on it. He returned to his seat behind the desk and asked the two, "Ao Fei, your camera improvement work should have reached a bottleneck by now, right?" Before Ao Fei could answer, Han Feng continued, "Now that your camera has an off-axis viewfinder function and a stable, convenient shutter, aside from working on the lens and color film, there's basically no possibility for further advancement. But color photos involve chemistry. You must have photosensitive color-changing chemicals. At the very least, you need to gather the 3 primary colors, otherwise, color photos are impossible." So he asked tentatively, "I don't know what the leader means. If the leader has other projects to assign, we will definitely do our best to complete them." "Well, here's what I'm thinking. Right now, your optics team doesn't have much else to research besides the camera, microscope, and telescope, and these projects are currently all at a bottleneck. Rather than sitting idle, I might as well find something for you to do. Compile all the optical knowledge and theories you've researched. I plan to put them into the Han tribe's higher education textbooks to teach our descendants in schools. What do you think?" Han Feng got straight to the point. "That's, of course, no problem. If the leader needs it, I'll go back and immediately lead them to compile it." Ao Fei suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought it was something major. As long as his optics research team wasn't being disbanded, compiling some materials was nothing. "Good. Once you get back, start compiling it. The sooner, the better. When it's done, have someone deliver it directly to me." Han Feng nodded and said, "Understood." Ao Fei immediately cupped his hands in acknowledgement. He then saw Han Feng's gaze shift to Gu Cheng. "Gu Cheng, what about you? Your mechanical clock is already very perfect, so what are your plans for the next step?" Han Feng asked again. Gu Cheng frowned, thought for a moment, but shook his head and said, "I haven't thought of anything yet." His answer was as clean and crisp as ever. Han Feng didn't mind and spoke again. "Since you don't have any ideas yet, how about I assign you a few tasks?" Hearing this, Gu Cheng looked at Han Feng, staring unblinkingly, seemingly waiting for Han Feng's tasks. "Ahem, I plan to build a massive clock tower in our future capital. It will be a 4-sided tower-like building. At the top of the tower, a giant clock face will be embedded on each of the 4 exterior walls. It will have hands and, like this striking clock, be able to chime on the hour. Essentially, it's a supersized striking clock. You can use whatever materials you need. Can you build it?" Han Feng directly stated an idea he had harbored for a long time. Gu Cheng's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but start visualizing the clock tower Han Feng described in his mind, gradually developing a strong interest. An ultra-large striking clock? That sounded really interesting. And it was a challenge. But Gu Cheng wasn't afraid of challenges. On the contrary, for him, without challenges, there was no fun. I can try. His answer remained very concise. Han Feng nodded, taking that as his acceptance of the task. He then asked Gu Cheng again, "So, regarding this thing called a clock, do you have any thoughts on its future development direction?" Hearing Han Feng's question, Gu Cheng fell into deep thought again. The future development direction of clocks? He really didn't have any ideas. This wasn't to say Gu Cheng was stupid, but rather that he couldn't see the demand. Technological progress has always been born from demand. Only when there is an urgent demand will society tilt more talent and resources toward it, making technological upgrades a natural occurrence. Gu Cheng was currently in a situation where he couldn't see the forest for the trees. He was indeed the developer of the mechanical clock, but his initial thought was just to play around with it. Because the thing was complex enough, if it wasn't complex, what was the fun in it? Later, improving the striking clock was inspired by Han Feng. As for ideas for future improvements, he really didn't have any. Seeing him think for a long time without speaking, Han Feng had a pretty good idea, so he asked again, "Do you not know?" Gu Cheng didn't speak, just gave a crisp nod, not feeling any shame for not having an idea. So Han Feng began to guide his thinking. The function of a mechanical clock is to keep time and announce the time, just like the name you originally gave it. It's a timekeeping tool. Including this striking clock now, it's the same thing. There's no fundamental change. Hearing this, Gu Cheng's expression fell a bit. He thought Han Feng looked down on his second-generation mechanical clock, so he suddenly felt a bit inferior. Was what I've been doing all along just a useless little trinket in the leader's eyes? But thinking about it, it made sense. What kind of things did the leader make? Weapons that killed people, machines that plowed fields, vehicles and ships for transportation. Compared to the leader's inventions, his mechanical clock really didn't seem like anything to be proud of. Just as his thoughts were running wild, he heard Han Feng continue. What I mean is, as a timekeeping tool for a household, this mechanical clock is already qualified. We can establish a clock factory specifically to mass-produce these mechanical clocks and sell them to thousands of households, so every family can clearly know the time. But have you ever thought about how a person is supposed to get the accurate time once they leave their house? Han Feng suddenly posed a question. Our earliest timekeeping tool was the sundial made by Rat Shaman. But the sundial is massive, incredibly heavy, and the manufacturing process and material acquisition are also very complex. It's impossible for every household to have one. But your current mechanical clock has achieved this. Not only does it provide the possibility of bringing a timer into thousands of households, but its size has also shrunk significantly. At the very least, it can be carried in a cart, and it can announce the time on the move. But it's still not convenient enough. So, after all I've said, do you understand? Han Feng looked at the technical nerd with interest. Does the leader mean making the clock even smaller, so people can carry it with them? Gu Cheng frowned, pondering the feasibility of this idea. Exactly. The future development direction of clocks is miniaturization, even microminiaturization. The mechanical clocks you make now weigh dozens of caddies each. Not only do they consume a lot of materials, but they also limit the scope of use. They can only be stood on the floor or placed in a home. But if you shrink it down to a dozen caddies, or even a few caddies, couldn't it be hung on a wall as a wall clock? If you could shrink it further, making it weigh a caddy, or even less than a caddy, while retaining its chiming and alarm functions, couldn't it be made the size of a steamed bun and placed on a desk as a miniature alarm clock? You could even make it smaller, condensing it to the size of a silver coin, attaching a chain to it, and keeping it in your pocket to carry around. We could call it a pocket watch. If you attach 2 leather straps to the ends of a coin-sized watch, you could strap it to your wrist as a wristwatch. Wouldn't carrying it around like that be even more interesting? Hearing the development direction Han Feng described, Gu Cheng's eyes widened, and both of his eyes began to shine with a brilliant light. In the eyes of the Han tribe's craftsmen and researchers, there was a universally acknowledged fact. Their leader possessed unparalleled talent in the field of mechanical manufacturing. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say his intellect bordered on the supernatural. This wasn't just because Han Feng had led them in developing many practical and excellent inventions. What commanded even more admiration was Han Feng's judgment regarding the direction of research and development for various devices. he had never once miscalculated. As long as it was an R&D direction proposed by Han Feng, and everyone strictly followed his instructions, things usually went very smoothly. Therefore, in the eyes of the Han tribe citizens, Han Feng was practically a god with cheat codes enabled. He truly seemed capable of seeing 500 years into the past and 500 years into the future. But Han Feng actually did have a cheat code. His knowledge from his previous life, which surpassed this world by thousands of years, was his greatest cheat. Thus, when Gu Cheng heard Han Feng discuss the future development direction of clocks, and his idea of shrinking a clock down to the size of a coin so it could be carried around or even worn on the wrist, Gu Cheng couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. If he could create such pocket watches and wristwatches with his own hands, what a tremendous stroke of fortune that would be. Thank you, leader, for pointing the way. I will definitely make these things as soon as possible. After a moment of inner excitement, Gu Cheng immediately cupped his hands and thanked Han Feng. He didn't know how to say pretty words, but his admiration for the leader was genuine. No rush, no rush. Han Feng waved his hand without looking up. His right hand was rapidly sketching something on a piece of white paper with a pencil. Just a moment later, he had drawn concept sketches of a small desk alarm clock, a pocket watch with a chain, and a wristwatch. He placed them in front of Gu Cheng and said, "Here, this is what I imagine the 3 types of clocks will look like. This larger one can be called an alarm clock. This small one with a chain is a pocket watch, and the one worn on the hand is a wristwatch. Making them the size of a coin is fine, though the thickness can be a bit more, otherwise you definitely won't be able to fit all those parts inside. In the future, we will establish a clock factory specifically to produce various timepieces. Mantle clocks and wall clocks will definitely be more for household use, while pocket watches and wristwatches will be personal items. As for this small alarm clock, it's suitable for students to remind them of their daily schedules. Given your experience in developing mechanical clocks and striking clocks, these things definitely won't stump you. It's nothing more than miniaturizing the various parts and then assembling them. The difficulty of this work lies in how to machine qualified miniature parts, like gears. The gears in a wristwatch might only be the size of a bean, and the teeth on them might not even be clearly visible without a magnifying glass. Machining such precision parts will definitely be challenging, so you don't need to rush this for now. First, get the capital's clock tower sorted out. Then, you can go to the second institute and custom order an ultra-small, high-precision machine tool. Although they aren't good at making clocks, when it comes to mechanical machining, your first institute can't compare to them. You guys can exchange ideas and learn from each other then. Han Feng gave Gu Cheng the casually drawn sketches and briefed him on his future development direction. Gu Cheng was naturally endlessly grateful. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, leader." Even his thanks were clean and crisp. Han Feng quite liked people like this, those who worked earnestly and didn't waste words. Such people were very endearing. All right, you both have your respective tasks memorized. Ao Fei, you need to compile the textbooks. Gu Cheng, you need to get the clock tower sorted out first before researching the others. Also, Ao Fei, when you get back, pass a message to the other teams in your first institute. Tell them to also compile a set of textbooks. You will be in charge of this matter. Collect them all and deliver them to me when they're done. Having assigned the tasks, Han Feng suddenly remembered something and gave the 2 of them some final instructions. Understood, subordinate obeys. Ao Fei quickly cupped his hands and accepted the errand. Gu Cheng also cupped his hands in salute beside him, though this time he didn't speak. All right, you 2 head back first. I won't keep you for a meal." Han Feng waved his hand again, joking. The 2 didn't mind Han Feng's words. After excusing themselves, they walked out together. Han Feng took a few more looks at the striking clock in his study, then called a guard to help him set it up properly. He was very fond of it. And this off-axis shutter camera. This is good too. It's just a pity that the Han tribe currently doesn't have plastic film or color photographic paper, so we still can't replicate something like the Leica camera from my past life. It's a bit of a shame. I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to see the advent of color photos in this lifetime. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly before throwing himself back into his work. On the other side, after Ao Fei and Gu Cheng returned to the Comprehensive Research Institute on the Lake Island, they immediately began handling the tasks assigned by the leader. Ao Fei first relayed the order to compile textbooks to every team, then led his own optics team in compiling their research results from over the years. Gu Cheng, having received Han Feng's concept sketches and the future development direction for clocks, was equally overjoyed. However, he didn't have the time to work on those things right now. He first had someone find a few architecture experts, explain the clock tower Han Feng had described to them, and asked each of them to come up with a construction plan for the clock tower, complete with architectural blueprints. This was what he had to do right now. Only by knowing the actual dimensions of this clock tower, that is, how big the casing of this supersized mantle clock would be, could he know how large the parts he needed to put inside should be. The temporarily formed clock tower team busied themselves and finally drew up several styles for the clock tower. However, Gu Cheng didn't make the decision directly. He carefully had someone deliver the various architectural plans to Han Feng for him to choose. After all, Han Feng had issued this task, and Han Feng was the one who proposed building the clock tower. Naturally, they had to satisfy Han Feng first. Only after Han Feng made his choice could they proceed to the next step of their work. Meanwhile, the ship transporting the hunting rifles to the northern Heiyuan commandery finally arrived. Chu Bing had already returned to the Salt Lake camp with the main force of the Divine Strategy Guards and the 1,000 militiamen. Along the way, they encountered several sneak attacks by giant apes. Although the Divine Strategy Guards killed them all, no one felt happy about it. All signs indicated that there was definitely still a large number of giant apes in the forest. But the Divine Strategy Guards couldn't stay here playing hunting games every day, so this matter still had to rely on the local civilians to save themselves. Setting everything else aside, a sturdy city was absolutely essential. No matter what, they had to give the civilians a safe place to settle down so they wouldn't have to sleep with one eye open. The 2,000 double-barreled hunting rifles sent by Han Feng were received jointly by Yu Yi and Chu Bing on the day they arrived. Yu Yi was responsible for gathering able-bodied civilians for training, while Chu Bing led the regular soldiers of the Divine Strategy Guards to train the militia in using the firearms. As for the formal establishment of Heiyuan Commandery and the construction of the city, that was naturally the responsibility of Yu Yi, the governor of Heiyuan Commandery. Although Heiyuan Commandery didn't have a large population right now, with only about 7,000 able-bodied men, 2,000 of whom were receiving training from the Divine Strategy Guards, and more than half of the rest needed to work to maintain daily life, Heiyuan Commandery still didn't lack the labor needed to build a city. The reason was that ever since the 30,000 male and female slaves were sent back to the tribe at the beginning of the year, the Divine Strategy Guards had captured many more slaves during the third phase of the combat operations. Han Feng had explicitly stated that these slaves didn't need to be sent back, which meant Yu Yi could decide their fate himself. Since even leader Han Feng had given the word, what else was there to say? Just send these slaves to build the city. Once the city of Heiyuan Commandery was built, if there were still any slaves alive, they could be sent to the asphalt lake to the west to mine asphalt, squeezing out their final bit of value while extracting a significant amount of resources for the tribe. Regardless of how they were handled in the end, Yu Yi and the others wouldn't lose out. Although Han Feng had initially said the commandery capital of Heiyuan Commandery should be located in the Salt Lake region, Yu Yi wasn't foolish enough to take it literally and insist on building the city right next to the Salt Lakes. Anyone with half a brain knew the land around the Salt Lakes was definitely saline alkali soil. How could such land grow crops to feed the civilians in the city? Therefore, the location Yu Yi chose to build the city was to the southeast of the Salt Lake region. It was a sizable plain with enough surrounding land for tens of thousands of people to farm. The grain grown there could easily feed 100,000 people. There was a freshwater source nearby for irrigation, and not far away was a branch of the mountain range from the hunting grounds. With mountains, water, and trees, they wouldn't have to worry about firewood or timber. Even without crop stocks, the civilians here wouldn't lack firewood to burn, and the massive amount of timber needed to build the city could be sourced locally. Of course, cutting trees was one thing, but the Han tribe couldn't allow civilians to log indiscriminately. The areas where civilians were allowed to gather firewood were pre-designated specific mountains, and even then, they could only cut branches. They certainly couldn't chop down whole trees. The official logging areas also had strict requirements. From now on, the forests were public property of the tribe. Logging required paying taxes, and trees could only be cut according to specific size regulations. Trees that weren't thick enough couldn't be cut, saplings couldn't be cut, and dead or diseased trees had to be actively removed. In short, indiscriminate logging was forbidden. Even when cutting trees, one could only cut what was needed. Yu Yi took the construction of Heiyuan Commandery very seriously. From a young age, he had followed his older brother Yu Fu wandering around. After joining the Han tribe, He had even taken it upon himself to lead people on a boat expedition north, a journey that lasted several years. With his increasing age and his years of experience in the north, recruiting tribes to join, leading people to farm and live, and organizing foreign wars alongside Chu Bing, his once uninhibited and wild nature had finally settled down over the past few years. Now that the leader had appointed him as the governor of Heiyuan Commandery, a high-ranking regional official, he devoted himself entirely to managing Heiyuan Commandery well. The initial infrastructure construction was only the first step. It was a hard requirement for the civilians' survival and maintaining the tribe's rule. How to ensure the civilians lived a good life later on was even more important. In Yu Ye's plan, due to the climate and geography of Heiyuan Commandery, agriculture definitely didn't have much of a future here. Farming here could sustain the local civilians' lives, but that was about it. There would be enough to eat and drink, but basically no surplus. Using surplus grain to brew alcohol was practically impossible. Therefore, he placed his main operational focus on animal husbandry. There were large numbers of yaks and alpacas here, which could provide not only beef but also textiles and leather. There were also the furs provided by various prey in the forest. These were all specialty products that could fetch a high price in the south. But having these wasn't enough. Yu Yi also wanted to fully utilize Heiyuan Commandery's geographical advantage. What was Heiyuan Commandery's advantage? It was cold enough. With a harsh winter lasting at least 6 months a year, the civilians had almost nothing to do during this time. When people are idle, trouble easily brews. So he had to find a way to utilize this surplus labor to create wealth, rather than letting them sit around with full bellies looking for trouble. After much thought, Yu Yi decided to build the largest cold storage facility, or ice house, in the entire Han tribe right here in Heiyuan Commandery, to store and sell ice blocks. The Han tribe didn't have refrigeration technology, so storing ice blocks was very important to them. Previously, there were ice houses in the Hanyang 8 Commanderies region, but none were very large, and the demand across the Han tribe wasn't massive either. But Yu Yi felt that selling ice blocks wasn't without opportunity. Ever since the war against the cannibals officially began, he had spent a lot of time with Chu Bing. Through their daily chats, Yu Yi learned that Han Feng was developing the southern and central regions very rapidly, with all trades and professions booming. Setting everything else aside, the coastal fishing industry alone was a sector that desperately needed ice blocks, yet their local area didn't produce ice, so it had to be transported from the central regions. However, the land in the central regions was fertile, and there were many industries to engage in during the winter. The civilians could make money doing almost anything. Who would bother going out in the dead of winter to harvest ice blocks? The Hanyang 8 commanderies didn't care to make this money, but Yu Yi was interested. Anyway, their winters were long, and they had plenty of ice. Digging some ice houses to store it wouldn't cause any loss even if it didn't sell. It would just waste some manpower. And that manpower was idle during the winter anyway, so it would be a waste not to use it. After thinking it over, Yu Yi felt it was doable. The main reason was that the Han tribe now had flying fish ships. From Heiyuan Commandery to Cheongzhou Island in the far south, it would take at most a month. With this transportation speed, shipping ice blocks was already technologically feasible. However, he still wasn't entirely confident, so he sought out Chu Bing, who was responsible for training the militia, and shared this idea with him. Your idea is not bad. And in my opinion, the scale of your ice house could be even larger. I received some news from back home that the tribe's demand for ice blocks might increase sharply in the future. After hearing Yu Ye's proposal, Chu Bing suddenly dropped a bombshell. Increase sharply? What do you mean? Are you saying the South might need a massive amount of ice in the future? Hearing Chu Bing's suggestion, Yu Ye's interest was immediately piqued. He was counting on selling ice to make money, so naturally, the more he sold, the better. It should be. A few days ago, my wife, Lady Jean, sent a letter. I think I mentioned to you that my wife is from the same clan as the leader's second wife, and she currently helps me manage the photography studio in the Hanyang Commandery area. She wrote to tell me that recently the leader mentioned starting some sort of food industry, using mechanical factories to produce new types of food and beverages. Among them is an ale brewed from wheat. Unlike white liquor, this ale is perfect for summer drinking and has a heat-relieving effect. It has a low alcohol content, making it suitable for heavy drinking without getting you as drunk as white liquor. If it can be chilled with ice before drinking, the taste will be even more refreshing. Besides ale, there's also some kind of fruit soda, which is another heat-relieving beverage meant to be served chilled. Additionally, there are things like canned meat. The transportation and preservation of these meats will also require a large amount of ice to keep them fresh. However, these food industries haven't been fully established yet. But I feel this is definitely a market. In the future, the places that need ice will absolutely not be limited to the coastal fishermen. That's why I think you should scale it up. If you don't believe me, Uncle you can write a letter to ask the leader. It never hurts to ask an extra question about these things. Our Heiyuan commandery is already far from the central hub, but we still need to keep up with current events. If the food industry suddenly takes off in the future and we don't have the ice to support it, that would be a missed opportunity. Hearing Yu Ye's inquiry, Chu Bing shared the news he had received without holding anything back. Chu Bing's wife really did know about this. The reason, of course, started with Han Feng. When he was experimenting, he brewed too much beer for his own family to finish. So, Xiao Dai and Zhaoning each sent some to their respective maternal families, which naturally included Chu Bing's wife, Lady Zhan. Thus, the news of the food industry spread along with the beer. Food industry? Ale and soda? What are those? Is what you're saying really true? Is it reliable? After hearing Chu Bing's explanation, Yu Yi immediately frowned in deep thought. Chu Bing was right. Yu Yi was indeed too far removed from the Han tribe's central hub, and for too long. Although the arrival of the Divine Strategy Guards had brought him a lot of new information, the Han tribe was constantly developing, and at an extremely fast pace. Yu Yi was indeed somewhat disconnected from the Han tribe's cutting edge, so it was hard for him to tell if Chu Bing's news was true or false. Sai, didn't I just say? I learned this news from my wife's letter. Where else would I get specific details? Uncle Yu, if you're unsure, just write a letter and ask the leader. Since the food industry was proposed by the leader, no one's words are more reliable than the leader's himself. Writing a letter to ask isn't much effort, Chu Bing suggested again. You're right. I'll write to the leader right now. You should also think about whether you have anything to report or any letters for your family. We can send them back together so we don't waste a messenger trip. Yu Yi nodded earnestly and immediately took out paper and pen to write the letter. He also asked Chu Bing in passing, since it was an eagle delivery. Carrying one letter was the same as carrying 10. They shouldn't waste the eagle ticket. Chu Bing thought for a moment. He didn't have anything official to report, and in a month or two, he would be leading his troops back anyway. However, he could write a letter home. His wife had been pregnant since he left, and calculating the time, she was due to give birth in the next month or two. He had to send his regards no matter what. At the same time, Chu Bing had the orderlies of the guard company go through the camp to ask if anyone wanted to write letters home, so they could collect them and send them back together. As soon as the order was given, a wave of letter writing swept through the military camp. Fortunately, this wasn't too troublesome. The giant eagles raised by the Han tribe were massive and could easily snatch up an antelope while flying. Delivering some letters was truly no big deal. Even if all 2,000+ people in the camp wrote a letter each, how much weight could that really be? That night, all the letters were collected, bundled up, rolled tight, and stuffed into 2 bamboo tubes. The lids were put on, sealed with paper strips, and then sealed with wax. They were sent out via Giant Eagle that very night. 2 days later, Han Feng, who was staying at home, received the 2 bamboo tubes of letters. The guards opened the tubes in front of him and then sorted all the letters by mailing address to be dispatched separately. Yu Ye's own letter was left in Han Feng's hands. The letter naturally contained what Chu Bing had discussed. Yu Yi first greeted Han Feng, then asked if the news about the food industry was true. He also mentioned his plan to build an ice house. The ice house would not only generate wealth, but also solve the problem of the civilians having nothing to do during the long winter. However, regarding the scale of the ice house, Chu Bing had suggested making it larger, so Yu Yi wanted to hear Han Feng's opinion on the matter. Additionally, Han Feng proposed an idea regarding this matter: product standardization. Ice blocks are also a commodity, right? Since they are a commodity, they should naturally be subjected to standardized management. First, a standard volume for the ice blocks had to be established. How long, wide, and high should a standard ice block be? This standard size had to control the weight to make it convenient for personnel to carry, for ships to transport, and for the ice factory to store. It would also make pricing easier. When trading in the future, there would be no need to weigh them with a scale. They would just be sold by the standard-sized block. A certain price per block. This would make accounting easier and give buyers a clear concept of how big the ice blocks were and exactly how much they were getting. Second was the quality grading of the ice blocks. According to Han Feng's idea, The ice blocks would be preliminarily divided into 3 standards. The lowest grade was the refrigeration grade, used for building ice houses or cold storage to preserve fresh food, including chilling seafood. The mid-grade standard was the fresh chilled grade. These could be placed in wooden buckets or boxes to chill beer and soda. The highest quality was the food grade. This grade of ice had the highest hygiene standards. First, the water source for freezing had to be the best. Mountain spring water would be perfect. Second, hygiene had to be strictly maintained during harvesting and transportation because, just as the name implied, food-grade ice could be consumed directly. For example, adding it directly to drinks or using it as a base for seafood platters. In short, it was the kind of ice you could eat without worry. Even though it was just a simple block of ice, with Hanfeng's grading system, it could be sold at 3 different price points, and the profit margins would naturally be higher than selling uniform ice blocks. This was the mind of a businessman. Aside from confirming the food industry and suggesting the grading of ice blocks, Hanfeng also offered his opinion on the construction of the ice factory. He suggested finding a mountainous area near a water source and hollowing out the mountain to build a warehouse for storing ice. Furthermore, it would be best to build an enclosed corridor leading directly to the docks to minimize the time the ice blocks were exposed to the sun. If it was on flat ground, they should just dig a deep pit and build a massive ice house at the bottom. The excavated dirt could be piled directly on top of the ice house to create an artificial hill. A thick layer of soil or rock is extremely effective for heat insulation. There wasn't much else to instruct. As for the scale of the ice factory, the bigger the better. In the future, once beer and soda became popular across the various commanderies of the Han tribe, there would definitely be a massive market. Especially in the south, where the hot weather lasted longer. As long as the price of ice wasn't too expensive, there would absolutely be no situation where it couldn't be sold. After finishing the reply, Hanfeng immediately had the guards send the letter out, and then began to fantasize about the Han tribe's beautiful future life. Seafood, lamb skewers, barbecue, chilled beer, and soda, all enjoyed under the glow of the luminescent fluorescent willow. He couldn't help but look forward to this relaxing summer life. On the other side, Hanfeng's reply was quickly delivered to Yu Yi. Seeing Hanfeng's affirmative answer, as well as his suggestions and support, both he and Chu Bing were overjoyed. They immediately began preparing to build the ice factory according to Hanfeng's ideas. First was finding a suitable location and water source. Yu Yi actually had an idea for this, the original River Valley Camp. The River Valley Camp was located in a valley named for the wide stretch of river running through it. Once Heiyuan Commandery was built, the civilians here would migrate to the new commandery capital. This would leave the original camp in the river valley empty. Yu Yi planned to build the ice factory right on the site of the original camp. Although it was a river valley with mountains on both sides, there was still a stretch of open ground next to the river. After comprehensive consideration, Yu Yi did not adopt the plan of hollowing out the mountain to build the ice house, because the engineering volume of excavating the mountain was too massive. With that time and manpower, it would be better to just dig a deep pit at the original campsite, build a massive basement, an underground ice house, and then pile the excavated dirt on top to form a hill once it was built. At first glance, it seemed like a massive amount of engineering, but it was actually much easier than excavating the mountain. After all, digging dirt wasn't that hard, but chiseling through solid rock was incredibly difficult. With the plan finalized, Yu Yi began active preparations. However, Chu Bing wouldn't be staying here much longer. He now only had the task of training the militia to use the hunting rifles. Once that task was completed, he could lead his troops back at any time. The two men began to busy themselves with their respective tasks. Yu Yi continued to supervise the construction of Heiyuan Commandery every day, while Chu Bing earnestly trained the militia. In truth, there wasn't much to train when it came to using a hunting rifle. It was just shooting a gun. The greatest advantage of firearms is that they allow an ordinary person to quickly acquire the ability to kill the enemy. Training a firearm-equipped army was much faster than training archers. Chu Bing's main task was actually to help Yu Yi establish a militia framework here, including arranging future training methods and organizing hunting operations. To put it simply, it was about establishing rules here so that Yu Yi could manage things more easily. But Yu Yi wasn't entirely clueless either. He had assisted Chu Bing in completing this northern expedition and had mingled with the soldiers of the Divine Strategy Guards all day. After nearly a year of observation, he already had a clear understanding of military structure, management, and daily training. If he were asked to lead an army now, He might not do as well as Chu Bing, but he wouldn't be completely incompetent either. By early June of the second year of the Great Mandate, Chu Bing finally couldn't stay any longer. It wasn't that he disliked Yu Yi or the civilians of Heiyuan Commandery, but his wife was about to give birth. Even though he knew that even if he set out immediately, he wouldn't make it back in time for the birth, he still wanted to go back and see them, even if it was just one day earlier. Thus, on the 15th of June, the main force of the Divine Strategy Guards stood ready to depart. Yu Yi and tens of thousands of northern civilians came to see them off. The 2,600-plus men who had come were still 2,600-plus men when they left, but they also brought back 7 coffins. Although the Divine Strategy Guards possessed the most advanced firearms of this era, injuries and sacrifices were inevitable in close-quarters combat. In this era, with almost no medical facilities, an injury could mean death. In one northern expedition, the Divine Strategy Guards still lost 7 men. This didn't include the militiamen who sacrificed their lives participating in the operations. About a dozen of them had also died. However, compared to the results of this northern expedition, such small casualties seemed insignificant. Therefore, even though they were bringing coffins back, the troops didn't feel much sorrow, only a sense of regret for those fallen brothers. They hadn't lost. The Divine Strategy Guards had achieved a great victory, a triumphant return. It was just a pity that those few brothers couldn't stand and return with them. But they still had comrades, families, and children. The Han tribe's conscription system ensured that every one of them had descendants to carry on their line. In the days to come, not only would their surviving comrades look after them, but the tribe wouldn't abandon them either. Generous pensions and preferential policies were enough to ensure their families lived well. Finally, the Divine Strategy Guards boarded the ships for the return voyage. The 2 munitions ships temporarily modified for the expedition were also taken back. Yu Yi and the civilians of Heiyuan Commandery waved goodbye from the shore until the fleet gradually sailed out of sight. The Divine Strategy Guards had returned, and the northern expedition was completely over. The North had established Heiyuan Commandery, and the civilians here could finally live in peace. The cannibals had been completely wiped out by the Han tribe. Perhaps there were still some fleeing cannibal descendants in this world, but they had left this place under the strikes of the Divine Strategy Guards. Although they would still face the threat of the giant apes, the disappearance of the annoying cannibals was ultimately a good thing. The remaining giant apes were nothing more than a type of ferocious beast. With so many hunters and militiamen in Heiyuan Commandery, they would eventually drive this species to complete extinction. On the 15th day of the 6th month in the second year of the Great Mandate, Chu Bing led the Divine Strategy Guards on their official triumphant return voyage. On the day of their departure, Yu Yi sent an eagle message to Han Feng, informing him of the exact date the Divine Strategy Guards would return. The underlying meaning was that if Han Feng had any arrangements, he could start preparing in advance, for instance, how the Divine Strategy Guards would be utilized in the future. Han Feng received the letter 2 days later and naturally understood Yu Ye's implication. He already had plans for the Divine Strategy Guards. The Divine Strategy Guards had been out fighting for nearly a full year. The first thing they needed upon returning was rest and reorganization. In other words, a vacation. Of course, they couldn't just disband and send everyone home all at once. It would be done in rotating shifts. After their leave, Han Feng planned to dispatch the Divine Strategy Guards to the various regional garrisons to act as instructors, training the local troops on how to use firearms. This way, once Xing'an Commandery produced the new rifles, he could rapidly re-equip all the Han tribe's armies with firearms. By the time the capital was built and all the Han tribe's armies were re-equipped with firearms, Han Feng could take the opportunity to establish the system, declare himself emperor, and found the nation. If possible, he could even expand their territory a bit more. After all, the Han tribe currently had no ongoing wars and no enemies on its borders. The only thing that could be considered a threat was the grasslands to the west. The Han tribe's capital was located on the eastern side of the grasslands, separated only by Honghu Lake. But Honghu Lake was not enough to serve as a barrier for the capital. If the nomadic tribes of the grasslands truly intended to launch a military campaign against the capital, they could invade from both the north and south of Honghu Lake. Coupled with the nomads' massive number of horses and highly mobile cavalry, once they made their move, it would only take them a few days to reach the capital. Even if the Han tribe stationed troops at the northern and southern ends of Honghu Lake to block the vital land routes, the surface of Honghu Lake itself remained a vulnerability for the capital. If the grassland people used boats to launch a surprise attack across the water at the capital's rear, it might be even faster than a cavalry charge over land. After all, no matter how big Honghu Lake was, it was still just a lake. Crossing it in a sailboat would take no more than 2 days, posing a massive threat to the capital's defense. Therefore, Han Feng had many plans regarding the protection of the capital after the nation's founding. Currently, the Han tribe's power on the grasslands was concentrated in 2 main areas: the Honghu Three Commanderies and the mainland side of the cross-sea bridge connecting to Cheongzhou Island. The territory around the cross-sea bridge had been seized from the Prairie Wolf tribe and was considered alpine meadow terrain. Although it hadn't been formally established as a commandery yet, the presence of the engineering teams meant there were tens of thousands of laborers and thousands of slaves there. Ordinary forces couldn't possibly conquer it. The Honghu Three Commanderies were a bit unique. Honghu Lake was an inland freshwater lake with a massive surface area, shaped like a long strip, long from north to south, and narrow from east to west. The Han tribe's capital was being built on the eastern shore of Honghu Lake, while the narrow western shore was originally divided among 3 factions. The Han tribe's Kaiyuan Commandery could be considered the center point of the western shore. The area south of this center point had been seized from Moden, and later Zhongwu Commandery and Benhai Commandery were established there. This meant they completely controlled the territory from the central grasslands all the way south to the coast. However, the vast, lush lands along the lake north of Kaiyuan Commandery were still controlled by the Surida tribe. This was a threat to the capital. Of course, to the Han tribe, which was about to possess repeating firearms, it wasn't much of a threat. But Han Feng simply refused to leave such a hidden danger. Therefore, he planned to bring the entire western shore of Honghu Lake under the Han tribe's control, and perhaps even the entire grasslands, turning the western grasslands into the Han tribe's backyard and pasture. While Han Feng was in his study pondering the strategic defensive deployment for the future capital, 4-year-old little Luo Chung walked in, supporting his younger brother Luo Ji. Luo Ji was the 4th child in the family, just a little over a year old now. However, if calculated by Earth's calendar, the little guy was about a year and a half old, just starting to learn how to walk. He could now take slow steps while being supported. Dad, look! 4th brother can walk, little Luo Chung shouted as he supported his brother into the study. Behind him, Han Feng's 2nd daughter, Luo Lan, also followed, leading the 3rd child, Luo Xing. Luo Chung and Luo Lan both acted like little adults, already starting to help take care of the younger children. Meanwhile, the 1-year-old 3rd and 4th children were still wearing split-crotch pants, babbling dad, mom, brother, and sister, but unable to say much else. Why did you all come over? Be careful not to bump into anything. You're so small yourself, and you're already taking care of your brothers? Can you even carry them? Don't drop them, Han Feng said nervously as soon as he saw the 4 kids squeeze into the room. Dad, I'm not small. Look, I can carry him. As Luo Chung spoke, he picked up the 4th child as if claiming credit. The baby didn't cry, but he was clearly uncomfortable being squeezed by his brother's short little arms, grunting and struggling to get back on the ground. All right, Dad knows you're strong. Put your brother down quickly, don't drop him. Han Feng felt his scalp tingle looking at these kids. They were so tiny. A 4-year-old child. In his previous life, that was just a kid starting preschool. A kid that small didn't know anything. What could they possibly do? Babysit. Dad. Just then, the 3rd child, Luo Xing, also called out indistinctly, reaching out his 2 arms for a hug. Left with no choice, Han Feng went over and picked the child up. But before he had even held him for a minute, he felt a warm, wet sensation on his chest. Holy crap, he actually peed. Little Luo Xing wasn't satisfied with just peeing. He wrapped his arms around Han Feng's neck and started giggling. You little brat, I bet you did that on purpose. Next time you need to pee, tell me in advance, understand? Han Feng scolded the disobedient children as he walked outside, calling for Xiao Dai and Zhang Ning as he went. The 2 women were currently outside discussing changing the summer sleeping mats with the maids. Hearing Han Feng call, they quickly ran over. Come look at your son. The little brat peed all over me. Han Feng handed the child to Zhang Ning, while Xiao Dai busied herself getting Han Feng a change of clothes. The other 3 children also ran out of the study and gathered around Zhang Ning. Han Feng went into the bedroom to change, but he could hear Zhang Ning scolding the children outside. What's wrong with you 2? I told you the study is where your father works. You can't just go in there. Our courtyard is so big, isn't it enough for you to run around in? Inside the bedroom, Xiao Dai asked as she helped Han Feng change out of his soiled clothes. I saw a guard deliver a letter to you earlier, and then you were spacing out in the study. Is there some difficult matter? Han Feng buttoned his shirt, shook his head, and said, It's nothing. Just a letter from Heiyuan Commandery in the north, saying Chu Bing is leading the Divine Strategy Guards back. Nothing else. Now that the northern expedition is officially over, the entire north is stabilized. Right now, the Hanyang 8 commanderies are developing very well. Although Heiyuan Commandery in the north is just starting its construction, the civilians there have been living there for 3 or 4 years, so I'm not too worried. So I was thinking, since there's nothing to worry about in the north anymore, why don't we just move to the capital in the south? What do you think? Han Feng asked Xiao Dai as he finished dressing. Go to the capital? Isn't it still under construction? The houses aren't built, and there are no civilians living there. I bet there isn't even a place to buy things. What would we do there now? Xiao Dai asked, puzzled. It's exactly because it's not built yet that we should go. Our new home is being built right now. You can see if there's anything you're unsatisfied with, and it won't be too late to change it. Otherwise, once it's built, it'll be hard to make modifications. Besides, our whole family will definitely settle in the capital in the future. Going there now is also to let you get used to it in advance. Anyway, the third and fourth children are over a year old now, so even taking a boat won't be a problem. Han Feng continued to coax Xiao Dai. In truth, it was simply because he couldn't sit still and wanted to go see the capital himself. This was the place where he would declare himself emperor and found his nation. Naturally, he wanted to plan it personally. Xiao Dai tossed the dirty clothes into a basket, her brow slightly furrowed. After a long moment, she said, Going south is fine, but I don't want to go to the capital right now. There's nothing there. I saw the photos Yuji sent back. It's still just a massive construction site. Where would we live if we went? There isn't even a place to play, no markets to stroll through, and buying daily necessities would be inconvenient. Husband, if we must go south, let's live in Tuahai Commandery for a few years. Once the capital is built, we can move over. Sister Tang Yao is also not far from there. We can invite her to live with us. Our whole family can live in Tuahai Commandery. Tuahai Commandery has been built for years, and tens of thousands of civilians live there. They have markets and docks, so buying things for daily life would be much more convenient. Plus, Tuahai Commandery is close to the capital. If you're worried about the construction, you can go check on it anytime. Once the railway from Tuahai Commandery to the capital is finished, it'll be convenient for our whole family to go over together. What do you think? Xiao Dai saw right through Han Feng's true intentions. What getting used to it in advance? It was just that he didn't trust the people doing the work. Having lived with Han Feng for so many years and borne him 2 children, how could she not understand his temperament? This man just couldn't stop worrying and couldn't sit idle. He wanted to do everything himself and stick his nose into tasks he had already delegated. It was simply that Han Feng wanted to go see the construction site himself, but insisted on dragging the whole family along. However, going south wasn't a bad idea. Xiao Dai wasn't opposed to going south, otherwise she wouldn't have suggested Tuahai Commandery. Han Feng thought about it and realized it made sense. The capital really had nothing right now, mainly because there weren't many civilians living there. There wasn't even a place to buy eggs, vegetables, or meat on a normal day. He wasn't the type to raise chickens himself and wait for them to lay eggs. If he took the whole family there, they couldn't exactly eat from the communal pot with the workers, could they? How old were the 4 kids? Even if the 3 adults were fine, the children couldn't handle that. Madam makes a good point. Let's go ask Zhang Ying and hear her thoughts. Han Feng nodded and asked again. All right, let's go ask now. Xiao Dai nodded in agreement. The 2 immediately went to the living room and approached Zhang Ying and the 4 children. The family of 7 sat on the solid wood sofa, which was padded with cushions and summer sleeping mats. Each adult held a child. Han Feng held the 2 older ones, while Xiao Dai sat next to Zhang Ying and brought up Han Feng's proposal to move south. Zhang Ying thought for a moment and didn't object, but she reminded Han Feng, it's fine if husband wants to personally supervise the capital's construction. And sister Xiao Dai's suggestion to live in Tuahai Commandery works too, but I don't recommend going so soon. Hearing Zhang Ying say this, Han Feng, Xiao Dai, and the 2 older children all looked at her. Why do you say that? Han Feng asked directly. Husband, just like sister Xiao Dai said, we don't even have a place to live if we go now. And I've heard the summers in the south are hot and humid, nowhere near as dry and comfortable as here in Hanyang Commandery. Hanyang Commandery is only cold in the winter. So why don't we wait until autumn here before we go? It's already mid-June, the middle of summer. It's only a matter of a few months. If husband has made up his mind, you can write to Governor Lin right now and have him prepare a courtyard for us. 2 or 3 months is plenty of time, even if he has to build a new one from scratch. Besides, husband still has a lot of things to do here. The Divine Strategy Guards will be back in a month or 2. Chu Bing's child is due any day now. By the time Chu Bing returns, it'll probably be just in time for the child's 1-month celebration. Shouldn't husband show some gesture then? And with the army returning triumphant, shouldn't you, as the leader, show some appreciation? Also, the barley at the mechanized farm in Luoyang Commandery will be ready for harvest in a couple of months. Are we going to use that barley to brew that beer? What will the farm plant next year? Don't you need to arrange all of this? I know husband is anxious about the capital's construction, but no matter how anxious you are, 2 or 3 months won't make a difference, right? Wait for the victorious army to return. Wait to drink at Chu Bing's child's celebration. During these 2 or 3 months, you can arrange the follow-up matters here. By then, it will be autumn, and our new courtyard in Tuahai Commandery will probably be ready. We can all take a boat down together. By the time we reach the south, the most sweltering season will have passed. Wouldn't that be perfect? Han Feng and Xiao Dai smacked their lips as they listened. They had to admit, what Jianing said was much more feasible. They really didn't have a suitable place to live if they went now. Having to Shu build them a courtyard in Tuahai Commandery would work. And he really couldn't leave Hanyang Commandery right now. Even if he left right after Chu Bing returned, that would still be a month or 2 away. Jianing was right. No matter how anxious he was, a month or 2 wouldn't hurt. All right, we'll do as you two ladies say. I'll write to Shu right away. Do you two have any requests for our new courtyard? Han Feng nodded, settling the matter of moving south, then immediately changed the subject. Dad, can we have a big courtyard? I want to bring my little train and lay down a longer track. Can we? Before Xiao Dai and Jianing could speak, Han Feng's eldest son, sitting in his lap, was the first to make a request. Han Feng chuckled but didn't agree outright. We can bring the little train, but the courtyard won't be that much bigger. We'll only be living there for 2 years. Once the palace is built, we'll have to move again. When we move into the palace, I'll get you a huge courtyard. The palace grounds are even bigger than Hanyang City itself. Okay. Then when the time comes, can you get me a bigger train, Dad? I'll be 6 or 7 by then, and I might not fit in this one anymore. Hearing that the palace was bigger than Hanyang City, little Luo Chung lit up. He even started counting on his fingers to figure out how old he'd be. He spoke with such certainty, but who could predict what would happen in a few years? He might get tired of the train by then and not want to ride it anymore. Han Feng ignored that part, but Xiao Dai and Jianing were contemplating his earlier question. Chang'er is right. Our new courtyard should be a bit larger, Jianing said first. We'll definitely be bringing Sister Tang Yao to live with us, and she'll surely bear children for you, husband. If the courtyard is too small, it won't be enough space, and it would be unfair to Sister Tang Yao. Sister Ying is right, Xiao Dai added, chiming in to remind Han Feng. Husband, you need to treat this as a serious matter. Since we're moving south anyway, you should take this opportunity to marry Sister Tang Yao. Settle it once and for all. Formally bring the Tang tribe into the fold. We can't have the capital city built while the Tang tribe is still in limbo. Han Feng gave a wry smile. These 2 wives of his. In his past life, women would have wanted their husband all to themselves. But here and now, his 2 wives were actively trying to find him another one. He sighed internally. Perhaps this was just a characteristic of the era. No tribe chief had only one woman. If he did, they would probably think something was wrong. After all, the difficulty of procreation was deeply ingrained in the people of this age. In the earliest hunter-gatherer stages, hunting was risky for men. Even a minor injury could be fatal. Childbirth was equally dangerous for women, often resulting in the death of both mother and child. In such a context, the chief, as the most outstanding man in the tribe, had the priority right to reproduce. This was a principle so deeply ingrained it was practically etched into their bones. Even in the developed society of the 21st century, this was fundamentally the same. The terms chief and tribe were gone, but men with money, power, status, good looks, and height still found it easier to find partners. It was a memory embedded in the very marrow of humanity, something no one could change. Han Feng shook his head, clearing out these messy thoughts, and nodded in agreement. Xiao Dai had a point. Once the capital was built, it would be time to establish a nation. Han Feng couldn't leave the matter of the Tang tribe unresolved. It was indeed time to settle it. After moving south, he could formally marry Tang Yao. If she became pregnant, he could then use her pregnancy as a legitimate reason to take over the management of the Tang tribe, arguing that she shouldn't be overly burdened. He could implement this trusteeship model for a year or two. Then, when the Han tribe was ready to establish its nation, he could directly announce the merger of the Tang and Han tribes to form the Han Empire. That way, it wouldn't be about who was annexing whom, but a merger. The term merger would be more palatable for the people of the Tang tribe. Since they were already effectively under the Han tribe's control, what was the big deal about two tribes merging to become an empire? The family discussed the details of the new courtyard for a while longer. Afterward, Han Feng went to his study to write a letter to Shu. He informed him of the plan to move to Tuahai Prefecture in the autumn and asked him to arrange for a courtyard in the prefectural city. Finally, he inquired about the construction progress of the capital and asked if there was anything Shu needed him to bring along. Then he had a guard send the letter. With the new courtyard arranged, Han Feng began to sort out other affairs before his departure. He had to make sure the 8 prefectures in the Hanyang region were well organized before he left. He summoned another guard. The Shin's guard will be returning victorious soon. The barracks at the back mountain need to be cleaned. Check for any damages and have them repaired immediately. The soldiers must return to clean quarters. Assign this task to the Jinwu guard. Go and dispatch a small team to get it done. Yes, sir. I'll see to it at once. The guard accepted the order and left. Han Feng returned to his study, pulled out a fresh sheet of paper, and began listing out the tasks that needed to be done. The farm in Luoyang Prefecture had to be managed, along with the beer brewing project. The first crop of the season was corn, which had already been harvested and stored. The second crop was barley, which Han Feng had planted specifically for brewing beer. This had to be done. If there was going to be beer, a brewery had to be built. The supporting industries also needed to be established. Glass bottles, stamped tin plate bottle caps, the rubber seals inside the caps, and the printed labels for the bottles. These were all essential for bottled beer. Of course, the Han tribe's beer would also be sold as draft beer in barrels, so they would need to order some wooden kegs. That, however, didn't require special arrangements, as the lumber mill in Luoyang Prefecture could handle it. So, what needed to be arranged was the brewery's location, the beer's name, the person in charge, and the construction of supporting facilities. Han Feng thought for a moment and decided to handle it himself. He first went to Luoyang Prefecture to find Xian. Currently, the Han tribe's only centralized distillery for white liquor was in Weishan Prefecture, making it the sole producer of alcohol. However, Han Feng had no intention of putting the brewery there. Weishan was too close to the industrial zone, which was unsuitable for developing the food industry. It wasn't safe. So he chose Luoyang Prefecture. Luoyang had no heavy polluting industries. Its 3 largest factories were the shipyard, the lumber mill, and the paper mill. The shipyard produced almost no pollution, dealing only with wood. The lumber mill was much the same. The paper mill did cause some pollution, but the one in Luoyang was hardly a factory. Given its scale, it could only be called a workshop at present. So, taking advantage of his move south, Han Feng planned to carry out an industrial upgrade. He would shut down the paper workshop in Luoyang and move it south to establish a proper industrial paper factory. In the future, the primary raw material for paper would be bamboo, supplemented by wood, to reduce the industry's impact on the natural environment. After all, bamboo grew much faster than trees. With this, Luoyang Prefecture would be free of all polluting enterprises, making it a perfect location for a brewery. Furthermore, it was close to the inland waterway and had a dock, making transportation very convenient. When Han Feng arrived in Luoyang and explained the matter to Xian was immediately thrilled. The chief plans to build a brewery here in Luoyang Prefecture? Xian was ecstatic at the news. Luoyang didn't have any real star enterprises. The only one famous throughout the tribe was its shipyard, because all the sailboats the Han tribe used were built there. It couldn't help but be famous. That's right, a brewery. For that sparkling malt liquor I brewed with barley a while back. I remember Zhang Ing sent some to your family. You've tried it, haven't you? Han Feng nodded, confirming Xian's guess. Yes, the second lady did send some to my home. I've had it. The taste is very unique. It's a bit bitter, but it's incredibly refreshing in the summer. It really does help beat the heat. So, Chief, what's the plan for this brewery? Xian immediately confirmed, also sharing his thoughts on the beer. Although it was a new type of alcohol, Han Feng had to admit, the charm of beer, which had made it one of the world's top beverages in his past life, seemed to be universal. Many people here also enjoyed this alcoholic drink. The planum. I intend to build the factory here in Luoyang to brew and bottle the beer, then sell it throughout the Han tribe. But beer is different from white liquor. Its alcohol content is low, so people can drink a lot of it. Its sales volume will naturally be incomparable to white liquor. One factory definitely won't be able to supply the entire Han tribe. Therefore, the Luoyang brewery will only cover the northern regions. We will build another branch factory in the south. Han Feng began his analysis. A southern branch factory? What will be the relationship between the two? Will one be subordinate to the other? Shi Xian immediately grew tense. He was afraid Han Feng would set up a main brewery in the south that would directly manage the northern branch, leaving him without any control over the factory. Han Feng didn't expose his little scheme. Instead, he changed the subject. Do you know how the Han tribe's white liquor is sold now? Han Feng's sudden, seemingly unrelated question stumped Shi Xian. Of course, he knew the surface-level answer, but knowing the chief, he was certain Han Feng was asking about more than just the obvious. As expected, before he could answer, Han Feng explained it himself. Currently, only Weishan Prefecture produces white liquor for the entire Han tribe. So, the liquor has no name. The common people only know it as white liquor. It has a grain aroma, tastes spicy, and gets you drunk. The prefectures here in Hanyang only know the liquor is made in Weishan. In the south, they only know it's a liquor from the north. But this sales model is not conducive to the future of the white liquor business. For a business, the most important thing is the brand, the name. It should make people instantly know what it is, or even that it's the best or most unique of its kind. Do you understand what I'm saying? What the hell was Shi Xian supposed to understand? White liquor was white liquor. There was only one producer anyway, so what did the name matter? As long as it was white liquor, wasn't that enough? He shook his head honestly. But Shi Xian wasn't a fool. Although he didn't understand what Han Feng meant, he knew Han Feng was planning to name the future brewery or the beer itself. As for the benefits of a name, he didn't get it, but not knowing didn't matter. It wouldn't stop him from building a factory and brewing beer. Han Feng hadn't expected him to understand immediately, so he continued. At first, I thought of naming the beer Luoyang beer, but I felt that naming it after a place would make people from other prefectures feel no sense of belonging. Then I thought of the name Golden Sail Beer, since Luoyang builds sailboats. But I was afraid people would think it was a beer made specifically for sailors, so I scrapped that name too. Don't, Chief. I think both of those names are great. Luoyang doesn't have to be just our prefecture's name. It's also the name of our Han tribe's mother river. Naming it after the mother river would give everyone in the tribe a sense of belonging. And Golden Sail, that sounds good too. Drinking our Golden Sail beer will bring everyone smooth sailing. What a great sentiment. Why wouldn't that work? Shi Xian grew agitated. He really liked both names, but Han Feng had rejected them one after another. How could he not be worked up? This was a great opportunity to bring glory to Luoyang Prefecture. How could he let it slip away? No, I think there's a better name. One that can increase the beer's recognition and sales, Han Feng explained, seeing his agitation. Increase recognition? What do you mean? Shi Xian asked, confused. You need to understand one thing first. The beer we're going to sell hasn't appeared on a large scale in the tribe yet. The name Golden Sail is something I came up with myself. I know it's a good name, but it's not suitable right now. The most urgent task is to make people hear a name and immediately understand the beer's effect. That's why I'm going to name it Snowflake Beer. Han Feng shamelessly plagiarized a certain beer brand. The name Golden Sail Beer was certainly pleasant, but the two words snowflake were so accessible. It would be a waste not to use them. Snowflake. A flash of insight struck Shi Xian's mind, and he suddenly understood Han Feng's intention. He immediately analyzed it. The chief means to first use the name Snowflake Beer to build recognition for beer as a product. Snowflake Beer. Snowflakes are cold, they're frozen water. So when people hear it, they'll know this liquor is different from white liquor. It's cold, and drinking it in the summer can relieve the heat. The meaning of the word snowflake is to instill in people the concept that beer can beat the summer heat, right? Snap. Han Feng snapped his fingers in praise. Exactly. You get it instantly. For now, the people don't know what beer is. With white liquor already being so familiar, the most important thing is to differentiate it. The different category, beer, combined with the name snowflake, which sounds cool just by hearing it, will immediately make people understand that this is a summer beverage for beating the heat. Later, once people understand what beer is, we can use names with their own unique characteristics for other breweries. like Golden Sail beer. After Han Feng's explanation, Shi Xian understood. As the head of a prefecture, how could he not grasp such simple principles? Snowflake is good. Snowflake is good. Just hearing the name makes you feel cool. I wonder, Chief, how do you need me to cooperate with setting up this brewery? Shi Xian praised the name twice, no longer mentioning Luyang or Golden Sail. Han Feng thought for a moment before speaking. First, the location of this brewery must be convenient for transportation, but it can't occupy too much farmland. At the same time, it needs to be large enough. You will choose the site. In my mind, this brewery should be divided into at least 6 areas. First is the headquarters and administrative building, where the factory manager, accountants, and other management staff will work. Second are 2 storage areas, one for raw materials like barley and hops, and another for finished products, to temporarily store the bottled beer. Then there need to be 3 processing workshops, one for raw material processing and brewing, one for fermentation and cold storage, and one for bottling. This last one needs a keg filling line and a glass bottle filling line, and we should also reserve space for a future steel can filling line. All that together makes 6 areas, but it seems like it's still not enough. We should add a miscellaneous warehouse for things like packaging paper, twine, empty barrels, and glass bottles. Think about it. Are we missing anything else? Inside the Luyang prefectural office, as Han Feng spoke his thoughts, Shi Xian's brush flew across the paper, rapidly recording every item Han Feng mentioned. When he paused his writing and heard Han Feng's question, he thought for a moment to see if there was anything to add. Chief, what about water treatment? Brewing beer should require a lot of water, right? If this water needs to be treated beforehand, should we set up a dedicated area for that? Han Feng nodded in agreement. You're right. Making beer does use a lot of water, and those glass bottles will be recycled and reused. We can't just throw them away after they're sold. So we'll also need a workshop for washing the barrels and glass bottles. That workshop will also need a large amount of water. Add that to the water used for brewing, and we'll definitely need a dedicated area. That adds 2 more areas, bringing the total to 9. Shi Xian nodded after hearing this and added, based on what the chief just said, I've noticed another issue. When it comes to food and drink, cleanliness is paramount. So we must properly address the brewery's water supply. As the chief said, brewing requires clean water, while washing barrels and bottles will discharge a lot of dirty water. We must separate the water intake and drainage, and ensure there are no leaks that could cause cross-contamination. You're right. I'll leave the site selection to you. I'll have someone get the other supporting facilities ready first. But there's no rush. Building a brewery of this scale will take at least a year or 2. So just find a place for now. Han Feng waved his hand, entrusting the task of selecting the factory site to Shi Xian. Then he set off for his next stop, the glass manufacturing plant on the island in the middle of the lake. The large lake to the east of Luyang Prefecture was dotted with dozens of islands of various sizes. The glass factory was just one of them. When Han Feng arrived by boat, production was in full swing. The current glass factory wasn't large, but it had a lot of work. The workers here never had to worry about being jobless or taking long holidays. This was the life they liked. If a day came when there was no work and they had to take a holiday, the workers would start worrying about what to eat. The factory's main products were flat glass of various thicknesses, primarily used in construction for windows and doors, and for making silver-plated glass mirrors. Next was the production of white liquor bottles. The Han tribe's liquor bottles were not recycled, they were single-use. Besides, the common people who bought the liquor couldn't bear to throw them away. Such beautiful glass bottles were perfect for storing cooking oil or other things at home. Who would be willing to toss them? Another major project was glass lampshades, mainly for various models of carbide lamps. They came in all sorts of styles, transparent and colored. Finally, there was tableware, mainly various glass utensils like bowls, plates, dishes, cups, and spoons. There was no fixed product line for this. They sold whatever they made. It was mostly for retail, similar to how porcelain was sold. Currently, the glass factory had over 200 people, including workers and management, responsible for these production projects. But the entire factory had only one semi-automatic production line, and the automatic part was mainly due to the few air compressors in the factory. Previously, tasks like blowing glass bottles required artisans to use their mouths and an iron pipe. But with the advent of air compressors, standardized items like liquor bottles, all blown from the same mold, could be made using the compressor. This saved the artisans a great deal of physical effort and spared them the daily ache in their cheeks from blowing. Production efficiency had also increased significantly. However, even with the air compressors, some steps still required manual labor, so it could only be called a semi-automatic production line. But Hanfeng wasn't here to manage that today. He went directly to the factory manager, handed him a few blueprints, and said, "These are blueprints for several new bottle designs. They include 1:1 scale, 3-view drawings, and detailed specifications. The larger ones are new liquor bottle designs, and the smaller ones are for soda. The soda bottles should all be completely transparent. Make the liquor bottles green and dark brown. Blow a few samples of each. I want to see the results before deciding on the final version." The manager flipped through the blueprints and looked up in surprise. "Snowflake? Ice Peak. Are these the names of the bottles, or the names of the liquor and soda? They sound pretty good." A sly smile appeared on Hanfeng's face. That's right. Not only had he plagiarized the Snowflake beer brand, but he had also borrowed the famous name of the domestic soda from his past life, Ice Peak. After all, for a chilled summer drink meant to beat the heat, the name Ice Peak sounded perfectly cool, didn't it? One could only say that the pioneers of yesteryear really knew how to pick names. There was another famous domestic soda brand, Arctic Ocean, but that name was too specific. It couldn't be applied as easily as Ice Peak, which could be associated with any snowy mountain. If he named it Arctic Ocean and someone asked what an Arctic Ocean was, Hanfeng couldn't very well say it was a type of frozen goat that lived in the north, could he? That's right, they're the names of the liquor and soda. When can you have the bottle samples ready? Hanfeng nodded, explaining the names, then asked about the timeline. Is the chief in a hurry? When do you need them by? The man asked instead of answering directly. Preferably within a week. Besides the size and shape, the thickness of the glass, the sturdiness of the bottle mouth, make them as strong as possible. These are different from the white liquor bottles. They're meant to be recycled. We'll sell them and then collect them back for reuse, so make them as durable as you can. Also, for the color of the liquor bottles, mainly green and dark brown, you should make several samples of different shades for me to choose from. List the material costs as well, to provide some data for the final decision," Hanfeng added. "Yes, sir. As the chief knows, blowing a bottle takes half a minute at most. But since these are new samples, we'll need to make a few new molds. We can't make the molds here. We have to get them processed in Xinjiang Prefecture. If the chief is in a hurry, it would be best to give them a heads up first," the manager reminded Hanfeng again. Hanfeng had taught them the process of blowing glass bottles himself. How could he not know the ins and outs? So, without any hesitation, he said immediately, "I happen to be going to Xinjiang Prefecture. Whoever you're sending with me, have them pack up and leave with me now. They can coordinate with them directly over there." The beer production line mainly included a malt grinder, malt steeping tanks, boiling kettles, coolers, fermentation tanks, and so on. None of these were high-tech items. They were all relatively common pieces of equipment. However, one device required special research and development, the beer bottle capping machine. It was the kind of capping device that stamped a piece of tin plate and then wrapped it around the mouth of the glass bottle. However, there was no rush for the capping machine. They had to get the bottles first before they could experiment with them. Otherwise, who knew if the machine they built would even work? After dealing with the production line matters in Xinjiang, the only thing left was the label stickers for the beer bottles. This task had to be given to Bai Qi. That guy was in charge of all printing affairs in the Han tribe. So of course, printing labels was his job. Even if the labels were colored, they could be done using color separation printing techniques. Speaking of printing technology, Hanfeng was reminded of the roller ink printing technology and the Chinese character typewriter that Bai Qi had proposed a while back. He wondered if they had been developed yet. He hadn't paid much attention to that matter. Hanfeng had solved most of the beer production process. Now, only one last supporting project remained, the rubber seals inside the bottle caps. But this was not a difficult problem for the rubber team at the Comprehensive Research Institute. After all, they had even managed to create the more challenging tractor tires. How could a simple rubber gasket stump them? Although it wasn't a difficult task, it had to be done in sequence. Hanfeng couldn't rush it. Without the bottles, they couldn't develop the capping machine. Without the capping machine, they couldn't make the caps. And without the caps, how could they make the rubber seals? With nothing else to do for the time being, after arranging everything, Hanfeng returned to Luoyang Prefecture. Shi Xian had already found the best location for the brewery. Following Hanfeng's requirements, he had chosen a place near a water source that wouldn't occupy much arable land. The location was between Babao Mountain and Luoyang Prefecture, mostly mountainous terrain, so it was naturally impossible to reclaim it as farmland. Moreover, there was a mountain spring here that flowed year-round, which could solve the brewery's water supply problem. The only issue was transportation. To build a factory here, they would have to build a road to the docks in Luoyang Prefecture in the future. But that wasn't a problem either. Now that Xinjiang Prefecture had a cement factory and the Power Research Institute had produced a lot of construction machinery, building a simple cement road was not an issue. Since Shi Xian had chosen the site, Han Feng didn't worry about it further and left it to him. After selecting the factory site and arranging for the supporting production equipment, Han Feng returned to Hanyang Prefecture. Back home, he personally drew a label for the beer and then had a guard summoned by Qi. In Han Feng's study, without another word, he handed the paper sample of the label to Bai Qi. Just follow this design and the colors on it. Color printing shouldn't be a problem, right? Bai Qi took the drawing and looked at it. It had text, an image, and a background color for the label, totaling 5 or 6 colors. But this wasn't a difficult task. As long as they carved separate printing plates for each color and then printed them in sequence, it wasn't a complicated matter. Besides, all the labels were the same. Unlike a book, as long as they had one set of plates, they could just print them repeatedly. Looking at the design, Bai Qi quickly agreed. Rest assured, Chief, printing this is not a difficult task. Once the plates are carved, it will only take 1 or 2 workers to print them. The number of labels we print will probably be more than even the palace can use. With the matter of printing the labels settled, Han Feng remembered the roller ink printing technology and the Chinese character typewriter that Bai Qi had proposed some time ago. He asked, by the way, that roller ink printing using wax paper stencils you mentioned before and the Chinese character typewriter, have you managed to create them yet? Bai Qi immediately began his report. Replying to the chief, the hand-cranked roller ink printing technology has been developed. However, the Chinese character typewriter is not yet complete. Oh, tell me more, Han Feng said. His interest suddenly piqued. It's like this. I was initially inspired by the hollowed-out wax dyeing technique I saw in the History of Textile Technology Development written by the First Lady. That's what made me think of transplanting this technique to the printing industry. At first, I did some experiments, directly carving hollowed-out stencils on paper and then printing through them, but the results were poor. Later, I discovered that carving hollowed-out stencils with brush-style calligraphy didn't work well, but directly carving hard-pen script onto wax paper had a surprisingly good effect. So, I had someone specially make a stylus for writing the stencils on wax paper. Printing this way solved the problem. It no longer required picking and arranging type like with movable type printing, nor did it consume the manpower, materials, and time needed to carve wooden blocks. The only cost to make a wax paper stencil was to manually write out the content to be copied once. This was good, but it also had a drawback. The quality of the printed characters depended entirely on the calligraphy of the person who wrote the stencil. For example, when printing exam papers, which are frequently used in schools, those things are disposable. A few ugly characters don't matter much. But for proper publications like books that can be passed down through generations, this issue must be carefully addressed. There is a solution to this, which is what the chief mentioned, using a Chinese character typewriter to create the wax paper stencil, and then using the roller ink printer to print. Although the result is still not as good as block printing, as long as we continue to improve this technology and find solutions, we will surely find a way to print high-quality books. The only problem now is the typewriter. The typewriter we've made is currently unable to consistently strike the characters onto the wax paper. Sometimes the impression is too heavy, sometimes too light. Also, regarding picking the characters, because the type is too small and reversed, it's very difficult to find them. I personally tried using the typewriter to pick characters, and it was even slower than setting a movable type plate. Typing a dozen characters a minute was considered fast. Therefore, the typewriter is still being improved and definitely won't be ready for use anytime soon. Bai Qi explained the situation with the hand-cranked roller ink printer and the typewriter, laying out the problems directly. He was currently at a loss. After actually operating the typewriter, he even began to doubt whether this invention was a mistake. This was because the typewriter design Han Feng had provided hadn't really moved beyond the scope of picking and setting movable type. The operating model still relied on a person to pick out the movable type, clamp it with the typewriter's gripper, and then strike it onto the paper behind. These metal-type pieces were like individual metal stamps. You pick one up, press it onto the paper, and a character appears. The key issue was that these characters were very small. The font size in the textbooks from Han Feng's past life was generally only 3 millimeters in length and width. Such small, Reverse-type pieces were naturally difficult to pick out. Although the Han tribe hadn't used such small characters yet, even their smallest metal type was 4 millimeters square, it was still quite laborious to select them. Han Feng pondered for a moment after hearing this, then said, "When you have time, take me to see it. I'll see if I can find a solution." Bai Chi's face lit up. Speaking of which, this typewriter was a pit Han Feng had dug himself. After proposing it, he had left it alone, and Bai Chi couldn't figure it out on his own. Now that the chief was willing to help, it was the best possible outcome. It would be wonderful if the chief is willing to take a look. I'm free anytime. I don't have to do the manual work myself anyway. I'm just in charge of management. All right, shall we go now? Han Feng asked again. Yes, then please follow me, chief. Bai Chi agreed, and turned to lead Han Feng out. The Han tribe had very few things that needed printing. Before, apart from textbooks, there were basically no other books, so the printing department was not large. It had been crammed onto the top floor of the school building in Hanyang City, occupying 3 classrooms. It was only recently, with the publication of a few folk books, that the printing department's work had become busy. Han Feng followed Bai Chi to the classrooms where the printing department was located. Under his guidance, he saw the newly made hand-cranked roller ink printer and the typewriter. Bai Chi enthusiastically demonstrated how to use the stylus to write a stencil on wax paper. Then he wrapped the finished stencil around the drum of the roller ink printer. Finally, he added some pre-mixed ink to the machine, loaded it with printing paper, and then turned the handle connected to the drum. Sheets of paper covered in printed characters were sent out one by one. Han Feng observed carefully. One side of the drum had an ink reservoir. With each rotation of the drum, a brush at the ink outlet would automatically brush ink onto the drum, ensuring the ink on the drum never dried out. This way, with each turn of the handle, a copy of the required document could be printed. After Bai Chi's demonstration, Han Feng tried it himself a few times. Only then did he nod in satisfaction and praise. This thing is good. The printing efficiency has increased several-fold compared to before. It will be of great and positive significance for our tribe's future propaganda work. After the praise, Han Feng asked again, "Has this started production? Can it be distributed to schools in various places?" Bai Chi frowned before replying, "Not yet, chief. Because of the problem I mentioned earlier, this roller ink printer is best used in conjunction with a typewriter. But our typewriter technology is not yet mature, so I haven't had them mass-produced." "I see. Then show me the typewriter. I'll see how you've done, and then think of a way to improve it." Han Feng nodded, not making things difficult for him, and directly asked Bai Chi to bring the typewriter over. Bai Chi turned around to get it. The thing was just on an empty desk in the office, only a few steps away. This was because the printing department was relatively small. Bai Chi didn't even have a separate office. He had set up a desk in the typesetting and proofreading classroom and worked alongside everyone else every day. The only thing he had that was better than others was his own personal cabinet. When Bai Chi brought the typewriter over, he once again gave Han Feng a detailed introduction. From its appearance alone, the device was no different from the old-fashioned typewriters Han Feng had seen in his past life. It was a wooden box, with various small metal-type pieces arranged in order inside. The upper part, as Han Feng had instructed, was made with both horizontal and vertical tracks, allowing the typing mechanism on top to freely select from the movable type below, moving back and forth, left and right. After a brief introduction, Han Feng began to operate it under Bai Chi's guidance. However, while using it, Han Feng also discovered some problems. For example, how hard to strike when typing. Too much force could tear the paper, while too little force resulted in an unclear character. This was easy to solve. They just needed to add a buffer spring to the striking mechanism. The second problem was that the characters were too small and reversed, making them dazzling to look at and very difficult to pick out. Han Feng also proposed a solution to this problem. Install a magnifying glass on the handle. This way, the magnifying glass would move with the handle, making it easy to quickly find the correct movable type. The last problem, and the most serious one, was the slow typing speed. The core of this issue was the flawed method of retrieving the movable type. Han Feng looked at their arrangement method. They were still using radicals and stroke counts to sort the movable type. This created a problem. No matter how familiar the typist was with Chinese characters, when they had to accurately find a character among several thousand pieces of type, they had to first write the character in their head, recall its radical, and how many strokes were next to the radical. This inevitably slowed down the character picking speed. It had nothing to do with proficiency. It was a subconscious mental process. Chinese characters are ideographic, unlike phonetic languages composed of letters. In a phonetic language, as long as you can pronounce it, you can write it without worrying about how the character is written. Take English, for example. There are only 20-something letters, rearranged in various ways. Who doesn't know how to write the alphabet? Therefore, to increase the character picking speed, they had to replace the radical retrieval method with pinyin to sort the characters. This would allow them to retrieve ideographic Chinese characters using a phonetic system. Thinking of this, Han Feng spoke directly. This typewriter is quite well made. The line feed and space keys are good. The other problematic areas can be improved. For example, the issue of striking force can be solved by adding a buffer spring. That way, no matter how much force is used, the spring can absorb the excess. Then there's the problem of the characters being too small and hard to see. We can add a magnifying glass to the handle to make it easier to find them. Finally, regarding the slow typing speed you mentioned, I think we can increase the speed by changing the character sorting and replacing the retrieval method. I remember teaching you pinyin before, right? How many of you have mastered using pinyin proficiently? Han Feng first mentioned the solutions to the other problems, then looked at Bai Qi and asked. Bai Qi scratched his head in embarrassment and said honestly, "Chief, I did learn pinyin, and I know how to use it. But I'm already used to the radical retrieval method. Suddenly using pinyin feels very unnatural." Han Feng nodded, not meaning to blame him. This was a matter of personal habit, with no right or wrong. It was like computer typing in his past life. Some people were used to the Wubi input method, while others were used to pinyin. Could those who used Wubi say that using pinyin was wrong? That wasn't right. Typing was typing. As long as one could get used to it and type out the characters using a corresponding method, there was no problem. Let's sort them by pinyin. Let's try it and see. If it were me, I would definitely be more used to pinyin. And I think finding characters by pronunciation should be faster. Han Feng then explained the concepts of ideographic and phonetic characters to Bai Qi. Using the radical retrieval method was equivalent to writing the character once. Using pinyin retrieval was not so troublesome. One only needed to read the sentence to be typed, remember the pronunciation and the corresponding character, and then search by pinyin. This would narrow down the search range to homophones in the shortest amount of time. Finally, using a magnifying glass for a visual search should significantly increase the speed. Bai Qi frowned and thought for a moment. It seemed that what Han Feng said made some sense. So he no longer insisted and wrote down the several improvement suggestions Han Feng had made, preparing to have the craftsman modify them again. This modification was not a 1 or 2 day job. Han Feng didn't plan to stay here any longer. Just as he was getting up to leave, he suddenly remembered something else and turned around to say, "By the way, I forgot to mention earlier. Not only should the sorting of this metal movable type be changed to the pinyin retrieval method, but we also need to add some more type pieces. Though they shouldn't be called characters, but rather punctuation marks. Things like commas, question marks, periods, and quotation marks should all be made and given a dedicated punctuation area on the character tray." Bai Qi looked up, then was suddenly taken aback. He immediately said, "Yes, Chief. I'll remember." Only then did Han Feng nod in satisfaction and leave. In fact, to promote universal education, Han Feng had specifically proposed adding punctuation marks. The books of ancient times were a real pain. Without punctuation, later generations had to guess where to break the sentences. A slight misjudgment could lead to a wrong interpretation. Therefore, without punctuation marks, how could one even talk about popularizing universal education? Han Feng returned to his home. On the other side, Bai Qi began to write and draw on paper. He first had to draw a table on paper to simulate the pinyin character arrangement order. In fact, pinyin sorting and retrieval was different from the pinyin typing commonly used by people in Han Feng's past life. It was not sorted by the 26 letters of the alphabet, but by the initials and finals of pinyin. By placing the initials and finals on the horizontal and vertical axes respectively, and then placing the corresponding Chinese characters at their intersections, and then arranging these homophones in the order of the pinyin alphabet. Once one became familiar with this pinyin retrieval method, it would surely be much faster than radical retrieval. After returning home, Han Feng didn't stay idle either. Having just seen the printing workshop, he began to plan to move the printing department south as well and expand it there. The printing department was currently too small. Being crammed into the school all the time wasn't a long-term solution. The number of books in the Han tribe was increasing, as was the population. The number of schools would also grow rapidly in the future. All these circumstances pointed to one thing. The current printing department was gradually becoming unable to meet the demand. Upgrading the industry, the organization, the tools, and the scale, these were all pressing matters. Therefore, Han Feng decided to let Bai Qi and his team first develop the hand-cranked roller ink printer and the Chinese character typewriter. Then, when he moved his family south, he would take them along. At that time, he would establish a national publishing house directly in the capital, specifically responsible for publishing and printing various books and periodicals. If the technology matured, setting up a newspaper office in the future would also be no problem. However, to establish a newspaper office, not only did the printing technology have to be up to par, but the paper manufacturing technology also had to be industrialized. Processes like manual paper making, manual drying, and manual calendaring would all have to be replaced by industrial methods in the future. Furthermore, the paper produced could no longer be in individual sheets, as that was not conducive to industrial printing. Only paper and rolls could be continuously produced on a newspaper printing assembly line. In his study at home, Han Feng was making plans for the southern move, recording each matter in his personal memorandum. Besides moving the paper and printing departments south together, Han Feng also planned to bring the manpower and machinery needed for southern industry. Therefore, in the next 2 months, he would have to go to Xingang Prefecture to urge De Li and Lin Fei. Without affecting their production, getting more talented people from them was the most important thing. Not long after Han Feng returned, in the mid-afternoon, a guard suddenly delivered a letter. It said that the Shin's guard led by Chu Bing had now passed the upstream crystal mine and was not far from Weishan Prefecture. They would arrive in a few days. Han Feng was happy to see this news. However, the letter also mentioned one thing. Because the Han tribe had not stationed any manpower in the crystal mine area, the mine could not be mined stably for a long time. It could only be said that whoever was passing by and had the ability to mine could bring some back. The Shin's guard was on its way back to Hanyang Prefecture and had the ability to mine. So, Chu Bing applied for 2 days to mine some crystals here, bringing some back along the way. That's why he wrote to Han Feng midway. Han Feng did not refuse. The Han tribe did indeed need crystal ore, not for making jewelry, but for industrial purposes. Although the Han tribe now had a sizable glass manufacturing plant, it only produced ordinary glass. The glass used in some precision instruments, or the glassware used in the Lakard Island laboratory, was mostly special glass made from crystal as a material. Crystal glass had 2 characteristics. It was very pure, so the glass made from it had an extremely high light transmittance. It was not an exaggeration to use such glass to make precision instruments, such as camera lenses and multifunctional sniper scopes. In addition, crystal glass also had the characteristics of heat resistance and corrosion resistance. The benefits of this naturally need not be said. Anyone with a little knowledge of chemistry would know how many of the bottles and jars in experimental equipment needed to be highly transparent for easy observation, and at the same time superheat resistant, such as for making test tubes or beakers. Especially test tubes and beakers, these 2 types of vessels often needed to be heated by an alcohol lamp. If it were ordinary glass, it might start to melt at around 500 degrees. It was barely acceptable for ordinary household tableware, because no matter how hot the food was, it could not exceed 100 degrees and could not cause any impact on the glass. He casually wrote a reply to Chu Bing, mainly exchanging a few pleasantries. In addition, Zhaning had told him that Chu Bing's wife had given birth to a son, and both mother and child were safe. Han Feng also wrote this in the letter, telling him not to go down the mine himself and to be sure to pay attention to safety. After all, although he was still young, he was already a father. After finishing the reply to Chu Bing, news also came from Shi Xian in Luoyang Prefecture. The site for the brewery in Luoyang Prefecture had been confirmed, and architectural design had begun. He wanted to ask Han Feng to take a look at the specific matters. After all, this was the first time the Han tribe had built a brewery, and they had no experience in this area. Han Feng readily agreed, and then set off for Luoyang Prefecture. Last time, after discussion and analysis between Han Feng and Shi Xian, the brewery already had a preliminary plan, such as how many work areas to divide, the most important of which was the problem of clean water sources and sewage discharge, to ensure that there was no leakage and cross-contamination. However, this was not a difficult problem for the Han tribe, which already had gas welding technology and cement. The important thing was to design the pipeline layout properly. Han Feng did not directly intervene. He let the people below design first, and then he reviewed their plans. In fact, the main purpose was to let the natives of the Han tribe get more practice. He, the chief, could not do everything. Han Feng was concerned about these projects, but he was also clear about his identity. It was not about being the chief, but as a transmigrator, if he wanted to change this world, he had to give the original inhabitants of this world more opportunities to learn. Otherwise, when Han Feng died, wouldn't all aspects of the Han tribe regress? In the end, the brewery's water intake and drainage system adopted a composite solution of copper-plated steel pipe, welding, and concrete water diversion and drainage channels. The entire project was built according to the height difference of the local terrain, and the design was quite good. Han Feng only made a few small suggestions and did not make many changes. As for the above-ground part, that was simple. Since the construction method of reinforced concrete casting had been in the Han tribe for 3 years, various large buildings were now increasingly advocating the use of this building structure, especially for buildings like factory buildings, which had a large area and were relatively tall and empty. If wood was used as the building material, a large number of wooden beams and columns would be needed. Not to mention whether it was easy to find giant logs that met the requirements. Even if they were found, it would take 2 or 3 years to cut them down and dry them into timber. Moreover, wooden buildings were prone to fire, and there were too many pillars inside. In this case, it was of course better to adopt the faster and simpler reinforced concrete structure. It just so happened that Xinjiang Prefecture had recently built several new engineering vehicles. Han Feng directly had them transferred over and put on the construction site here. Moreover, the cement of the Han tribe was all produced in Xinjiang Prefecture. After being produced in Xinjiang Prefecture, it had to be transported to the docks of Weishan Prefecture by rail. But there was no railway to Luoyang Prefecture, so transporting steel bars and cement was also a big problem. For this reason, Han Feng ordered 20 tractors from the farm in Luoyang Prefecture to be used for land transportation. The specific method was to first transport these building materials to the docks of Luoyang Prefecture by rail, and then transport them directly from the docks to the construction site by tractor. In addition to steel bars and cement, there were also a large amount of river sand and stones that needed to be transported back and forth. Fortunately, it was not the busy farming season now, otherwise there would not be so many idle tractors. However, from this, it could also be seen how much demand the Han tribe had for tractors, a more flexible means of transportation that could cope with more complex road conditions and directly reach the construction site. The production of these engineering vehicles must be increased. However, the research and development of special trucks also had to be put on the agenda. Tractors were, after all, only agricultural machinery, not special freight trucks. Han Feng had thought before about promoting the Sentinel steam wagon developed in Britain in his previous life in the Han tribe. There had been no mature opportunity before, but now it was finally possible. Today's Xinjiang Prefecture lacked neither various steel materials, nor a research and development team, nor the technology to build vehicles. The engineering vehicles sent from Xinjiang Prefecture quickly entered the site and began the foundation leveling work, and then began to do the underground part of the project, including digging and burying the water intake and drainage pipes, and the factory foundation, etc. Why wasn't Han Feng surprised at all? Okay, actually there was really nothing to be surprised about. With the current industrial and technological level of the Han tribe, wasn't it a piece of cake to make these things? First of all, ammunition was very simple. After all, the Han tribe already had experience in this area. In addition, the R&D team was not blindly trying things out, but was developing with Han Feng's clear requirements. What difficulty was there? In fact, it was equivalent to applying a formula to a word problem. Take ammunition, for example. What Han Feng wanted was a 7.62 mm diameter full-power rifle jacketed pointed bullet. So, they first stamped out a copper jacket for the bullet head according to this diameter, then poured a lead core into it, filling the bullet head. Finally, they used a microbalance to weigh the bullet head to get its mass. Full-power ammunition means the weight of the propellant is twice that of the bullet, used in bolt-action sniper rifles or high-power machine guns. If the propellant is 1.5 times the bullet weight, it's an intermediate power cartridge, suitable for various automatic rifles, like the ecchi, including the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle that the Han tribe was about to equip. If the propellant is only equal to the bullet weight, it's a pistol round. Nothing much to say about that, except for revolvers, which have many special types of ammunition with a propellant load between pistol and intermediate rounds, not a common type. Knowing the required propellant load, and since the double-base propellant still used the old formula without any changes, they could directly calculate the required cartridge case volume based on volume. Then stamp out the corresponding cartridge case, load the powder, press on the bullet head, apply sealant, and test fire it in a seamless steel tube of the same caliber. If it could be fired without misfiring, it meant the bullet was fine. As for the new bolt-action rifle, it was just that the caliber was reduced by 0.3 millimeters. Such a small difference was simply invisible to the naked eye without using a caliper, let alone making a new gun. Even using the old 8mm caliber guns to shoot 7.62mm bullets was not a big problem. The magazine could be slightly modified to be used. How big of a deal could that be? In addition, shortening the barrel length by 15 centimeters was something anyone with a brain could do. Finally, changing the bolt handle to a downward curve style was a very small change. So, of all the new weapons Han Feng proposed, the bolt-action rifle came out first. Han Feng was not surprised at all. It was said to be a new gun, but it was actually just a modification of the old gun. After hearing this news, Han Feng thought for a moment and did not take up the offer to test the gun, but asked instead, "You just said that all 4 types of ammunition have been made, including the 2 calibers of pistol rounds?" "Yes, the new full-power rifle rounds, intermediate power rifle rounds, and 2 calibers of pistol rounds have all been made. Currently, there are more than 20,000 sample rounds of each, and they are still in production. They have been transported to the Research Institute in Xing'an Prefecture for experiments," the person explained in detail again. Han Feng nodded. This time, Han Feng proposed to develop 2 types of pistols. One was a high-power police pistol, and the other was a military pistol with fierce firepower. So there were 2 models of pistol rounds. Thinking of this, he asked again, "So, have the pistols been made?" Replying to the chief, the 9mm caliber military pistol is currently the fastest in development. "Okay, I know. Let's wait until the military pistol is out, and then test the guns together. The Shin's guard will be back in a few days anyway. It will be just right to test the new guns at the barracks shooting range then." After hearing about the pistol's development progress, Han Feng made a decision on the spot. "Okay, I know. I will tell Director Lin when I get back. I will take my leave." The messenger left, and Han Feng continued to stay in Luoyang Prefecture. And things were indeed as Han Feng said. After 3 days, Chu Bing's fleet sent another letter, saying that the Shin's guard was less than a day's voyage from the docks of Weishan Prefecture. After receiving this letter, Han Feng immediately set off for Weishan Prefecture, preparing to personally welcome this triumphant army. The Shin's guard was returning, and Han Feng had to prepare a welcoming ceremony for the soldiers who had been on campaign for a year, as well as their rewards. Those who had performed meritorious service would be ennobled and given land. Those who had died in battle would receive pensions and a proper burial. The living would be celebrated and given leave. However, Han Feng had already planned the leave, including their duties after returning. On the day he received the news, Han Feng issued an order to Lu Guangzhu of Weishan Prefecture. He was to post notices celebrating the triumphant return of the Shin's guard from their northern expedition, inviting any idle commoners to welcome them at the docks the next day. He was also to prepare a feast for the Shin's guard, ensuring the soldiers had a good meal upon their return. Additionally, Han Feng had a temporary triumphal arch built of wood at the docks, adorned with banners and fresh flowers, creating a strong sense of ceremony. With the posting of the notices and the construction of the triumphal arch, the news of the Shin's guard's imminent return spread like wildfire. Weishan Prefecture was the first to know, and the news quickly traveled along the waterways and land routes throughout the 8 prefectures of Hanyang. This was not surprising, as Han Feng had made no effort to keep it a secret. On the contrary, he had them post notices and build a high-profile triumphal arch, naturally hoping that more people would know. His tribe had won a great victory, gained new territory, and captured so many slaves, all while the Shin's guard itself had suffered minimal casualties. By any measure, this was an undisputed major victory. A victory naturally deserved to be publicized. This was a great opportunity to build national confidence. And how could Han Feng let it pass? Looking back at the history of his past life, there was no concept of nationality before the Han dynasty. Where did the term Han people come from? It was forged in one war after another against the Xiongnu. It was the national confidence built from a string of victories. Because their country was invincible, its people felt a sense of shared glory, a sense of pride in being citizens of this nation. Soon, the commoners who received the news also grew excited. In the counties under Weishan Prefecture and the nearby prefectures, those with family members in the Shin's guard set out for Weishan to welcome their loved ones. They had joined the army, trained in the barracks for only a few months, and then been sent directly to war. They had heard they were fighting the northern cannibals and those ferocious man-eating monsters. The families had been worried sick. Now that their family members were finally returning, how could they not be excited? People from all directions began to move. Young women holding small children, parents with their grandchildren, brothers, and sisters all came to welcome them. They were military wives, families of martyrs, parents, and sons and daughters who had not seen each other for over a year. They all gathered at the post house in Weishan Prefecture, waiting for their loved ones to return. However, the Shinsguard was a special army. Its soldiers came from various prefectures under the direct jurisdiction of the Han tribe, including Tuahai Prefecture in the south and the 3 prefectures of Honghu on the grasslands. In this situation, the families in the south naturally couldn't make it to the triumphal ceremony, and they would receive the news much later. This became a regret for many families and soldiers. But fortunately, as long as they were alive, there would be opportunities to meet sooner or later. A moment's delay didn't matter much. As the families mobilized, the triumphal arch at the docks was completed. Han Feng ordered 60 passenger train cars to be brought from Xing'an Prefecture to transport the Shinsguard's troops the next day. Under normal circumstances, a train pulling freight couldn't handle that many cars. But it was different when it was just carrying people. After all, how much did a car carrying 50 people weigh? And how much did a car full of coal weigh? They were completely incomparable. With Han Feng personally coordinating from Weishan Prefecture, all parties responded quickly, and all preparations were completed before the fleet returned. Amidst the fervent anticipation of the people, the Shinsguard's fleet finally arrived at the docks of Weishan Prefecture at dawn the next day. Due to the lack of electric lights, the Han tribe still basically followed a lifestyle of working at sunrise and resting at sunset. Therefore, although it was just dawn, the people were already up. In addition, the specific date of the fleet's return had been publicized for the past 2 days, so the people all got up early this day, preparing to witness the glory of the triumphant army. Whoosh! The morning breeze blew against the huge sails, making the canvas rustle. The sailors on the ships quickly lowered the sails, and the ships gradually slowed down, slowly approaching the berths at the docks. On the side deck of a leading flying fish-fast boat, Chu Bing looked excitedly at the people on the shore preparing to welcome them, at the chief standing on the pier smiling and waiting for them, and at the huge, temporarily built triumphal arch. Even the soldiers of the guard company behind him couldn't help but puff out their chests with pride, their faces breaking into unconscious smiles. Reporting to the chief, the Shinsguard set out on the northern expedition last year and has returned today, having successfully completed the mission assigned by the chief. We have completely annihilated the northern cannibal barbarians, captured tens of thousands of slaves and livestock, and expanded our territory by over 1,000 li. Please give your instructions, chief. Looking at Han Feng below, who was smiling at them, Chu Bing shouted his report with a powerful voice. You have been on campaign for over a year and have only just returned. The soldiers have worked hard. Form up and disembark. The tribe has prepared the most sumptuous food and fine wine for you, our heroes, to celebrate your merits. Han Feng first greeted them, then began to have the soldiers disembark. Yes, sir. Chu Bing immediately cupped his hands in acknowledgement at the ship's rail. Then he turned to face the guard company soldiers behind him and the several troop transport ships docked around them, and roared. All units, at ease, attention. Eyes right, front and center. Shoulder arms, form up and disembark. A series of commands shouted from Chu Bing's mouth. The soldiers who had already assembled on the deck quickly adjusted their formation. The rifles on their backs were swung forward in their hands, caught by the other hand, and finally, with the right hand holding the bottom of the stock, they were brought up to their shoulders. The synchronized movements produced a synchronized sound. Just 2 sharp clacks made the onlookers feel a tremor of awe in their hearts. At the top of the 1.25-meter-long rifles were gleaming, half-meter-long sword-like bayonets. Together, they were 1.75 meters long, taller than the average person. Such deadly weapons were now neatly shouldered by several thousand soldiers, a sea of bayonets seeming to sprout above their heads. Wooden planks were laid between the decks and the pier, forming long, sloping ramps. The soldiers on the ships consciously began to disembark in single file, squad by squad. On the shore, several large ox-hide drums that Han Feng had prepared were beaten simultaneously. Long metal horns also sounded, their low but extremely penetrating notes filling the air. The 2 instruments complemented each other, immediately creating a solemn and dignified atmosphere on the scene. The soldiers, feeling the mood, marched ashore with neat steps, reformed their ranks on the pier, and then, led by their respective platoon leaders, formed small squares and walked towards the triumphal arch facing the docks. Currently, a platoon in the Shin's Guard had 9 squads, with 9 men per squad, totaling 81 men. Therefore, 1 platoon per square was just right, forming 4 columns. Otherwise, the temporarily built triumphal arch might not have been wide enough. Chu Bing disembarked with his guard company, followed by the rest of the Shin's Guard in order of their units. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd companies of the 1st Battalion, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd companies of the 2nd Battalion, until finally, the 3rd Battalion also disembarked. Over 2,600 men formed a very long line. A 2-year-old child's milky cry immediately brought tears to the eyes of the soldiers who had been on campaign for a year. They were all around the same age. They all had wives and children at home. Their children were about the same size as that child and should be able to call them daddy like that now, right? Just as the families were excitedly searching for their loved ones in the ranks, the dozen or so coffins being carried at the end of the line finally caught everyone's attention. Seeing the coffins containing the bodies, the hearts of the people on the shore suddenly sank. Everyone knew they were for corpses, so it was impossible for living people to be inside. Although everyone knew that this was a victorious battle, just looking at the number of coffins and the number of soldiers marching past, only a dozen or so had died, yet they had gained a large territory for the tribe and captured tens of thousands of slaves. This was of course a great victory. But even the greatest victory could not avoid sacrifices. At this moment, the families who had not yet seen their loved ones finally couldn't help but cry. Could their family members be lying in those cold coffins? How were they, the widows and orphans, supposed to live? Seeing that the crowd seemed to be on the verge of a commotion, Han Feng immediately had his guards notify Chu Bing and the prefect of Weishan, Lu Guangzhu, to post the list of the martyrs who had sacrificed their lives this time, to prevent the families who had not seen their loved ones from panicking. The guards quickly went to carry out the order. Chu Bing and Lu Guangzhu also quickly received the news. Chu Bing hurriedly handed the list of the fallen to Lu Guangzhu. Lu Guangzhu then had his subordinate clerks copy the list into a notice and post it. He also sent some other clerks to spread the word among the crowd, telling the families who had not found their loved ones to check the list. If their family member's name was not on the list, it meant they were still alive. This move indeed drew away the weeping military families. Some, seeing that their family member's name was not on the list, were immediately overjoyed, thinking that they must have missed them in the crowd earlier. Others, seeing their family member's name on the list, knew that their loved one had truly sacrificed their life and immediately broke down in tears. At this time, the clerks also began their follow-up work, guiding the families to identify the bodies and belongings. The government would be responsible for paying for the burial expenses and also for handling the inheritance of the martyr's title and subsequent pension policies for the family. With the comfort of these clerks, the families of the martyrs who had lost their loved ones also felt much better. After a while, Lu Guangzhu came to report to Han Feng, saying that the pension matters for 9 of the martyrs' families had been handled. The remaining few were from the south, and their families had not yet received the news, so that was not his responsibility. Han Feng nodded after hearing this and said nothing, but he thought of a local military management department from his past life, the famous Armed Forces Department. In his past life, the Armed Forces Department was mainly responsible for local conscription, demobilization of retired soldiers, comforting the families of meritorious soldiers, and pensions for martyrs. These local issues related to active military personnel were generally handled by the Armed Forces Department. But the current Han tribe did not have a similar system. For things like today, there was no unit like the Armed Forces Department to handle it. It could only be handed over to the local governments. It was only because the Han tribe had few people and the number of active troops was relatively small now. Otherwise, it would really be necessary to establish a similar department in the future. As all the soldiers passed through the triumphal arch, the triumphal ceremony was almost over. Chu Bing led the soldiers to the train station to be temporarily stationed, and a celebratory banquet was held for the soldiers in the waiting hall of the train station. As the chief, Han Feng naturally attended the celebratory banquet. After the food and wine were served, Han Feng first gave the soldiers a few words of encouragement, and then sat at a table with the leadership of the Shin's Guard and the prefect of Weishan, Lu Guangzhu. At the wine table, Han Feng was the first to speak. The Shin's Guard was currently the only pure firearms army in the Han tribe. Its combat methods and tactics were different, so it was naturally impossible to award merits based on the number of heads taken. Therefore, how to redefine merits for the army became a problem. It should be known that merit rewards and military law punishments were the foundation of military governance. If these two things were not handled well, it would cause great chaos. A firearms-based army has its own way of awarding merits. Although modern firearms armies have something similar to headcount merits, it wasn't suitable for the Shin's Guard's recent war. For example, modern armies have a system where killing an enemy officer counts as a certain class of merit. But the Shin's Guard's enemies were cannibal tribes. Those cannibals had no formal officer system to speak of. Even if there were some minor chieftains, the Han tribe had no way to distinguish them. So how could you determine who killed an enemy officer? Furthermore, the most important method of awarding merits was based on mission completion. The commanding officer would assign a combat mission to a specific unit, and merits would be calculated based on how well that unit completed the mission. If they failed to complete the mission, or even caused significant losses to the overall battle, then even if the entire unit was wiped out, they might not receive a single merit and could even be disciplined. The reason it was called a mission completion model was because the tasks of a modern firearms army were varied, so it was impossible to judge them simply by beheading enemies, as in ancient times. For example, a blocking mission might require a certain unit to hold back the enemy at a designated location for a specific amount of time. This was a defensive task, not an offensive one. As long as the unit prevented any enemy from passing through their position within the specified time, even if they only killed a few people, they would have perfectly completed the mission assigned by their superiors, and that would naturally earn them military merit. Another example is the reconnaissance, prisoner capture, and flanking missions that the Shin's Guard often carried out. The commander who came up with these methods, using such tactics to reduce unnecessary losses and achieve great results, would also have great merit. In the end, Han Feng directly proposed to copy the military merit system from his past life, a 4-tier merit system plus a medal system with special honorary titles. This was the well-known 3rd class, 2nd class, 1st class, and special class merits, plus 4 levels of combat hero, as well as special honorary titles awarded to individuals with outstanding contributions, such as Model Soldier of the Army in military prowess and patriotism. This kind of honor was worth much more than a 1st-class merit. At the same time, based on the process of completing combat missions, these merits could be divided into individual merits and collective merits. Take the example of the combat hero Huang Jiguang. His company was ordered to capture an enemy position, but the enemy's firepower was fierce, and the company suffered heavy casualties, unable to complete the mission. But Huang Jiguang went up and used his body to block the enemy's bunker's line of fire, buying precious time and a window of opportunity for his comrades. This was an outstanding individual contribution within the same combat unit in the same mission. In a situation like this, since the company completed the mission, they would definitely be awarded a collective merit of a certain class. And the individual who made an outstanding contribution to the collective would need to be separately evaluated for a corresponding individual merit, in addition to the collective merit. In other words, a heroic soldier like Huang Jiguang could receive 2 merits for one mission, a collective merit and an individual merit. With more merits, as long as you were alive, you would definitely be promoted faster than others. There was no problem with Han Feng copying this military merit model, but there was one trouble to consider: how to reasonably integrate this merit system with the Han tribe's existing 20-rank nobility system. Han Feng raised the issue, and the senior military officers at the table, as well as local officials like Lu Guangzhu, immediately began to discuss it. Han Feng listened to their suggestions, judging whether they were appropriate. This is a good method. I was just worrying about how to award merits to the soldiers. The rating system the chief mentioned can solve it, and it can take care of all aspects. After hearing the tiered merit rating system Han Feng described, Chu Bing immediately said happily. He took a sip of wine and continued. With this mission completion model for awarding merits, we can evaluate the merits of all soldiers. For example, during this operation, the 2nd Battalion was responsible for the strategic mission in the Salt Flats area. They repeatedly used tricks to lure the enemy to seize the Salt Flats, and then used ambushes, flanking, encirclement, and night raids to capture thousands of enemies multiple times. In a situation like this, we can give the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion more collective merits. And the commander of the 2nd Battalion who came up with this method can also be awarded a separate individual merit. Also, the soldiers who were responsible for flanking, encirclement, and night reconnaissance during the operation can also be evaluated for merits separately. No one will be left out. However, this mission-based merit evaluation system still needs the chief to set the evaluation standards. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to grasp in the future. Hanfeng nodded. He naturally knew this. As a former soldier in his past life, he was quite familiar with these things. There was always a saying in the army: 3rd-class merit is earned standing, 2nd-class merit is earned lying down, and 1st-class merit is earned on the wall. This meant that 3rd-class merits were generally common and ordinary. A soldier could get a 3rd-class merit while being perfectly healthy. 2nd-class merit is earned lying down. This lying down meant that even if you weren't disabled, you had to be at least injured to have a chance of getting a 2nd-class merit. 1st-class merit is earned on the wall was simple. You had to have your photo hung on the wall to have a chance of getting a 1st-class merit. Of course, this was not absolute. For example, in a situation where a major equipment loss was averted for the army, or the lives and property of the people were saved, then even if the person was still alive, they could still get a 1st-class merit. If during ejection, the plane was over a populated area, and the pilot last-minute maneuvered the plane to avoid the people, causing the plane to crash in an empty area, and then ejected themselves. In this case, the pilot had no fault, was still alive, and had also saved the lives and property of the people. Then they could be awarded a 1st-class merit. If it was during wartime, and they encountered an air emergency, and the pilot successfully made an emergency landing, saving the plane, and was still alive, then in this case, a special class merit could be considered. But in peacetime, even if you saved the plane, it would at most be a 1st-class merit. To add one more point, if it was at a critical moment in the battle, for example, the front line was about to collapse and was in urgent need of artillery support, because he saved this artillery piece, the artillery successfully built the position, bombarded the enemy, and thus won this key battle, then a special class merit could be awarded. Special class merits are not awarded in peacetime. Only soldiers who have made major contributions in war have a chance of being awarded a special class merit. However, those who can get this kind of merit are probably either seriously injured and disabled or have already sacrificed their lives. So, for this northern expedition of the Shin's Guard, units that completed the tasks assigned by their superiors could be given a collective 3rd-class merit. Those with special contributions in the mission could be considered for a 3rd or 2nd-class merit. Those with special contributions and were injured could be considered for a 1st-class merit. Those who were seriously injured, killed, or severely disabled due to special contributions could be considered for a special class merit. There is a very noteworthy point regarding the evaluation of 1st and special class merits. A 1st-class merit is earned through injury, and a special class merit is earned by those who died in battle or were severely disabled. However, both of these situations have a prerequisite. The injury or disability must be caused in the process of making a contribution. If you were a deserter on the battlefield and were killed or disabled by the enemy while fleeing, then you deserved it. Not only would you have no merit, but our side would have to execute you. It's not that as long as you are injured or disabled, you can definitely get a great merit. Those who self-harm to claim merit are even worse. If caught, they will be executed. After Han Feng explained this evaluation standard, everyone nodded in agreement again. There's no problem with this standard. I feel it's very complete. I can't think of any loopholes anyway. Lu Guangzhu also interjected with a word of praise. Yes, I also feel it's quite complete. There are no loopholes for now. As for the future, if we encounter special situations, we can discuss them with the chief then. Chu Bing also agreed. Han Feng nodded and raised that question again. Then there's only one last problem left. How do we perfectly combine this new merit rating system with the existing nobility system? Everyone fell into deep thought. As the military commander of the Shin's Guard, Chu Bing had the most say in this matter. And indeed, everyone was looking at him, hoping he would be the first to propose a plan. Chu Bing felt a lot of pressure because merit and nobility were major issues related to the stability of the army and society. After pondering for a long time, Chu Bing finally gave his opinion. Chief, let me share my thoughts first for your reference. I am the military commander of the Shin's Guard. All battles require the commanders of each unit to write a post-battle summary and report to me, so I am quite clear about the difficulties of those combat missions. Since our Shin's guard is equipped with the most powerful firearms and is fighting an enemy with asymmetrical weapons, I think the combat missions assigned to company and platoon units are generally not too difficult. Even killing, as long as the training is in place, shooting someone with a gun is much easier than killing someone in close combat with a cold weapon. In this case, I think the merit for killing an enemy should be lowered. A first-class merit can be considered for a hereditary title. I don't think there's any problem with a special class merit being promoted 2 ranks. What do you think, Chief? Han Feng quickly calculated in his mind. The plan Chu Bing proposed was basically to use 4 collective third-class merits to equal 1 head count merit from before. 1 head equals 4 collective third-class merits. 2 collective third-class merits plus 1 individual third-class merit could also lead to a promotion, meaning an individual third-class merit was worth twice a collective third-class merit. And 2 collective second-class merits for 1 rank promotion meant a collective second-class merit was equal to an individual third-class merit. This calculation also seemed fine. However, one more point needed to be added. An individual second-class merit could be promoted 1 lifetime rank, but it could not be inherited by descendants. This would also make an individual second-class merit equal to 2 collective second-class merits. Finally, a collective first-class merit would directly lead to a 1-rank promotion, and it would be a title that could be inherited for 1 generation. This would be equivalent to a collective first-class merit being equal to 2 individual second-class merits. If it was an individual first-class merit, it would be a title inherited for 2 generations, but still only a 1-rank promotion. Want to get promoted? Not so easy. Want it to be hereditary? That must be even harder. As for a special class merit, that would definitely be for a martyr or someone seriously injured and disabled. There was no problem with giving them a 2-rank promotion. They had already dedicated their lives to the tribe. What was wrong with giving their descendants better benefits? Shouldn't the orphans of martyrs be taken care of? However, even if a special class merit was promoted 2 ranks, it was not allowed to be inherited for more than 3 generations. Han Feng was determined to suppress the policy of hereditary succession. Just look at the history of his past life, how troublesome those hereditary nobles were. It wasn't enough for the state to support him for 1 generation. It had to support his children and grandchildren. This placed a huge burden on the state's finances. Moreover, if hereditary succession was allowed, the number of nobles would not decrease but would increase, and the burden on the state would naturally become greater and greater. This method is good. Let's follow this system then. But I have one more point to add. Han Feng nodded and approved Chu Bing's plan, then reiterated his key points about merits above second class and the hereditary nature of titles, thus completely settling the matter. After they finished discussing the matter and had a round of drinks, Han Feng spoke again. One of them is a new semi-automatic rifle. It uses a gas-operated automatic principle, replacing the original manual bolt action for ejecting and chambering rounds, achieving automatic shell ejection and reloading. In other words, with this new gun, you no longer need to manually work the bolt. You pull the trigger, the bullet fires, and it simultaneously ejects the spent casing and pushes the next round into the chamber, completing the lockup. These steps are all done automatically. To fire the next shot, you just need to pull the trigger again. The Shin's guard officers present listened with shining eyes. Chu Bing deduced directly. Doesn't that mean this gun can fire very fast? As long as you keep pulling the trigger, the bullets will keep firing? If you're fast enough, couldn't you fire all 5 rounds in the magazine in a single breath? Han Feng smiled and nodded. That's right. This semi-automatic rifle can indeed fire that fast. Its advantage over the original bolt-action rifle is its rate of fire. As long as the rate of fire is fast enough, its firepower is strong enough. Let me put it this way. If a Shin's guard unit equipped with semi-automatic rifles were to fight one equipped with bolt-action rifles, they would absolutely pin them down. Because in the time it takes a bolt-action rifle to fire 1 shot, the other side can fire several. Under such a density of fire, even if the accuracy decreases, you wouldn't dare to raise your head. After all, under such firepower, a stray bullet from anywhere could blow your head open. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but imagine such a scene and involuntarily shrank their necks. But at this moment, Chu Bing raised another question. Chief, if the new gun's rate of fire is really that fast, doesn't that mean you'd fire all 5 rounds in a breath and then have to reload immediately? That doesn't seem much faster than the original bolt-action rifle. Although the instantaneous firepower is several times stronger, the interval between bursts of fire becomes longer, right? After all, No matter how fast you load bullets, it can't be as fast as working the bolt for the next shot, can it? You're right. That's why for the new semi-automatic rifle, I had them use a 10-round high-capacity magazine, doubling the capacity compared to the old rifle. Besides, even if the rate of fire is that fast, you can't possibly keep firing that fast all the time, can you? The art of shooting, in the end, still depends on accuracy. Otherwise, no matter how many bullets you have, if you can't hit anyone, it's just a waste of ammunition. The others nodded in agreement with Han Feng's point. But didn't the chief say there were several new types of firearms? Besides this semi-automatic rifle, what else is there? Chu Bing pressed on. You can imagine, if I were to use a machine gun against your Shin's guard, and we were attacking and defending against each other, you build a trench-style defensive position, and I attack. I can deploy machine guns in my army, advance into range, and strafe your trenches, laying down a fan-shaped curtain of fire, constantly sweeping over your heads. This way, you absolutely wouldn't dare to raise your heads, because to raise your head is to die, and I would only need to suppress you for a few minutes for my soldiers to be right in your faces. Everyone couldn't help but imagine it again. After thinking about it, it seemed to be true. At this moment, they heard Han Feng continue. And if I were defending with machine guns, as long as I set up a few machine guns in the trenches and strafed your attacking troops, no matter how many of you charged, you would be shot into honeycombs by the dense curtain of fire I lay down. Tell me, in that situation, how would you attack? Everyone's minds conjured the image again, and they all shrank their necks and shivered. TSK, 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 this machine gun is too damn terrifying. Doesn't this mean that in the future, with machine guns, it would be impossible for either side to fight? And that was indeed the case. Every time a new type of weapon was born, it would completely change the mode of warfare. The appearance of the firearm was a tactical revolution, giving birth to the famous line infantry tactics. The appearance of the machine gun was another revolution, giving birth to the even more famous skirmish line tactics and the unique 3-3 system squad tactics of the Flower Country. After the topic of the machine gun, Chu Bing asked again, Chief, what are the other two weapons? They are small pistols, similar to short-barreled shotguns, mainly for self-defense. But they fire copper-jacketed bullets similar to rifle rounds, just with a much smaller powder charge. So this gun doesn't shoot far. It's only lethal within 50 meters. The normal effective range is only about 20 to 30 meters. After the leave is arranged, you go home for 2 days yourself, see your wife and child. When you come back, I'll arrange for the new weapon tests. Seeing Chu Bing's excited look, Han Feng scolded him in a huff. Chu Bing scratched his head in embarrassment, then said, Okay, I remember. I'll go back tomorrow and get the merit matters settled as soon as possible. That's more like it. Han Feng nodded and said no more. Everyone soon started eating and drinking again. During the banquet, some lower-ranking officers came to toast, but Han Feng didn't drink much. No matter who toasted him, he only took a sip. After a round of toasts, Han Feng had drunk less than half a gene. After the celebratory banquet ended, the soldiers began to clean up the waiting hall and then slept on the floor there. Fortunately, it was summer and the weather was hot, so it was no problem for everyone to sleep together in the waiting hall. Chu Bing also arranged for sentries for the night. These were necessary, even when resting in their own tribe, or even back in the barracks. As long as it was related to the army, there would definitely be guards and sentries. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know how you died. The next morning, just as a sliver of dawn appeared in the sky, around 3 or 4 in the morning, Chu Bing had already started to have the cooking squads of each unit get up to prepare breakfast. The soldiers slept until around 6 o'clock, when the bugler blew the reveille to wake them up. A half-hour morning run, back just in time to wash up and eat. Then they began to enter the station platform, lining up on the platform to wait to board the train. Today, to transport these soldiers back to the barracks, Han Feng had specially transferred 60 passenger cars. However, the people in Xingang Prefecture were worried that it might not be able to pull them, so they brought another locomotive. This locomotive was supposed to be transported to the south and had not yet been delivered, so it was no problem to use it temporarily. Soon, a super-long train gradually approached from a distance. This train had 2 locomotives connected in front. That is, another locomotive was connected behind the first one, and then there were 60 cars, a long, long line that stretched out of sight. But in Han Feng's eyes, it was not so, because the Xianwei line currently used narrow-gauge small trains. Although it had 60 cars this time, the length of each car was only 12 meters. The standard gauge trains Han Feng was used to seeing in his past life had cars that were about 25 meters long. By this calculation, the current 60 cars of the Han tribe were at most as long as 20-something green-skinned train cars from his past life. Each car carried 50 people. The soldiers quickly boarded the train. With a series of hoo-hoo sounds from the steam whistle, the train began to move slowly, then spewed out thick white steam and gradually accelerated westward. Han Feng did not go to the barracks with them, but directly took his personal guards back to Hanyang City. The construction of the Luoyang Prefecture Brewery was proceeding in an orderly manner. He had already given the necessary instructions, so there was no need to stay there. On the contrary, he was more concerned about the typewriter that Bai Qi was working on. After all, this was also related to the future move to the south, so Han Feng couldn't help but pay attention to it. After riding for a morning, he finally returned to his home in Hanyang City. Han Feng immediately sent a guard to inquire about the progress of Bai Qi's improvements. On the other side, at the Shin's Guard, after a morning of rail transport, the more than 2,600 soldiers of the Shin's Guard finally arrived at the train station in Xing'an Prefecture. When they arrived in Xing'an, it was not yet noon. They had lunch in Xing'an, rested for an hour, and then began to march on foot from Xing'an south to Fuma Pass County, and then continue south to the barracks at North Mountain in Hanyang City. This walk lasted until dark. Fortunately, such a march on foot was nothing for the soldiers. During the northern expedition, they had walked much farther roads, marching for several days at a time. This short distance, and on a well-maintained dirt road, was even easier to walk. It was not until after 8 o'clock at night, when the sky was completely dark, that the soldiers returned to the barracks. It was too late to tidy up, but fortunately, before they returned, Han Feng had already had his Jinwu guard clean up here. The barracks had been cleaned, the windows opened for ventilation to dissipate the dampness, sulfur powder had been sprinkled to repel insects, and the straw mats had been taken out to dry in the sun to get rid of the musty smell. When the soldiers returned, they only needed to lay out their own marching quilts to sleep directly. As for the other places in the barracks, they would wait until tomorrow morning for everyone to clean up together. Han Feng didn't have that many guards to clean for them. It was enough for them to have a place to sleep when they returned. The next morning, Chu Bing immediately ordered the battalions, companies, and platoons to organize the soldiers to clean the barracks by area, such as the weed-covered shooting range, which required manual weeding, etc. At the same time, he gave orders to the commanders and political instructors of each unit to bring their battle summaries and merit applications to the command headquarters for a meeting to discuss and finalize the soldiers' merits as soon as possible. Then they would be given leave, so that those soldiers could go home with their promotions and bonuses and rest happily for a while. The orderlies relayed Chu Bing's commands down the chain, and the corresponding military commanders and political instructors immediately brought their thick combat reports to the command headquarters for a meeting. The political instructor belonged to the political commissar branch. However, in the Han tribe, they weren't called political commissars, but military sima. The lowest rank of sima was assigned only to the garrison level. Below that, in the battalions, companies, and platoons, they were called political instructors. They were also responsible for logistics, the soldiers' morale, and the evaluation of their merits. Once everyone had arrived, Chu Bing got straight to the point. The chief has given the order. Our Shin's Guard has been on the northern expedition for over a year and has only just returned. The main focus for the coming period will be to rest and recuperate, to let the soldiers get a good rest. So, after we've evaluated the soldiers' merits this time, we will begin leave on a rotational basis. In the end, the result of the discussion was similar to what Chu Bing had told Han Feng at the banquet. During this northern expedition, the Shin's Guard had operated on several fronts. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd battalions were all used separately. Among them, the 2nd battalion did not capture the most people, but it was the battalion that acted independently the most. Chu Bing himself had always led the 1st and 3rd battalions. Especially during the time the 2nd battalion was defending the Salt Flats, they used strategy to engage in a war of attrition with the cannibals multiple times, turning the Salt Flats into bait and constantly depleting the enemy's strength. They had annihilated or attracted attacking enemies more than 5 times in total. Although the 5 times added up to only a few thousand people, they had already demonstrated the ability to stand on their own. In addition, when the 2nd Battalion was under Chu Bing's unified command, their mission completion was not inferior to the other 2 battalions. Therefore, the 2nd Battalion's merits were greater, and the other 2 battalions could not complain. In the end, the 2nd Battalion commander who proposed using the salt flats as bait to fight a war of attrition received a great merit, at least a first-class merit. The entire 2nd Battalion received a collective 2nd-class merit. In the various raids, the soldiers or squad leaders who participated in flanking, encirclement, and reconnaissance missions were all awarded an individual 2nd-class merit. With these 2 2nd-class merits as a foundation, it was certain that the entire 2nd Battalion would be promoted 1 rank in nobility. This was also the highest level of merit that the Shin's could decide on its own. Merits above 2nd class had to be reported to Han Feng for his decision. For example, the 2nd Battalion commander's 1st-class merit needed to be reported to Han Feng for his approval. The remaining 1st and 3rd Battalions also had their own merits, escorting prisoners back to the main camp, transporting grain and ammunition, defending positions, and participating in night raids under Chu Bing's leadership. These tasks were relatively simple, but there were many of them. So, even with the lowest level collective 3rd-class merit, these soldiers had earned at least 4 or more. As long as they had 4 collective 3rd-class merits, they could be promoted at least 1 rank in nobility. Those small units and individuals who participated in reconnaissance behind enemy lines, guiding, and scouting also received their own individual 2nd and 3rd-class merits. As for Chu Bing himself, he didn't need to give himself any title of merit. He was already the supreme commander. What the hell did he need merit for? Anyway, the Shin's had won this battle under his leadership. He had completed the strategic mission assigned by the chief and captured so many slaves. With these achievements, what merit did he need? The merit of the entire Shin's was Chu Bing's merit. In fact, this was also a common practice in the army. If a subordinate did something meritorious, the merit would naturally be counted as part of the commander's achievement. After all, when discussing this matter, others could only say, "So-and-so assassinated a great general of the enemy." Oh, who? So amazing. So-and-so's soldier did it. After all, there were so many people in the army. How could others remember the name of every soldier? So, referring to them as the subordinate of a certain commander was definitely not wrong. If such a thing really happened, others would only say, "Wow, so-and-so's soldier is amazing, incredible." However, this might seem like the commander was stealing the subordinate's merit. In fact, it wasn't. If this person really performed a great merit, then he would definitely be given priority for the next promotion. So, a truly capable person, as long as they could perform meritorious service, would definitely be promoted quickly. At that time, he himself would be a commander. The next time his soldiers did something, others would also say how so-and-so's new commander soldier was. This merit evaluation meeting lasted for a full half-day. Even lunch was brought to the conference room by the orderlies. They finally settled the issue of merit evaluation. A 3-rank promotion was impossible. At most, they could add a few more generations to the hereditary nature of the title. For example, for those with great merits, it would be hereditary for 2 generations, but it was absolutely impossible to be promoted 3 ranks. Merits below individual 2nd class were decided by the Shin's itself, but a list still had to be sent to Han Feng for his records. A copy also had to be sent to the local government where the soldier's household was registered, because they also needed to handle the matter of promoting the nobility rank. The Shin's barracks were on the back mountain of Hanyang City, which was the North Mountain, behind the cave where Han Feng lived when he first came to this world. So, it only took Chu Bing 2 hours on horseback to reach Han Feng's home. "Chief, this is the list of merit evaluations for the Shin's 2nd class and below. And these are the applications for the few 1st-class merits, along with the corresponding combat reports, which contain detailed combat processes. Please review and approve them as soon as possible." "Okay, leave them here. I'll approve them as soon as possible. When it's done, I'll have the guards deliver them directly to your barracks. You can go home now." Han Feng looked up at him with annoyance and scolded. "That what? You're already a commander and a father. Why are you still so wishy-washy when you speak? If you have something to say, just say it." "Chief, I want you to give our child a name. Is that okay?" Hearing this, Chu Bing immediately mustered his courage and said it. After speaking, he looked at Han Feng with an expectant expression. Han Feng immediately laughed. "Naming him, huh? That's easy." After returning, he began to approve the Shin's merit application reports. After a simple check, he directly signed and stamped his approval. For those with 2nd-class merits and below, Han Feng also had the guards help, sorting them by the soldiers' household registration locations and sending them to the local governments via Carrier Eagle, so they could handle the matter of changing their household registration and nobility rank. During this period, Deshu from Tuohei Prefecture sent a letter to Han Feng, talking about the construction of Han Feng's new courtyard in the Tuohei prefectural city, along with photos of the workers building the house and the architectural drawings of the house. It had to be said that Deshu was the most reliable, serious, and meticulous in his work. There was no task that Han Feng gave him that he did not complete well. In addition, Shi Xian from Luoyang Prefecture had also sent people to find Han Feng several times, still about the matter of the Snowflake Brewery. Han Feng directly remote-controlled the situation, arranging the construction work of the brewery in an orderly manner. Chu Bing stayed at home for 2 days and soon returned to the barracks. But there was nothing important to do now. After arranging for the soldiers' rotational leave and restorative training, he could still go home once or twice a week. The first batch of vacationers had 1,300 people, directly half of them. The vacation was for 2 months, a total of 60 days, including the round trip. The tribe provided the round-trip transportation expenses. For example, many of the southern soldiers returning this time, Han Feng directly arranged for them to be sent by flying fish sailboats. They were not on a special line, but were placed on transport ships going to various places in the south. For the soldiers nearby, such as those from Xinjiang Prefecture, they could take the army's horse-drawn carriages. For those in the Hanyang Prefecture area, the barracks arranged for horse-drawn carriages to send them. For those a little farther away, such as those from Weishan Prefecture, they could go to Xinjiang Prefecture to transfer to a train. However, this was not a special train this time, so they could only squeeze in on a freight train. If they were from Luoyang Prefecture and Dongxing Prefecture, they would have to go to Weishan Prefecture to find a boat. Just as Chu Bing was arranging for the Shin's Guard's rotational leave and restorative training, good news came from Bai Qi's side. Bai Qi, following the modification plan proposed by Han Feng, had already worked out the improvement plan for the Chinese character typewriter with the R&D team. The new Chinese character typewriter, as suggested by Han Feng, was changed to the pinyin character retrieval method. It was divided into horizontal and vertical axes. The vertical axis was for initials, and the horizontal axis was for finals. The intersections of the horizontal and vertical axes formed small squares, and these small squares contained the corresponding homophones. However, to better distinguish these homophones, the small squares of homophones were further divided into 4 areas according to the 4 pinyin tones. In these 4 different tone areas, they were then arranged according to the number of strokes of the characters. This way, characters with fewer strokes and simpler structures were placed together, and those with more strokes were placed together, making it clear at a glance. In addition, on the handle for picking characters, as suggested by Han Feng, a magnifying glass that could move with the handle was added to make it easier to find the corresponding Chinese characters more quickly and accurately. Finally, regarding the issue of the typewriter's striking force, they also, as instructed by Han Feng, added a buffer spring to solve the problem of unstable striking force. Han Feng personally went to the school's printing department to operate it. Because he was more familiar with pinyin, he had no major obstacles in using it. After more than an hour of practical operation, his typing speed with this typewriter could already reach about 40 characters per minute. Don't underestimate this speed. After all, this thing was not a computer keyboard. There was no comparison at all. One was a physical typewriter, and the other was a computer software input method. How could they be compared? Anyway, Han Feng was already very satisfied with such a typing device. After finalizing the matter of the Chinese character typewriter, Han Feng ordered his guards to send all the blueprints of the prototype to the Comprehensive Research Institute on Lake Hart Island, making them responsible for the small batch production of the typewriters. The Han tribe's current demand for typewriters was not very large. It was mainly used by some government departments and schools in various places. In fact, schools might not even need it. The demand for the hand-cranked roller ink printing machine was greater, because that thing could quickly mass-produce exam papers. As for the wax paper stencils, they could be made by hand. Anyway, exam papers were basically disposable items, so there was no need to make them so fine. As long as the writing was legible, it was fine. It was precisely because the demand was not large that there was no need to build a special factory for production. It was estimated that a few dozen units would be enough to meet the current needs. Even for the hand-cranked roller ink printing machine, 100 or so units would be more than enough. They only needed to trial produce their part according to the drawings and then hand it over to the project team leader for assembly. The reason for doing this was to maintain strict secrecy, keeping the overall firearm drawings within a very small circle. and each of the people who could access the complete drawings had 2 Jimyu guard soldiers following them for personal protection. Of course, while protecting their safety, it was also to monitor them, to prevent them from copying the drawings or leaking them to others. Clip-clop, clip-clop. The sound of horse hooves approached from a distance, and finally stopped at the entrance of the research institute. Han Feng and Chu Bing dismounted, handed the reins to their accompanying guards, and then walked towards Lin Fei, who was waiting at the door. Chief. Lin Fei immediately came forward to greet him. Are the sample guns and ammunition ready? We'll go in and look at the sample guns first, then take them back to the Shinsguard barracks in the afternoon. You can send some responsible people to follow. If there are any areas that need improvement, you can record them then. Han Feng got straight to the point. Okay, no problem. The sample guns are all ready. Please follow me, Chief. After speaking, Lin Fei led Han Feng and Chu Bing inside. Now, for the sake of secrecy, the R&D teams of each project were also separated. So to see the sample guns, they had to go to the person in charge of each project. However, for Han Feng's convenience, Lin Fei had already placed all the new firearms in one courtyard for Han Feng to inspect. Everyone soon arrived at a small courtyard. In addition, its bolt handle has been changed to a downward curved style. This way, after the safety is on, it's less likely to get caught on things when carrying the gun on your back during a march. It's also to leave space above the gun body. The chief said that in the future, we might need to install a telescope on top of the gun body for aiming at distant targets. And the most crucial improvement is the reduction of the ammunition diameter. The new ammunition has been changed to 7.62 mm full-power rifle rounds. The power has not been reduced much, but the weight is much lighter than before. And the ammunition for this bolt-action rifle is interchangeable with the ammunition for that automatic machine gun. While listening to the introduction, Chu Bing worked the bolt, chambered a round, then shouldered the rifle and looked out the window, trying to aim at a distant target. He pulled the trigger on an empty chamber, then worked the bolt again and again, testing the smoothness of the improved rifle's bolt, its weight, and whether the downward curved bolt handle was comfortable. After playing with it for a while, he said, "Not bad, not bad. This downward curved bolt handle is very rhythmic to operate, and it's indeed less likely to get caught on clothes or other equipment. Also, after the gun body was shortened, the overall weight has also decreased a lot, which can reduce the burden on the soldiers. But shortening the gun body also has its drawbacks. In the future, when we fight with bayonets, our weapons won't be as long as the enemy's, so we'll definitely be at a disadvantage. But since the chief requested this change, he must have his own considerations. Overall, this improved new gun is still good," Chu Bing finally commented. "I'm glad Commander Xia likes it. But I heard from the chief that this type of gun won't be for you in the future. Your Shinsguard will all be equipped with this semi-automatic model in the future. This bolt-action one is to be equipped to the existing other garrison troops," Lin Fei explained again. "So that's how it is. Then there's no problem. Let me guess, the semi-automatic one should be the one the chief is holding, right?" Chu Bing nodded, and then looked at the counterfeit Type 56 semi-automatic rifle in Han Feng's hand. "As expected of the commander of the Shinsguard, you guessed it right away. Truly amazing," Lin Fei said with a bit of awkward praise. Chu Bing waved his hand, not caring about the compliment. He could guess that it was a semi-automatic rifle because Han Feng had introduced it to them a few days ago. The semi-automatic rifle held 10 rounds, while the machine gun used a belt. This gun clearly had no belt feed, and the magazine area was protruding, so it must be an expanded magazine. Sure enough, Han Feng then continued, "That's right. And after the semi-automatic rifle uses the new intermediate power cartridge, it can also greatly reduce the soldier's load. With the same load, a soldier could only carry 200 rounds before. With this new bullet, each soldier can carry at least 1/3 more ammunition." While Han Feng was introducing the rifle, Chu Bing listened and nodded repeatedly. He was very curious about this semi-automatic rifle. But this gun was also very easy to distinguish, because the previous bolt-action rifles all had one barrel, while the semi-automatic rifles all had 2 barrels. But this was not entirely accurate, because the structure of this counterfeit Type 56 semi-automatic rifle was actually similar to the AK. The bottom was the real barrel, and the one on top, which was a bit shorter than the barrel, was actually the gas tube, which was the automatic mechanism that realized semi-automatic firing. Han Feng was also very satisfied with this counterfeit Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. He hadn't fired it yet, but just from its appearance, Han Feng even felt that the appearance of this gun was more exquisite than the original Type 56 semi-automatic rifle from his past life. After all, it was a sample gun, so it was definitely more exquisite than the mass-produced version. Another difference from the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle of his past life was that the counterfeit version made by the Han tribe did not have a folding bayonet, nor was it equipped with a triangular spike bayonet. Han Feng still used the sword-type double-edged straight bayonet used before, which was issued as an accessory and had to be attached to the gun when needed, not the folding bayonet of the original version from his past life. After looking at the two rifles, Han Feng and Chu Bing both turned their gazes to the general-purpose machine gun with a tin box hanging under its body and a bipod propped up under the front barrel. Chu Bing couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke it, as if he were touching a precious work of art, afraid of breaking it by accident. Sure enough, Chu Bing immediately became obedient and began to carefully examine the machine gun. Lin Fei beside him also began to introduce it to him. The rifle we just looked at is called a semi-automatic rifle, which is a gun that fires one shot per pull of the trigger. And this machine gun should be called fully automatic. As long as you hold down the trigger, it will keep firing ammunition, of course, when there is ammunition. If it is used as a heavy machine gun, you just clip the protrusion under the gun body where the ammunition box is hung onto the machine gun mount, and then use a 200 or 300 round large ammunition box, and just place it on the ground next to it. While Lin Fei was explaining, he was also demonstrating. Chu Bing then understood that this gun did not have a magazine like a rifle, but needed a separate ammunition box. But this was understandable, and this design was indeed convenient to carry. You could just carry the ammunition box during a march or battle without needing to carry loose bullets and then manually load them onto the belt. Chief, how do you use this pistol? I know how to hold it, how to aim, but where are the safety, the magazine, and where are the shells ejected from? He asked anxiously. Han Feng laughed and picked up a 92F pistol identical to the one in Chu Bing's hand from the side and demonstrated. These two pistols use a magazine-fed mode. The bullets are in the grip you're holding. See this round button on the grip? Press it with your thumb, and the magazine will fall out from the bottom. Chu Bing pressed it as Han Feng instructed, and with a click, a black metal magazine indeed fell out from the bottom of the grip, but it was empty. Lin Fei, do you have a place to test pistols here? Han Feng asked, his hands itching as he held the gun. He had been in this world for so many years, he had almost forgotten what it was like to shoot a pistol. Yes, we do. The pistol has a short range and relatively low power. We do have a small shooting range here for testing, Lin Fei said immediately. Good, then bring some more bullets. We'll test the pistols here. Han Feng nodded and said happily. Lin Fei beckoned, and soon someone brought a box of ammunition and followed them to the shooting range. It was called a shooting range, but it wasn't very big. This pistol range was an outdoor range, only 100 meters long and 2 meters wide. It was a lane directly pushed out by a bulldozer, a 100-meter-long dead end. The end of the alley was piled up with the excavated earth to form a small hill to block the fired bullets. The few of them soon arrived at the firing position. There was also a simple table made of wooden planks next to it. The accompanying guards directly placed the ammunition box and several pistols on it. Han Feng skillfully released the magazine and began to demonstrate to Chu Bing how to load the bullets. Now watch me operate. First, pull the slide back. At this time, the chamber will be exposed, and the ejection port will also open. At this time, look for the bottom of the middle of the slide. There is a disassembly latch here. Turn it down half a circle, and then push the slide forward, and you can disassemble the gun. Chu Bing quickly followed suit, and the gun in his hand became two parts, the upper part being the slide, barrel, and recoil spring, and the lower part being the receiver, firing mechanism, and grip. Then he heard Han Feng continue. Chu Bing, Lin Fei, and the others watched from the side, dumbfounded. So this was the correct way to use a pistol. Even the guards not far behind Han Feng were drooling as they watched. This pistol was too powerful. They wondered if they could equip a badge for their guards. It was too tempting. The pistol could be fired that fast and that accurately. Even though the target was only 20 meters away, that rate of fire and accuracy were simply unbeatable. Chief, move aside and let me try again. I want to try too. Seeing Han Feng's incredibly cool maneuver, Chu Bing immediately demanded another go. Han Feng happened to need to reload anyway, so he gave him the spot. Bang, 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 bang. Chu Bing had a blast, making the surrounding guards green with envy. By now, Han Feng had reloaded a full magazine, but he didn't continue shooting. Instead, he put the safety on, tucked the gun into his belt, and picked up the only two other pistols nearby, the counterfeit Browning 1911s. This pistol was a large-caliber, high-power handgun. It used a single-stack magazine, holding only 7 rounds at a time. Its automatic action was also a short recoil system, but the slide structure was more complex than the Beretta 92F, requiring the muzzle to be twisted to disassemble the slide. After Chu Bing finished his second magazine, Han Feng once again demonstrated the disassembly and reassembly steps for the 1911. Then he loaded it fully and returned to the firing position. Pow 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 pow. A series of gunshots rang out. Han Feng quickly emptied the 7 rounds. The round steel plate target 20 meters away was sent swinging back and forth, covered in bullet marks. Chu Bing was also very curious. He picked up the other gun and fired several shots in a row until the bullets were gone. Then he shook his head and complained. This gun is no good. It has too few bullets, and the recoil is much bigger than the last one. My wrist is numb from the shock. Chief, since we have the ability to make the other kind of gun, why bother making this one too? Chu Bing asked, puzzled. For someone unfamiliar with these two firearms, such a question was quite normal. Because the needs are different, it's natural that the models can't be the same. Chu Bing nodded in deep agreement. Different needs, different firearms. There was nothing wrong with that. After everyone had briefly tested the 2 models of pistols, it was almost noon. Lin Fei had lunch prepared and invited Dali to join them. The group had a simple lunch at the Research Institute. Because they were going to take the other firearms to the Shinsguard barracks for comprehensive testing in the afternoon, no one drank alcohol at noon, fearing it would interfere with their work. After lunch and a short rest, in the afternoon, Lin Fei found a horse-drawn carriage loaded with the guns and ammunition needed for the test. The other researchers followed on horseback. The group galloped back to the barracks. One soldier continuously worked the bolt and fired at a distant target, while others counted and supplied ammunition nearby. After every 100 shots, they would switch soldiers and ask them about their experience with the new gun. After every 1,000 rounds, they would remove the bolt for simple maintenance. After every 2,000 rounds, they would maintain not only the bolt, but also the barrel. The entire afternoon was spent testing at this frequency. 10,000 rounds of ammunition required 100 soldiers to take turns, allowing them to familiarize themselves with the feel of the improved rifle. At a mock trench not far from the shooting range, another group of soldiers was testing the new gun, mainly its portability. This included charging with the new gun, crossing obstacles, jumping over trenches, and moving quickly back and forth in the trench. When a soldier turned in a narrow trench, if the gun was too long, it could easily get stuck. The new, shorter gun didn't have this problem. Another group of soldiers was assigned to a different range for live fire testing. The test items were not the durability and service life of the firearm, but its reliability in various harsh environments. In such a situation, as long as you could still open the bolt, load a bullet, push the bolt forward to chamber it, release the safety, and pull the trigger, and the gun functioned normally, it was already considered perfect. At least in actual use, there probably wouldn't be any major problems. The environmental test was now missing only one last item, whether it could be used normally in snow and ice, in temperatures of tens of degrees below zero. Unfortunately, it was summer now. Even in Heiyuan Prefecture to the north, it was very hot. The Han tribe had no refrigeration equipment, so this item had to be skipped. However, based on the performance of the previous standard G98 rifle in the northern expedition, there were no problems. So, the new gun improved on this model should also be able to overcome the cold environment of the north. On the other side, the portability test of the improved rifle was also completed. Carrying the new gun on a forced march was easier for the soldiers than carrying the old one, because the shorter gun body also meant it was lighter. In addition, in terms of traversing trenches, simulating battlefield charges, and armed jungle crossings, it showed superior qualities compared to the old gun. For example, in jungle crossings, the new gun was shorter and less likely to get caught on trees. The downward curved bolt handle was also less likely to snag on branches, which was a significant improvement over the old gun. After the portability and environmental tests were completed, all that was left were the bullet power and accuracy tests and the firearm life experiment. Regular bullet heads were copper-jacketed lead cores. Steel core armor-piercing bullets were copper-jacketed, with a 3-in-1 bullet head of soft lead-wrapped steel core. When the bullet's copper jacket flattened on the target's surface, the steel core inside could continue to fly, penetrating thicker steel plate targets. The cost of this type of bullet was not much higher, but the manufacturing process required an extra step. Fortunately, the Han tribe did not need that many steel core armor-piercing bullets, because no enemy had that much armor. Let alone steel plate armor, even wooden shields or leather armor were not very common, so there was no need to worry about this problem. Moreover, the 7.62mm full-power rifle for the final round of accuracy testing, Chu Bing volunteered. Chu Bing personally maintained the gun, then loaded it and began shooting at the 300-meter human-shaped chest target, 350-meter target, 400-meter target, all the way up to the 600-meter target. It could shoot farther. After all, it was a counterfeit 98K that could be used as a sniper rifle. But farther than that, the target was invisible to the naked eye. Beyond 600 meters, unless you had superhuman vision, you could only shoot with a scope. Starting from 300 meters, each target was shot 10 times, for a total of 100 rings. The final score was determined by the number of rings. To avoid the influence of personal factors, such as who had better marksmanship, besides Chu Bing, Han Feng also randomly selected 2 other soldiers. They followed the same shooting sequence as Chu Bing, using the same gun, and shot again. Finally, by comparing the data of the 3 people, they could get a more reliable result. After a series of tests, the improved bolt-action rifle was finally finalized. As for the new rifle's model name, Han Feng thought it over and decided to continue the previous naming convention, calling it the Standard Type 2 rifle. According to the firearm naming conventions of his past life, there were generally 3 methods, either named after the inventor, such as Browning, Mauser, etc., or named after the leader's style name, such as the Zhongjing rifle, or named after the year the new rifle was finalized, such as the Type 56, Type 81. But none of these naming methods were suitable for the current Han tribe. After a night's rest in the barracks, the testing continued the next day. Because there was ample time today, Han Feng decided to test the remaining 2 pistols, as well as the semi-automatic rifle and machine gun together, striving to finish the tests in one day. If they passed, they would be finalized. If they failed, they would be modified further. After breakfast, Han Feng had Chu Bing start arranging the pistol tests. They had already preliminarily tested the 2 pistols at the Research Institute yesterday. There was no problem with firing them. Now it was just a matter of seeing if their various performances could meet the standards. The pistol tests were similar to the previous standard Type 2 rifle tests, including accuracy tests, bullet power tests, environmental tests, and firearm life and durability tests. As for the portability test, it was directly omitted. What portability did a pistol need to be tested for? Such a small thing. How could it not be carried? According to the standards proposed by Han Feng, the pistol barrel made of molybdenum steel had to withstand at least 10,000 shots without any significant performance degradation. The testing process was similar to yesterday's. Change the person every 100 shots, do a simple maintenance every 1,000 shots, do a detailed maintenance every 2,000 shots, and then retest the accuracy after 10,000 shots. Lin Fei looked a little embarrassed. Tracer rounds. He really hadn't prepared many. Replying to the chief, the production of these new types of bullets is already low, and the number of special rounds like tracer rounds is even smaller. We have prepared some, but not many. There are only 1,000 tracer rounds for the semi-automatic rifle and 5,000 for the machine gun. I don't know if that's enough. Lin Fei answered cautiously. Han Feng quickly calculated in his head. The biggest problem with the semi-automatic rifle test was the life test, which was also a 10,000 round life standard. These 10,000 rounds were to cause wear and tear on the gun. It didn't matter if they hit the target or not, as long as they were fired. So there was no need to use expensive tracer rounds for the test. It wouldn't be too late to use tracer rounds when retesting the trajectory and accuracy after firing 10,000 rounds. As for the machine gun, it was even more unnecessary. It was unheard of for a machine gun to fire only tracer rounds. Machine guns sometimes needed to use tracer rounds on the battlefield, but that was to indicate targets for their comrades, to use the bright trajectory to tell their comrades where the enemy was. If we use them sparingly, it should be enough. Then have someone go and load the bullets. First, get some belts of ordinary bullets, all 250 rounds long, so it's easy for us to count. Then get 10 belts of tracer rounds. The loading method should be 4+1, that is, for ordinary bullets plus 1 tracer round, then 4 ordinary bullets plus 1 tracer round. Just load the belts in this order. Chu Bing, you arrange for the soldiers to load the bullets. Just don't mess up the order. Han Feng nodded and arranged for the 2 of them. Yes, sir. The two of them cupped their hands in acknowledgement at the same time and then began to make arrangements. After waiting for a while for the two to return, Chu Bing asked again, "Chief, how do we test this machine gun? I've already told the 2nd Battalion commander to test the semi-automatic rifle according to the way we tested the standard Type 2 rifle yesterday. There shouldn't be a big problem. Now the only thing left is the machine gun test that hasn't been arranged." Han Feng nodded and said, "Get the ammunition ready first. We'll use 250-round belts for all the tests this time, and also 200-round medium-length belts. Let's use the 250-round ones first. For belts are 1,000 rounds. 40 belts are 10,000 rounds. This way it's easy for us to count. As for the test items, they are similar to the rifle. Take bursts for example. Each time you pull the trigger and release, the number of bullets fired should be controlled between 3 and 5, which is considered one burst. For sweeps, the target must be at least 10 human-shaped chest targets placed side by side. The shooter is required to use 50 bullets to sweep 10 side-by-side targets in one go. The passing standard is that each of the 10 human-shaped chest targets must be hit at least once. It doesn't matter what ring it hits, as long as it's on the target. In other words, hitting 10 out of 50 is a pass, 20 is good, 30 is excellent, and over 30 is an expert machine gunner. You should cultivate such people well in the future. While Han Feng was introducing the standards for machine gun accuracy, he was also giving Chu Bing instructions for future training. Chu Bing listened and nodded repeatedly, indicating that he had learned new knowledge again. Before, he only knew how to evaluate whether a rifle was accurate or not. Now, the chief had even proposed standards for the machine gun. And from the standards proposed by Han Feng, one could see his way of using this weapon. The machine gun was for suppressive fire. There was no need to fire single shots. If you were going to shoot, you should shoot in bursts. If there were 1 or 2, or less than 3 targets, you would use short bursts, a string of rat-tat-tat at the target. If there were more than 10 group targets, you would use 50 bullets to sweep them to death. Hitting 1 out of 5 was considered a pass, which showed that Han Feng didn't care about the bullets at all. If you shot a rifle with a 1 in 5 accuracy, you would probably be beaten to death by the chief. You prodigal son, how can you waste bullets like that? But a machine gun wouldn't. But thinking of this, Chu Bing thought of a new problem. Chief, you just mentioned bursts. Is there a corresponding standard for using them in certain situations? If there is a standard, it would also be convenient for our later training. Han Feng thought about it. It seemed that was true. He had forgotten to mention this problem just now. There is a standard. I forgot to mention it just now. The machine gun has a total of 3 firing modes, short bursts of 3 to 5 bullets, for shooting at combat groups of less than 3 people. If there are between 3 and 6 targets, use long bursts. A long burst is a burst of no more than 10 rounds. After short and long bursts, the rest is continuous fire, which is for group targets of more than 6 people, for continuous sweeping. But you can't just hold down the trigger. You still have to control the rate of ammunition consumption. Try not to fire meaningless empty shots. At the very least, you should achieve something with every shot. Even if you fire 50 bullets at once, as long as you hit one person, it's not a loss. Also, our machine gun has a theoretical rate of fire of about 700 rounds per minute, but I don't want you to really waste bullets like that. Take a 200-round belt, for example. Try to control the rate of ammunition consumption to 200 rounds per minute. Changing a belt every minute is already very extravagant. Remember that. Han Feng kept teaching the skills of using the machine gun. Chu Bing and the 3rd Battalion commander also listened and nodded like chickens pecking at rice. So there were so many tricks to using a machine gun. Portability test, accuracy test, then environmental test. The previous ones had no essential difference except for the change in standards. But this simulated environment test really had to be changed, because Han Feng knew a big problem with similar machine guns. Canvas belts were afraid of moisture. A damp canvas belt could easily cause a jam. So everyone often saw in war movies that the machine gunner always had someone pulling the belt next to him. Although the ammunition handler was supposed to pull the belt, it also depended on the situation. If it was a sunny and dry environment, as long as the belt was loaded, there was no need to pull it separately. But if the belt was soaked with water, then it was impossible not to pull it. During World War II, machine guns that used canvas belts, such as the Maxim and G42, almost all had this problem. Modern machine guns that use metal disintegrating belts don't have to worry about this problem because water doesn't have much effect on metal. Even if it does, it won't appear in a short time, such as rust. The Han tribe was not yet extravagant enough to use metal disintegrating belts. You know, after such belts were used, there was basically no possibility of recovering them for reuse. They were almost metal consumables. Rather than that, it was more cost-effective to use reusable canvas belts. So to avoid such trouble, Hanfeng also specifically explained to them that no matter how strong a canvas belt was, it was still made of cloth. As long as it was cloth, it was definitely afraid of moisture, so the tests had to be done separately. For example, in the immersion test, you could soak the machine gun in water or mud, but don't put the belt in. After taking the gun out, you had to shake it and clean off most of the water before installing the belt for firing. So Hanfeng arranged to use 2 barrels, used in rotation. Each barrel had to fire 10,000 rounds of ammunition, for a total of 20,000 rounds. Fortunately, this machine gun fired fast, so it might even finish before the rifle. The test procedure was to change the barrel every 1,000 rounds of ammunition, without any cleaning or maintenance in between, only changing the overheated barrel. Then, after firing 5,000 rounds, do a simple maintenance. The barrel still didn't need to be cleaned. Finally, after firing 10,000 rounds, clean the barrel and main mechanism once. Come on, let's get a closer look. As they crowded around the perimeter, the awe only grew. Wow, this thing is terrifying. Look at the bullets. They're like a continuous chain. The moment he pulls the trigger, the gun just swallows them whole. And the empty casings, they're falling like grain during a harvest. I want to be a machine gunner so bad, a young soldier muttered, his voice filled with longing. But I wonder how many they'll actually make. There's no way they'll issue one to every man like a rifle, right? Think of the ammo they'd waste. Probably not, his friend agreed. A weapon this powerful? I bet there's only one per company. Our entire Shinsguard only has 9 companies. That's only 9 machine guns for the whole unit. Man, forget it then, the first soldier sighed, his excitement deflating. 9 guns for over 2,600 men? I'll never get my hands on one. I'm so jealous of whoever does. Nearby, Chu Bing overheard the soldier's chatter, and his own mind began to race. He had been focused on the technical skills of firing the weapon, but he hadn't yet considered the logistics of deployment or the specific tactics required for such a unique piece of hardware. After all, how could he know how to use it effectively if the unit hadn't even been equipped yet? Ever the diligent student, Chu Bing leaned in toward Hanfeng. If he didn't know something, he asked. That was his way. Chief, once the design for this machine gun is finalized, how do we plan to distribute it? What size unit gets one? And more importantly, how do we select and train the gunners? He looked them dead in the eye. Wipe those smiles off your faces. I'm telling you right now, give me an equal number of local garrison troops equipped only with bolt-action rifles and a single machine gun per platoon, and I could still easily annihilate your squad-level machine gun units. Even if every one of your men has a semi-auto, I'd wipe you out. The smiles vanished instantly. Chu Bing and the commanders stood stiffly, reflecting on their arrogance. They weren't just reflecting on their laughter. They were wondering what kind of specialized tactics could possibly bridge such a massive gap in firepower. How could the chief be so confident that a vastly outgunned force could achieve a total wipeout? And easily at that? In truth, there were countless tricks to it. In a defensive engagement, for example, the placement of machine guns was everything. The most classic tactic was the interlocking field of fire. Given the nature of the weapon, 50 machine guns lined up in a straight row were less effective than 2 machine guns placed at the flanks of a defensive line. Enfilade fire, shooting across the enemy's front from the side, was where the machine gun found its true lethality. Then there were forward bunkers, hidden pillboxes, and various awkward firing angles that could catch an enemy off guard with devastating results. In an assault, there were specific formations to bring a machine gun forward quickly and methods for the gunners to provide suppressive cover for their advancing comrades. Digging while prone was a skill in itself. With a ceiling of lead whistling overhead, one had to dig without moving their body much at all. Lift your head an inch too high, and it was gone. It was a high-stakes technical craft. Hanfeng didn't start the lecture immediately. Instead, he turned his attention back to the ongoing tests. The semi-automatic rifle tests were the first to finish. Since they had just tested the bolt-action rifles the day before, the process was familiar. The semi-autos were faster to load and fire, allowing the soldiers to breeze through the testing criteria. With the tests passed, Hanfeng officially designated it the standard Type 3 rifle, the 3rd generation, and ordered it into mass production. For their names, Hanfeng chose something symbolic. He called them the Short Sword series. The 7-round model became the Short Sword Type 1, and the 15-round model became the Short Sword Type 2. In his mind, A pistol served the same functional purpose as a dagger or a short sword in close-quarters combat. The name made its role easy for anyone to understand. By the time the rifles and pistols were finalized, it was already noon. Over at the machine gun range, they had only just finished the accuracy and environmental simulation tests. The durability and service life tests were still dragging on. Logically, with its high rate of fire, the machine gun should have burned through its 20,000-round quota quickly. The reality, however, was that the loading process was agonizingly slow. Since the Research Institute hadn't developed a mechanical belt loader yet, the soldiers had to manually press every single bullet into the canvas belts by hand. It was a classic case of 30 minutes of loading for 30 seconds of fun. As the good news arrived from the other ranges, Chu Bing realized where the bottleneck was. He turned to Han Feng. "Chief, loading this machine gun is a nightmare. If we actually go to war, would we have to start prepping ammo a month in advance? At a rate of 1 belt per minute, the battlefield consumption will be staggering. We'll never be able to keep up by hand." Han Feng nodded as he watched the scene. This was his oversight. He had remembered to tell the Institute how to make the gun and the canvas belts, but he'd completely forgotten to mention a hand-cranked loader. Seeing the soldiers sweating under the scorching sun, struggling with the belts, Han Feng called out, "Stop the machine gun tests for now. At this rate, we aren't getting a realistic stress test. If we were firing at maximum sustained rates, those barrels should be glowing and smoking by now. But because we're waiting so long for ammo, the barrels are cooling down completely between bursts. We aren't testing the barrel swap procedure or the heat tolerance properly." Chu Bing and the 3rd Battalion commander lowered their heads, thinking the chief was angry at their poor organization. Lin Fei, the researcher, didn't dare speak either, fearing he'd be blamed for not prepping enough belts or for not having the ammo preloaded. But the reprimand they expected never came. Instead, Han Feng called Lin Fei over. "Lin Fei, are you familiar with the hand-cranked rotary printing press that Bai Qi made for the Hanyang printing department?" Lin Fei scratched his head, looking confused. He didn't see the connection. "Yes, Chief. I actually helped him find the craftsman for that. Is there a problem with the press?" "No problem with the press. I want you to get that same design team to build me a hand-cranked ammo loader." "A hand-cranked loader?" Lin Fei, Chu Bing, and the commander asked in unison. "There's a machine for that too?" They wondered. The chief really can think of anything. Han Feng nodded, satisfied. 3 days, including travel time, design, fabrication, and testing, was an impressive turnaround. "Good. Get on it. And when you come back, bring more ammunition, and make sure to include tracer rounds." "Understood." Lin Fei saluted and hurried off. The Shin's Guards barracks were not far from Xingang Prefecture, only a 2 or 3 hour horse ride away. Lin Fei quickly returned with Han Feng's orders and immediately organized a team to start designing the hand-cranked belt loader. This device wasn't difficult, at least not as strenuous as a hand-cranked rice transplanter. It was just a small tool. With the Power Research Institute's R&D capabilities in the field of machinery, they drew up a sketch in just over an hour, then spent another 2 hours making a wooden model. After a simple experiment, they officially began making a steel prototype the next day. While the prototype was being made, Lin Fei didn't stay idle. He had the nearby bullet production workshop prepare a large number of bullets, as well as tracer rounds with added barium sulfate, and a dozen newly made canvas belts. Once both sides had their items ready, they immediately began testing them together. However, to better adapt to the user's needs, the R&D team added a vertical feed plate to the structure Han Feng had described. The bullet funnel on top was made into a movable, detachable structure. The advantage of this was that when loading ordinary bullets, you could use the funnel directly, pour in a box from the top, and then turn the handle below to quickly complete the loading. The purpose of the feed plate was to load tracer rounds, using the feed plate to sort the bullets and complete the 3+1 or 4+1 loading sequence Han Feng had mentioned. If only a funnel was used, it would be impossible to sort them. The final experimental results were also very good, perfectly solving the problem of manual loading being too laborious. Moreover, the loader was made relatively small, low-cost, sturdy, and not easily damaged, as per Han Feng's requirements. Such a device could even be used on the front lines, loading bullets while squatting in a trench. It was ready to use at any time and convenient to carry and transport, weighing only 3 or 4 Jin in total. Any soldier could carry it. It didn't even take 3 days. After getting 2 qualified loaders, Lin Fei rushed back to the Shin's Guards barracks on the evening of the second day. Thus, the machine gun test could continue. The previous simulated environment test and accuracy test had already been completed. All that was left was the firearm durability or life test and the second accuracy test after the life test. Now, with more sufficient ammunition and a more convenient hand-cranked loader, the remaining test subjects could finally be completed. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The roar of the machine gun once again echoed through the shooting range in the mountain forest, startling flocks of birds into flight. Chu Bing, the 3 battalion commanders of the Shin's Guard, and some company commanders were all silently counting in their hearts. A rate of 250 rounds per minute, according to the chief, was about the normal combat rate of fire. Under these circumstances, 20,000 rounds were fired in about an hour. This consumption rate was truly terrifying. Based on a box of 3,000 rounds, at least 7 boxes of ammunition would be needed for 2 hours. How many people would be needed to transport 7 boxes of ammunition? This machine gun was a blast to shoot, and its firepower was indeed fierce, but maintaining the logistics was also a huge problem. Report, firing mission completed. Awaiting instructions. Just then, the soldier who had finished the last magazine also came to the commanders to report. Han Feng nodded and looked at Lin Fei on the side. You go and inspect those 2 barrels. If there are no problems, start the second accuracy test. So next, everyone began to conduct the accuracy shooting again. At this time, the sky was gradually getting dark, which was the best time to test the trajectory. The staff under Lin Fei quickly reinstalled the barrels on the machine gun and then replaced them with the pre-prepared tracer round belts. The accuracy test subjects were still the same old 3, 5-round short bursts, 10-round long bursts, and 50-round group target sweeps, plus different shooting distances from 400 meters to 1,000 meters, a total of several rounds of shooting. The shooting range was quickly set up again. Because it was an accuracy test, they had to select soldiers with good marksmanship. In the past 2 days of shooting tests, there was indeed a genius who stood out. He was very talented in operating the machine gun. After firing only a few hundred rounds, his shooting level had far surpassed others. Little Li, you shoot, Chu Bing called out to the soldier. In fact, shooting accurately is not a big deal. They are all shooting experts with rifle shooting experience, so shooting a machine gun is naturally no problem. The most commendable thing is actually the shooting rhythm. Look at him shooting bursts. He can control how many shots he fires. Unlike some people who hold down the trigger and don't know when to let go, always wanting to shoot a few more shots for fun. Also, when shooting long bursts and sweeps, the machine gun needs to be swept slightly left and right. This person's control of the sweep angle is also very good, and his hit rate is very high. According to the standard I mentioned before, this person's hit rate for a 50-round sweep should be over 30 rounds, right? Han Feng also praised him generously. Chu Bing grinned. The chief is right. After Little Li shoots a 50-round sweep, he can basically grasp the speed and angle of the sweep perfectly. With a total of 10 targets, he can sweep exactly 10 shots in one go, exactly 1 for each target. With 50 bullets, he can sweep exactly 5 rounds. Others can at most sweep 3 or 4 rounds before they run out of bullets, or they just sweep randomly, 50 bullets swaying left and right, and in the end, not many actually hit the target. While Chu Bing was speaking, that Little Li also began to conduct a 50-round continuous sweep. Amidst a burst of rat-tat-tat-tat gunfire, a few tracer rounds mixed in the belt also trailed bright green light towards the distant targets, sweeping out in a fan shape. From this, one could see how strong this person's control over the machine gun was. But at this moment, Han Feng said, "Don't be too proud. What I want is not how amazing one person is at shooting a machine gun, but the overall shooting level of the troops. This is because our enemies don't have equivalent weapons. If the enemy were also equipped with our bolt-action rifles, then in a battle, the machine gunner would be the fastest and most casualty-prone soldier. For example, me. If I were to fight you with my men, and you had more machine guns and more firepower than me, I would definitely choose a group of soldiers with good marksmanship to specifically target your machine gunners. I would kill one as soon as they appeared, so that your machine guns couldn't even start firing." Chu Bing grimaced at the side, unable to help but complain in his heart. This chief was too ruthless, specifically targeting his machine guns. But on second thought, if he were in Han Feng's position, he would probably do the same. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be a little more cautious. Han Feng was obviously speaking with a hidden meaning. What he meant was, don't be too proud just because you have a genius. Such talent is sometimes not a good thing. On the battlefield, such a person would die the fastest. So what was the chief trying to tell him? Was he telling him that the casualties of machine gunners were too high, so he should train more backup machine gunners? Thinking of this, Chu Bing quickly figured out some things. The chief had said before that each machine gun team should have at least 3 people. One person would operate the machine gun for shooting, another would carry the ammunition and be responsible for changing and feeding the belt, acting as the first assistant. And another would be responsible for security, changing the barrel, and other auxiliary tasks, acting as the second assistant. But now it seemed that these 2 assistants not only had to complete auxiliary tasks, but also had to be trained as machine gunners. If the main shooter sacrificed on the battlefield, then the first and second assistants would have to step up quickly. Even the other ordinary infantrymen, when the machine gunners in the squad were all dead, someone had to be able to continue operating the machine gun. Other ordinary infantrymen will also have to undergo machine gun shooting training in the future, but the requirements don't have to be so high. A minimum of 10 hits, reaching a qualified level, is sufficient. Chu Bing nodded upon hearing this, once again confirming his thoughts. It seemed that after being equipped with machine guns, the soldiers' training tasks would increase again. But now that the soldiers of the Shin's Guard already had rich experience in rifle shooting subjects, they could appropriately reduce rifle shooting training in the future and use the freed-up time for other weapon training. The machine gun accuracy shooting test in front was still going on. The green glowing tracer rounds kept whistling through the air, making whoosh-whoosh sounds, which was particularly terrifying in the dim evening. While the shooting was in full swing in front, Chu Bing continued to discuss other equipment issues with Han Feng in the back. Chief, how should we equip that pistol of ours? Pistols, huh? For now, they will only be issued to officers at the platoon level and above, and to the main and deputy machine gunners, because their weapons are not suitable for close combat, so they can only use pistols for self-defense. Han Feng decided on the number of pistols to be issued casually. Chu Bing quickly calculated in his head. The Shin's Guard had 3 battalions, each battalion had 3 platoons, each platoon had 9 squads, and each squad had a main and deputy machine gunner. That meant 2 pistols per squad. That added up to about 200 pistols, plus the officers of all levels. The total number of pistols in the entire Shin's Guard would not exceed 300. It was a bit small, but what Han Feng said was also correct. On the main battlefield, pistols were basically useless, unless you had already charged into the enemy's face, or the enemy had charged into your face. Otherwise, there was no opportunity to use a pistol. After all, the total range was only 50 meters. With a large number of rifles equipped, what was the use of a pistol's short range? Having figured this out, Chu Bing asked again. Chief, at the celebratory banquet before, I remember you said that besides these few types of guns, there were other weapons? What were those weapons? Han Feng was stunned for a moment, glanced at Lin Fei who was discussing something with others not far away, and then turned back to Chu Bing. It's a type of small, indirect fire artillery that fires fin-stabilized high-explosive shells. Its power is much greater than the previous field guns because its shells explode a second time after being fired, exploding in the enemy's crowd. And this cannon is very light and can be quickly disassembled and assembled. In a marching state, it only needs 3 soldiers to carry it. A total of 3 large parts, each weighing 10 or 20 jin, and its range can reach about 3 kilometers. Chu Bing's eyes went straight when he heard this. My God, that's a cannon. It can shoot 3 kilometers, and it's a high-explosive shell that explodes a second time. Most importantly, it's so light that 3 people can carry it without even needing livestock. The entire cannon and all its parts weigh only about 60 jin. What does that mean? Just as Chu Bing was getting excited, Han Feng released another bombshell. Oh, I forgot to mention just now. Let me add one more point. This type of cannon is called a mortar. Its rate of fire is 30 rounds per minute. Its shell weighs more than 8 jin, and one shell can flatten an area of about 3 mu. All enemies within that range will be blown to pieces on the spot. Chu Bing was instantly stunned on the spot. Chu Bing had seen the standard field guns the tribe had previously manufactured. To be honest, in his eyes, those field guns were just slightly larger muskets. The loading process was even less convenient than the bolt-action rifles they used. Their only advantage was their long range, but that was it. The old cannons fired solid shot, which, like rifle bullets, killed by impact. While their range was indeed far, they were incredibly heavy. A single horse couldn't move one quickly. But now, the chief had suddenly told him that there was a type of artillery that could shoot farther and was more powerful than the standard field guns, and it was incredibly light. It didn't even need livestock. Just 3 men could carry it on the march. What did that even mean? This was a leap of several generations of development. What was even more astonishing was that this cannon had a terrifying rate of fire of 30 rounds per minute. That was one shot every 2 seconds. This rate of fire was even faster than the bolt-action rifles they had used before. But this was a cannon. How could it not be shocking? Chief, that mortar, has it been made yet? Chu Bing asked, suppressing his excitement with some trepidation. He was truly shocked that such a heaven-defying weapon could be created in this world. Not yet, I don't think so. I'm not too clear on the current progress. When I assigned the tasks to the Research Institute, they prioritized the small, light weapons first. And with the mortar, the cannon body itself doesn't have any particularly difficult technology. The hardest part is the shell. The reason this cannon can shoot so far and has so much power is all thanks to those special shells. So even if the cannon is made, it's useless without the shells, Han Feng explained. Chu Bing was a little disappointed to hear that, but on second thought, it seemed normal. How could such a powerful weapon be easily manufactured? The more difficult the development, the more it proved the weapon's power. After thinking for a moment, he asked again. Then the other weapons the chief mentioned, besides this mortar, what else is there? Han Feng recalled for a moment and counted on his fingers. There are also individual hand grenades. This is a type of thrown explosive about the size of a duck egg, used by throwing it into a group of enemies. The throwing distance is between 30 and 50 meters. When the hand grenade explodes, it shatters its outer iron shell, creating many fragments with the power of bullets that fly out in all directions in a radial pattern. The lethal range is about 6 or 7 meters in radius. It's suitable for attacking small groups of enemies clustered together and can also be thrown into enemy trenches during a charge. Chu Bing and the surrounding officers were once again surprised, but they were already used to it. After hearing the chief's introduction of the mortar just now, even if Han Feng told them now that there was a weapon that could destroy an entire city from 1,000 li away, they wouldn't find it strange. But Han Feng's introduction wasn't over yet. He continued, besides the mortar and hand grenades, there is also a single-shot grenade launcher. Its use is similar to a hand grenade, but its power is slightly greater, with a lethal range of up to 10 meters in diameter. But that's not the key. Now, after hearing Han Feng's introduction, they had a rough idea of his thinking. It was to use 3 different explosive weapons to cover the entire range from 0 to 5 kilometers. With such firepower, plus the appearance of the machine gun, who in this world could be a match for the Han tribe? There are also some other weapons, like autocannons, which are large-caliber machine guns that are also automatic. But you won't be needing those for now, and I don't plan to equip you with them. They are for the Navy to install on their ships, so you don't have to worry about that for now. Reporting to the chief, Commander, the machine gun accuracy test is complete. All subjects performed well, with no significant performance degradation. Awaiting instructions, Han Feng looked at Lin Fei not far away. Lin Fei also nodded at Han Feng and raised the notebook in his hand that he used for recording, indicating that there were no problems with the test. Han Feng nodded. Then end the test. Since all subjects have been completed and passed the test assessment, let's name and finalize it. He hesitated for a long time before saying, what do you think? Should we call this machine gun the standard type 4 general-purpose machine gun? Will that be easily confused with the rifles? Hearing this, everyone expressed their opinions. I don't think there's a problem. Weren't the previous bolt-action and semi-automatic rifles also called standard type? Right, I don't think there's a problem either. Besides, we only have one type of machine gun anyway. No one will be calling it standard type whatever in their spare time. When we use them ourselves, we just call them rifles and machine guns. Naming them now is just adding a written name to make it easier to coordinate logistics and equipment. Chu Bing also expressed his opinion. Han Feng nodded. That's right. Chu Bing is right. Let's do that then. Let's call it standard type 4. After saying this, Han Feng turned to Lin Fei and arranged. Your technical team should sort out the test data and firearm information as soon as possible, and then start preparing materials and production lines. I will notify you separately when to produce and how much to produce. You are not allowed to produce privately without my order. Yes, sir. Lin Fei and the technical staff of the Research Institute immediately cupped their hands in acknowledgement, accepting Han Feng's arrangement. The test was over. Lin Fei led a group of people away, taking all the sample guns back with them. After all, some of the sample guns had been battered beyond recognition after undergoing various tests. Moreover, these firearms did not belong to the Shin's Guard, but were experimental guns registered under the Research Institute's name. Only after mass production would they be officially equipped to the army. The officers of the Shin's Guard were quite disappointed by this, watching so many excellent weapons being brought into the barracks, and then watching them being taken away. How could it not break their hearts? However, Han Feng, as the chief, did not have so many concerns. The entire Han tribe could be said to be his, and of course, that included anything produced by the tribe. So Han Feng unceremoniously took several guns with him. 2 of each of the dagger Type 1 and Type 2 pistols, and he also took 2 of the new caliber bolt-action and semi-automatic rifles, the standard Type 2, along with a large amount of ammunition. These were all collectibles that Han Feng had prepared for himself, and also weapons for self-defense. Chu Bing was left in the barracks to handle military affairs. Han Feng directly led a group of guards back to Hanyang City. As they were about to reach their doorstep, Han Feng saw from a distance a group of craftsmen tinkering with something in the school square of Hanyang City, as if they were going to build something new. Han Feng was immediately puzzled. He remembered that he hadn't ordered anyone to build anything at the school. Were they taking it upon themselves to build an illegal structure? Or was something broken and these people were repairing it? So he casually pointed to a guard beside him and said, "Go over to the school and ask what they're doing and who ordered it." Without a word, the guard dismounted, handed the reins to his companion, cupped his hands at Han Feng, and immediately ran towards the school. Han Feng didn't pay any more attention to this matter. He had a few people take the guns he had collected into his study and set them up, then sat down in the study. Not long after, the guard who had gone to check returned and reported to Han Feng. "Chief, the people at the school said that the Lakeheart Island Research Institute is going to build a small clock tower there to replace the original one. They said this new clock tower can chime the time on its own." The leader is a young man named Gu Chung. He said he was ordered by the chief to build a large clock tower, so he had to build a small model first for verification. But this model can also be used. It would be a waste to put it in the Research Institute, so it's better to put it in the school. So he took it upon himself to build the clock tower here. Oh, so that's what it was. Han Feng could understand this. In fact, this method was something those researchers had learned from him. Han Feng was the type of person who, no matter what he wanted to do, would always want to make a model for verification first. When building the Imperial Palace, he had someone make a miniature sand table of the palace. When building sailboats, he would also find a carpenter to make a small-scale model of the boat first, following the steps of making a real boat. The advantage of this was that it could save materials. If there were any problems with the design, they could be discovered when making the model, thus saving some unnecessary trouble in the actual operation. Han Feng had previously asked Gu Chung to build a large clock tower in the capital. Gu Chung had never built such a thing before, so even if he had designed the drawings, he didn't dare to start easily without verification. So he simply came to the school in Hanyang City to build a small-scale model to verify the feasibility of the design. If there were no problems, he would then go to the capital to scale it up and build a larger one. Looking at it this way, there was no problem. "All right, I know. Go and tell Gu Chung to do a good job and hurry up." Han Feng nodded and said casually, then began to deal with the backlog of official business from the past few days. The guard quietly cupped his hands and went to carry out the order. In the study, Han Feng flipped through the reports sent from various places. There were data on the material transfer and project progress of the Cross-Sea Bridge, a construction progress report from Yuji at the capital, and a construction progress report from Yufu at Xi'an Prefecture, as well as a list of requested materials. There was also Yuyi in the far north. He had also sent some construction reports from Heiyuan Prefecture, explaining the local situation and requesting some materials. Finally, there was a construction report from Deshu at Tuai Prefecture, which was about the construction of the new courtyard being built for Han Feng. Han Feng looked at the mountain of reports in front of him and suddenly gave a wry smile. He felt that he was not the chief of a large tribe, but more like the project director of a real estate company. With a bunch of people below him asking for construction reports, what did that make him? A big contractor. Han Feng skillfully approved these documents, reviewing the material lists requested by various places to see if they were really necessary, and if transportation was needed, how many transportation resources would need to be mobilized. These things that would give others a headache at a glance became much easier in Han Feng's eyes. Anyway, he wouldn't be personally responsible for the specific events. He just needed to look at these problems from a macro perspective and then delegate the corresponding authority to some capable people and let them do it. Han Feng was like what Han Xian said. Han Xian commands troops, the more the better. Han Xian himself did not lead troops, because he was a marshal. A marshal leads generals, and generals are the ones directly responsible for the soldiers. Han Feng did not handle specific matters. He only needed to assign tasks to those prefects, and then supervise them. The official business from various places was handled by Han Feng in an orderly manner. The days passed one by one, and the day for Han Feng to move his family south was getting closer and closer. Speaking of the current construction situation in various places, what Han Feng was most concerned about was the middle and lower reaches of the Luyang River, which was the southern coal-producing area, the construction situation in Chengkong and Qian prefectures, which was under the responsibility of Yufu. The Han tribe was currently carrying out its southern industrial layout, and the cornerstones of industry were steel and coal. These two were indispensable. Without coal, you couldn't make steel. Without steel, you couldn't produce various steel machines. The steel output in the north of the Han tribe was considerable, but it was too much trouble to transport it to the south. And even if it were transported, the cost would be much higher than the production cost. The Baiwu people who were working for the Han tribe in Qian prefecture saw this with joy in their hearts, but also with deep shock and unease. What they saw was the Han tribe's various advanced production technologies. What they were happy about was that they had received a lot of wages from the Han tribe, and then used these wages to buy a lot of good things, such as cloth, tools, food, and even wheelbarrows. The most important thing was that they had learned a lot of skills from their work. What shocked them was the huge amount of manpower and material resources that the Han tribe had invested in this place, which was astonishing to them. Let's not talk about other things, just the fact that they provided food for the workers. How much grain would that require? Not to mention that besides grain, they also gave them a lot of wages. Other various building materials, as well as large steel equipment like trains, were countless. There were many things they still couldn't name. They only knew that those things were made by the chief of the Han tribe, with two whatchamacallit research institutes. Inside were the smartest craftsmen of the Han tribe, each one more amazing than the last. Any one of them could serve as the chief of their Baiwu tribe. The Baiwu workers were therefore very worried that after they had built the city that Yufu wanted, the Han tribe would capture them and turn them into slaves, and finally send them all to the mines to dig for black stones. However, based on recent various situations, they suddenly found that their worries were unnecessary. That was the large construction machinery active on the city construction site. Yufu had intentionally let it be known that the Han tribe was preparing to use construction machinery to mine, and the Baiwu people were immediately relieved. Come to think of it, those steel machines were so powerful, and they didn't need to eat or rest. They only needed to be filled with black stones and water, and they could work tirelessly. The key was that the efficiency of those machines was also much higher than human labor. The Han tribe would be foolish to use these people to dig for coal. How much grain and meat would it take to feed 100 workers? How much would it cost to maintain a machine? Coal was dug out of the ground, and there was plenty of water in the river. A machine could be operated by at most 2 drivers. No matter how you thought about it, it was more cost-effective than feeding so many workers. And that was the truth. The Han tribe did indeed need a lot of slaves to maintain the operation of its mining industry before, but now it didn't. Because of the various construction machinery, the entire mining industry of the Han tribe was undergoing an active industrial transformation. Things that could be done by machines should be done by machines as much as possible. The same was true for the coal and iron mines in Qian prefecture. After seeing the power of various construction machinery, Yufu began to advocate for all mining to be done by machinery. The material request he sent to Han Feng this time was for 10 excavators, 2 road rollers, and as many self-dumping tipper tractors as he could get. It would be best if there were no less than 4 loaders, so that he could develop 2 mines at the same time. In addition, Yufu also said in the letter that he had sent people to discover a large amount of limestone in the area further north. As long as they had this limestone, they could build a coking plant and a cement plant here, and even the calcium carbide in the carbide lamps used in the south could be produced here, without needing to be transported from the north over a long distance. Limestone was not a rare thing. This mineral was everywhere, and it was normal for Yufu to find it. Since there was coal and limestone, the establishment of a coking plant was a certainty. However, Yufu also said in the letter that if these factories were to be built, it would be best to get some supporting mechanical equipment, otherwise it might not be possible to start work. What cement plant, coking plant, sounded good and was very tempting, but the investment was huge. All kinds of large mechanical equipment. It was a huge problem just to transport them over. Fortunately, The railway from the riverbank of Chungkong Prefecture to Qian Prefecture had been built, otherwise it would be really difficult to transport. And Han Feng naturally expressed his full support for this. If the South wanted to develop, it could not do without industry. If you wanted to have industry, you could not do without the two pillar industries of coal and steel. Now Han Feng was still planning to move his family south. In the future, he was also preparing to build a series of factories in the south, with a total of about 100. So many factories. How much steel and cement would be needed to build the factory buildings? How much steel would be needed to produce mechanical equipment? And how much coal would be needed to maintain the operation of those steam engines? To achieve these goals, he naturally could not ignore Yu Fu's material request. It was just that even Han Feng himself could not decide this matter immediately. He wished he could give Yu Fu whatever he wanted. If Yu Fu wanted one, he would give him a pair. The problem was that those heavy construction machinery had to be produced by workers. They couldn't be conjured up by Han Feng with a single word. Moreover, Yu Ji at the Imperial Palace and Zhu Ping at the Cross Sea Bridge, after seeing the power of construction machinery, were also stretching their necks and asking for more. The problem was that the total output was limited. Who to give it to and who not to give it to was a big problem. Han Feng himself was also in a difficult position. He could only send people to urge Lin Fei and De Li to increase production on the one hand, and coordinate the needs of various places on the other. When the latest batch of construction machinery came off the production line, Han Feng immediately arranged for a part of it to be sent to Yu Fu, and another batch to Yu Ji in the capital. The Cross Sea Bridge? Let it drag on. Anyway, Han Feng was not particularly anxious. Was that bridge really just for traffic? The Han tribe had plenty of sailboats to handle the transportation between the two places. The reason why Han Feng insisted on building that bridge was to strengthen the control of the Han tribe, or rather, the northern continent, over Cheongzhou Island, so that this island would not be easily lost or betrayed. These were all plans for 100 years later, so what did it matter if it was completed a few years late? The current priority should be the industrial reform in the south, as well as the establishment of the capital and the founding of the empire. Just as Han Feng finished dealing with these matters, the guards outside reported another piece of news. Chief, Prefect Shi from Luoyang Prefecture in the east sent someone to ask if you want to go and see the barley harvest at the farm. It's harvested already? So fast. Han Feng was surprised to hear this news, but thinking about the time, it was indeed about time. Since the first season of corn was harvested in the spring, the barley was planted soon after. It was now early July, and it was indeed time for harvest. If it were just harvesting barley, it would not be worth paying attention to. But this time was different. This was the first time the Han tribe had used a grain harvester to harvest wheat. The importance was self-evident. If this grain harvester could successfully harvest barley, then it could be promoted to more places in the future. Because wheat, rice, millet, and foxtail millet were all grains, that is, plants with a stalk and a grain ear at the top, they could all be harvested with this harvester. If it could really be promoted throughout the tribe, the agricultural level of the Han tribe would reach a new level. Husband, if we go to the south, should we also take mother with us? And the newly established slave garment factory on Lake Hart Island. Who will be in charge of it in the future? Han Feng thought for a moment and said, what does mother think? Does she want to go? If she wants to go, we will definitely take her with us. If she doesn't want to go, I will also arrange things for her here. As for the garment factory, we can just find someone to arrange it. Do you need to manage such a garment factory yourself? If you have a suitable candidate, you can also tell me. Xiao Dai nodded, handed little Luo Ji to Han Feng, and said, then you take your son first. I'll go and ask mother if she will go with us. After speaking, she turned and left, leaving Han Feng and the 1-year-old Luo Ji, who still couldn't speak, staring at each other. Han Feng, what are you looking at? Luo Ji Hua. At the farm in Luoyang Prefecture, dozens of workers quickly went down to the fields with tools, dug open the ditches to drain the water, and drained the accumulated water in the fields, hoping to dry them out as soon as possible so that the machines could go down to the fields. The threshing ground of the farm was also busy making preparations. As long as the accumulated water on the cement-paved threshing ground could be swept away, it would definitely be dry in an afternoon, so it would not delay the drying of the newly harvested wheat tomorrow. In the warehouse of the farm, some people were also doing a big cleaning, and at the same time, they were sprinkling quicklime and realgar in the corners to drive away all kinds of snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Of course, this batch of wheat would not be stored here for long. When the warehouse of the brewery was built, this batch of barley would be transferred there, because this batch of barley was originally prepared for the production of beer. That afternoon, the weather cleared up. Han Feng immediately led a group of guards on horseback to the farm in Luoyang Prefecture. Because it had just rained, the road was not very good, so Han Feng did not take Xiao Dai and the others with him. On the way, Han Feng was still thinking, should he wait for a while, after the output of the cement factory increased, and after the cement factory in the south was also built, and then repair the main roads of various counties and prefectures, preferably into cement roads. But after thinking about it, Han Feng hesitated again. The main means of transportation in the Han tribe now were still horseback riding or wooden-wheeled horse-drawn carriages. And horses could not run on hardened paved roads. Otherwise, even with horseshoes, the horses' hooves would be worn out in a short time. Hardened cement or asphalt roads could be built, but it had to be after bicycles and tricycles became popular, so that the common people could ride bicycles on the official roads without any problem. As for horses, they could be gradually phased out in the future. The group of people rode on the dirt road, kicking up specks of mud. And not far to the south of the official road was a large area of machine-cultivated planting area of the farm. The barley inside had just been rained on, and then shone on by the sun. From a distance, it looked like a golden ocean shining with golden light. The moist air with the fragrance of the earth gently blew over the wheat field, as if stirring up layers of waves. Against the backdrop of such beautiful scenery, Han Feng and his guards finally arrived at the office area of the farm. When the group arrived at the farm on horseback, Shi Xian was already waiting there. He knew Han Feng would definitely come. "Chief, the 5 grain harvesters are all ready and are currently warming up," Shi Xian said, taking the reins for Han Feng. Han Feng grunted as he dismounted. The various steam-powered vehicles in the Han tribe were good in every way, except that they were slow to start. A steam engine wouldn't even start until its boiler had been fired for an hour. "Looks good. Is the threshing ground ready? And the warehouse?" "This model of our grain harvester has a direct threshing function. The grain and straw will be discharged separately. Don't just think about preparing the grain warehouse. The straw also needs to be dried and stored. This barley straw is excellent livestock feed," Han Feng said as he walked, inquiring about the situation with Shi Xian. "Rest assured, Chief. Everyone started preparing separately as soon as the rain stopped. I also transferred a lot of people from the prefecture to help. It's all been prepared long ago. And for fire prevention, I had people prepare a lot of water and sand, as well as high-pressure water pumps. This straw is most afraid of fire," Shi Xian reported immediately. Not just in the warehouse, but also in the fields. Especially during mechanical operations, our harvesters are powered by steam engines. If a spark jumps out of the boiler, it could ignite the entire wheat field, causing irreparable and huge losses. So you must be extremely careful and draw up a set of operating regulations. For example, the support vehicle should follow at all times, handling tasks like clearing coal slag and adding water and coal. Han Feng reminded them again. "Yes, sir. I'll arrange for them to do it right away." Shi Xian nodded seriously. He had only thought about fire and moisture prevention in the warehouse before, but had forgotten that the unharvested wheat fields were also at risk of fire, and the hidden danger was very great. After all, each harvester itself was a mobile source of fire. Han Feng's concern was not without reason. Shi Xian urgently contacted the person in charge of the farm and had them dispatch more tractors to serve as support vehicles. Some had a thick layer of wet sand spread in their trailers to hold the coal slag discharged by the harvesters. Others carried a full load of water to add to the harvesters at any time and to be responsible for extinguishing fires, to put out sparks before a fire could start. Fortunately, it had just rained, and the ground was still relatively moist, which reduced the possibility of a fire to a very low level. After some arrangements, the 5 harvesters were quickly ready and all started running. The drivers of the several vehicles also started the harvesters and began to head to their respective work areas. The harvesting of grain crops was still done in the same way. The group took one last lap around the farm's threshing floor, double-checking the preparations. Seeing that everything was in order, Han Feng prepared to depart. As the leader of the Han tribe, his schedule was packed. He couldn't afford to spend all day watching grain being harvested. However, Shi Xian had other plans and intended to take Han Feng to one more location. "Chief, there's been progress at the brewery. Would you like to take a look?" "Oh, progress? What kind?" Han Feng asked, turning to face him. "The foundations for the entire factory are finished, and the ground has been hardened with cement. The drainage and water systems are installed, and 2 large workshops have been erected. The Research Institute has already started designing the production lines inside. Also, that glass bottling and stamping cap system you mentioned? I heard they've managed to make it work. Xian reported eagerly. Really? The capping machine and the bottling line are ready? Then I definitely need to see that. Hanfeng's interest was piqued. Bottled beer. It had been nearly a decade since he'd crossed over into this world, and he hadn't seen a proper industrial beverage since. There was no way he was missing this. When should we head out, Chief? Xian asked. Hanfeng glanced at the sky. It was already around 4 in the afternoon. Even if they left now, they wouldn't arrive at the brewery until 5 or 6, leaving little time to see anything. Not today. We'll stay the night at your administrative office in Luoyang County. We'll head out tomorrow morning after breakfast. Understood. I'll make the arrangements, Xian agreed. Since it was still early in the evening, Hanfeng suggested visiting the livestock farm nearby. It wasn't far, and the group set off once more. The livestock farm was still working on the tasks Hanfeng had assigned previously. Not much had changed since his last visit. The new breed of beef cattle he wanted them to develop were still in the womb. It seemed unlikely they would be born before the end of the year. The ranch hands in the barns were focused entirely on caring for the expectant cows. Fortunately, these workers were herdsmen brought in from Kaiyuan County in the grasslands, and their expertise with cattle was top tier. On the other side of the farm, the research into the pig pens was also yielding results. Hanfeng had previously instructed them to try castrating piglets to raise a batch of barrows. He wanted them to document everything, from feed and growth rates to the behavior of the castrated pigs. Now, these eunuch pigs were growing significantly larger and faster than their intact peers from the same litter. It was living proof of Hanfeng's theory. Castrated animals were lazier. They didn't go into heat, they didn't fight, and they didn't run around. They just ate and slept, which meant they packed on fat and muscle at an incredible rate. However, these pigs weren't ready for market yet. They needed to be monitored further to determine the optimal age for slaughter and the best production cycle. In the future, this method would likely be scaled up for massive industrial farming, with the pork eventually being sent to factories to be turned into canned meat and sausages. The rest of the farm was dedicated to its most stable project, sheep. They raised these flocks primarily to consume the stalks and husks left over from the farm's mechanized grain fields. In turn, the sheep produced manure which, once fermented into fertilizer, was returned to the fields. By the time they finished the tour of the livestock farm, evening had arrived. Hanfeng personally bought a few sheep and brought them back to the Luoyang administrative office for a feast. While the men didn't lack meat in their daily lives, a meal treated by the chief himself was a special occasion, and the atmosphere was celebratory. After a night in the back courtyard of the office, the group had breakfast and set off toward the brewery located north of the Luoyang main city. The journey took over an hour. As they approached the perimeter of the brewery, Hanfeng ordered everyone to dismount and proceed on foot. He had spotted the newly laid cement flooring from a distance. Horse hooves would cause unnecessary wear and tear on the paved surface, and walking was better for the horse's hooves as well. As they walked into the facility, the area felt incredibly open. There were no perimeter walls or gates yet, just a vast, stark expanse of gray-white cement with 2 towering workshops standing upon it. 2 tractors were parked nearby, but otherwise, the site was bare. As Hanfeng's group approached, the temporary staff on site looked over. Recognizing their leader, they called out greetings. Currently, the brewery wasn't staffed by brewers. Most of the people there were construction crews from Xin'an County, specialists in reinforced concrete structures. The Han tribe still had very few people who mastered the art of pouring concrete. The rest were researchers from the Xin'an Institute, there to debug machinery and design the production lines. In modern terms, they were mechanical engineers, also providing input on the workshop construction. For instance, they had to predict the size, height, and length of the production lines on paper, at a margin for error, and then give those dimensions to the builders so they knew exactly how large the workshops needed to be. Stepping inside the workshop, Hanfeng was struck by how cavernous it felt. Only a few machines, painted a utilitarian green, were temporarily placed in a corner near the entrance. I heard the capping machine is here. Where is it? Show me, Hanfeng said. This way, Chief. I saw it when it first arrived. It's quite impressive, Xian replied, leading the way to a cluster of stamping presses. The presses looked old, clearly repurposed, but they were fitted with several brand new components. It was obvious they were modified versions of older industrial presses. A capping machine built from an old stamping press. Han Feng noted mentally. Please look, Chief. This is the capping machine. I'm told it's just a prototype for testing, but it can do exactly what you described. Stamp a piece of sheet metal into a bottle cap, fit a milky white rubber seal inside, and then crimp the cap tightly onto the bottle neck. I heard it took many revisions to get it right, Xiexin explained. Han Feng circled the machines, nodding occasionally but remaining silent. Once Xiexin finished his introduction, Han Feng asked, "Is the person in charge of this machine here? If so, bring them to me. I want a proper briefing." Han Feng always believed in letting professionals handle professional matters. Xiexin was an administrative official. What did he know about mechanics? Listening to him boast was a waste of time. Han Feng needed to know if the machine was actually viable, when it could be mass-produced, and if there were any lingering issues he could help solve. Xiexin went to find the researcher. It wasn't the project lead, but a team member who was intimately familiar with the process. "Chief, we modified these from 2 old-style stamping presses. The first stage stamps the discs from sheet metal, and the second stamps them into the cap shape. We've also integrated a gluing device into the second stage. We're using a thermal bonding technique, heating the discs so the rubber seals stick on their own. Once that's done, you have a cap with the characteristic fluted edges and a seal inside. Finally, we use a crimping machine to secure the cap to the bottle." The researcher gestured to a nearby table. "We have some finished bottles with caps for you to inspect. In our tests, we haven't found any issues yet. The seal is secure. However, we haven't tested it with actual beer. I heard beer is carbonated. I'm not sure if the internal pressure will affect the cap." Han Feng nodded and asked, "Did you run into any major hurdles during development? Is this the final design, or will you need to build entirely new equipment for the actual production line?" "This is just a prototype model, Chief. That's why we used old presses. But these prototypes have completed all our experiments and are considered finalized. For the actual production line, we'll build new machines. My team leader mentioned that the final equipment will use a lot of copper-plated parts, though I'm not entirely sure why. As for hurdles, the stamping itself was easy. The real trouble was the final crimping onto the bottle neck, but we've resolved that now." "Oh, what was the problem? Were the bottles not strong enough?" Han Feng guessed. "You're exactly right, Chief. The bottles were the issue. The glass factory used the new molds we sent, but the glass was too thin. The bottlenecks kept shattering during the crimping process. After we reported it, they sent a new batch with thicker glass, and that fixed it." Having understood the capping equipment, Han Feng looked around the empty workshop again. "What about the filling line and the fermentation equipment? How is the progress there?" The researcher hesitated for a long moment before answering. "I'm not entirely sure about the specifics, but I know they've been arguing a lot. Some are saying your requirements are too difficult to meet. They say even if they can do it, it will consume an enormous amount of resources just for the sake of making alcohol. They don't think it's worth it." Han Feng's eyebrows shot up. "Oh, what exactly are they arguing about? Which of my requirements is so difficult?" The young researcher took a deep breath. "Chief, it's the plating. You required that all brewing equipment and filling lines, anything that comes into direct contact with the raw materials, must be copper-plated. But copper plating is incredibly difficult at this scale. Take the fermentation tanks, for example. I heard those tanks are going to be as big as ships. How are we supposed to chemically plate something that large? Our current method involves boiling the parts in a chemical solution. If we're plating a ship, how big of a pot do we need? Furthermore, the copper plating isn't actually that durable. It wears down quickly. They're suggesting we skip the plating and just use a new bronze alloy to build the entire production line. They can definitely do that, but the amount of copper required would be astronomical. A batch of copper ore came in from Bapeo Mountain recently, but most of it went to the mint, and the rest was snatched up by the weapons project for shell casings. We simply don't have enough copper to build a brewery line like that." The researcher had found his courage and was venting now. Han Feng frowned, but not at the man. He was reflecting on his own mistake. As the Han tribe's firearm adoption increased, especially with the introduction of rapid-fire weapons like machine guns, ammunition consumption was skyrocketing. Combined with the fact that the tribe used copper for currency, the limited copper supply was being pulled in too many directions. Large-scale chemical plating was indeed impractical without the right infrastructure. He had made it sound too simple. He thought for a moment, then turned to the researcher. "Go back and tell them this. By my order, they are to stop worrying about copper plating or bronze alloys for now. I'm going to see if the General Research Institute can develop a new type of corrosion-resistant steel. That should solve the problem." In that instant, the idea of producing stainless steel flashed through Han Feng's mind. The Han tribe actually possessed several copper mines. There was the Bapeo mountain mine nearby, and further away, in the sandbar regions of the mid-reaches of the Luyang River, where the cat-raising Li tribe had been discovered, there was another. However, the Han tribe hadn't expanded its influence there yet, so it remained unmined. To the north, in the Haiyuan County controlled by Yu Yi, a copper mine had been reported and even briefly operated, but Han Feng had ordered it closed for the time being. Finally, on the far southern end of the continent, on Xiongzhou Island, there was a massive copper mine that the former Xian tribe had worked for years. Since the Han tribe took over, they maintained only a small-scale operation, as the logistical need wasn't yet critical. Currently, the only stable, long-term supplier of copper was the Bapeo mountain mine in Luyang County, and its output had to support the entire tribe's needs. The largest drain was the currency, and now, ammunition. Even with the tribe's aggressive brass recycling and reloading programs, the sheer volume of reserves needed was immense. Furthermore, bullet jackets required brass, and those were almost impossible to recover once fired. You could pick up a shell casing, but good luck finding the slug. Then there were the various mechanical parts that required copper. While each part was small, the cumulative demand was significant. If the Han tribe were to enter the age of electricity and start using copper wiring on a massive scale, the demand would explode tenfold overnight. To meet that future, they would need to both find new sources and cut current consumption. Eventually, Han Feng would likely have to issue paper currency and phase out metal coins to sustain growth. But for now, that was a distant goal. He needed to focus on the immediate hurdle, the brewery production line. Han Feng's initial insistence on copper plating was primarily to prevent rust. Ordinary carbon steel rusted easily, and for food and beverage equipment, you couldn't exactly paint the inside of the tanks. Constant contact with liquid beer made rust inevitable. He had turned to copper as a stable alternative, but the tribe's copper production couldn't keep up. He needed a different path. For food-grade industrial equipment, the best choice wasn't copper, it was stainless steel. Its greatest advantage was its chemical stability. Stainless steel was a broad term covering over 100 types of alloys, but the basic components were consistent. Properly known as corrosion-resistant steel, it was an alloy that resisted oxidation and acid. The simplest and easiest version for the Han tribe to produce would be a ferrochrome alloy. By adding about 15% chromium to standard carbon steel, the metal became incredibly stable. However, chromium wasn't particularly common in nature and rarely appeared as a pure ore. It was usually found as a companion mineral. Much like the manganese iron ore in Taigeng County of the Tang tribe, chromium often appeared in composite iron ores. This made geological detection difficult. But Han Feng wasn't about to give up. He had planned to aggressively expand the food industry after moving south in the autumn, and if a single brewery was already hitting a wall, his plans would stall. No matter how difficult, the Han tribe had to develop stainless steel. Having made up his mind, Han Feng left the brewery. He returned home to draft a plan, then headed to the Xing'an County Research Institute, summoning De Li and Lin Fei. Chief, Lin Fei greeted him with a bow. Han Feng waved him off, getting straight to the point. I heard the brewery line is in trouble. We don't have a chemical plating vat big enough, and you want to use bronze, but we're short on copper. Is that right? Lin Fei didn't hide the truth. Yes, Chief. Everyone is quite worried. But we received a report from the capping machine team yesterday saying you intend to develop a new type of steel for the equipment. Is that true? It is, Han Feng nodded firmly. As the top metallurgical and mechanical minds of the Han tribe, you know that steel is essentially an alloy of iron. Carbon steel is sharp and cheap, perfect for daily use. The molybdenum steel you just developed has better heat resistance and hardness. From this, you can see that by adding different metals to the alloy, we can create specialized steels for specific needs. My new goal is this. Can we develop an alloy that is chemically stable, doesn't react with acids or bases, and doesn't oxidize easily? Simply put, a steel that doesn't rust. For now, we'll call it stainless steel. De Li and Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Stainless steel. If they could actually pull it off, it would be a game changer. Just the no-rust factor alone would solve countless engineering problems or make existing solutions far simpler. But the fundamental question remained. What metal did they need to mix with iron to make it? They had no idea. Han Feng seemed to read their minds. It's all right if we don't know the exact metal yet. We'll cast a wide net. We'll run a massive series of experiments. Even if we don't find stainless steel right away, we'll discover other metals and alloys with unique properties. What we can't use today might be exactly what we need tomorrow. Don't you agree? They both nodded. Hanfeng's logic was sound. This alloy project could be framed as a long-term research initiative. Even if they didn't know what they were looking for, the process of discovery was a form of accumulation. However, they still felt aimless. Hanfeng offered a hint. We should look in and around our existing iron mines. I have a feeling this new metal will be like the manganese in Taigang, a composite ore. If manganese makes steel harder and more brittle, perfect for heavy-duty train tracks, why wouldn't there be a composite or that makes steel chemically stable and rust-proof? But Chief, where do we start looking? Just the iron mines we already have. Dali asked, still trying to wrap his head around it. Yes, not just the ones we're mining, but the ones we've found but haven't touched. Even the ones you're currently smelting. You can't be certain there aren't other elements hidden in there. For instance, the slag. Can you be sure there are no other metallic components left in the waste? Dali and Lin Fei nodded again. They understood. Slag from the blast furnaces was never perfectly pure. It was impossible to extract every bit of iron, let alone other trace metals. If there was a metal with a melting point higher than iron, it would likely remain in the slag and be discarded. But they were usually so busy smelting iron that no one bothered with the waste. Most of the Han tribe slag was currently being used to pave roads. In truth, Hanfeng knew the basic components of stainless steel. Chromium was the essential ingredient. Without it, it wasn't stainless steel. That was the lower-end version. Higher quality stainless steel also required a certain percentage of nickel. Nickel-based stainless steel had a distinct look. It was slightly whiter and didn't polish to the same mirror-like shine as other types. It was more of a gray-white than a bright silver. But the Han tribe didn't need the high-end stuff yet. A simple alloy with less than 15% chromium would be more than enough for the food industry. It would be resistant to acids, bases, and heat. Even for steam-powered equipment, it wouldn't corrode under high-pressure steam. Furthermore, chromium was the hardest metal in nature. Beyond making stainless steel, it could be used to chrome-plate the bores of gun barrels, significantly extending their lifespan. The Han tribe's current barrels were rated for 10,000 rounds. A chrome-lined barrel could easily double that. Hanfeng's interest in finding this metal was immense. After a brief discussion, Hanfeng issued orders to the governors of every county. They were to collect samples from every known iron mine in their jurisdictions. Even within the same mine, they were to take samples from different locations. These samples were to be sent to Luoyang County, then to the General Research Institute on the Lake Island for analysis to see if any unknown metals were present. Additionally, the slag from the Xingang blast furnaces was to be sampled and sorted. As for the brewery project, it was temporarily shelved. However, the basic design work was to continue. If they lacked the material, they would find it, but the engineering couldn't stop. Once stainless steel was developed, they needed to be ready to manufacture immediately. Hanfeng's orders spread quickly. Every region scrambled to fulfill the task. Deshu sent iron ore samples from Taigang County in the Tang tribe via fast, flying fish ships. From the mid-reaches of the Luoyang River, Yufu sent samples from the red iron mine near the Baiwu tribe, meticulously noting the exact coordinates of each sample. In Xingang County, Dali and Lin Fei were even more proactive. Since they held the primary resources, testing was easier. The chemical team from the General Research Institute that had helped with molybdenum steel was still on site and ready to work. As the saying goes, hard work pays off. After 2 weeks of relentless screening and testing, Dali and his team found a metal that perfectly matched Hanfeng's description. And it was indeed found in the slag. But not from the iron furnaces of Xingang. It was found in a furnace at the Lake Island Mint. It was a furnace used specifically for smelting lead. Because of the high pollution and toxicity, Hanfeng had relegated it to the depths of the marshlands. When the call for new metals went out, the Mint finally realized they had been seeing unmelted metal in their slag for quite some time. When Hanfeng received the news, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had never imagined that the lead mine in Xingang County was actually a crocowite mine, a lead chromate mineral. Chromium often occurs alongside lead in the form of crocowite, just as it can appear with iron as chromite. The mineral deposits in Xingang County were primarily a massive magnetite iron mine, but they were accompanied by veins of lead and silver. In other words, the Xingang mine wasn't just iron, silver, and lead. It also contained chromium. This was common in nature. Pure, single-element mineral deposits were rare. Most were companion ores. A mine was usually named after its most abundant mineral, but it wasn't unusual for a single site to host dozens of trace minerals. Han Feng was certain that the Xing'an magnetite mine held many other elements that the Han tribe simply didn't have the chemical sophistication to isolate or identify yet. The Lake Island Mint had actually encountered this phenomenon before. However, because the mint was tucked away in the marshes for security and secrecy, and because the workers hadn't thought much of it, the news hadn't traveled. When smelting lead, the process was relatively low heat. Lead has a very low melting point, only about 200 or 300 degrees Celsius. Chromium, however, melts at over 1800 degrees, even higher than iron. Consequently, every time the ore went into the lead furnace, the lead melted and flowed out quickly, while the companion chromium minerals were simply discarded as slag. Occasionally, small chunks of pure metallic chromium would appear, but the workers ignored them. Chromium is incredibly hard, far harder than soft lead, so it was easy to distinguish, but they just assumed it was stray iron or that had gotten mixed in. After all, the lead was mined near the magnetite deposits. It wasn't until Han Feng's order to search for new metals arrived that the mint workers realized the slag might be exactly what the chief was looking for. There was no point in dwelling on the mint's oversight. Han Feng needed to move forward, especially with the brewery project. He didn't want to move south in a few months and leave a half-finished factory behind in Luoyang. Once the presence of chromium was confirmed, Han Feng ordered his guards to collect samples from the mint. One batch went to the chemical team at the General Research Institute for analysis and property testing, while another went to Xing'an County. He wanted them to find the corresponding ore in the lead mining area and attempt a dedicated smelt. With the chief's direct order, the execution was swift. The General Research Institute began isolating the chromium and analyzing its chemical properties. In Xing'an, the excitement was palpable, especially among the team designing the brewery line. When they heard that a metal existed that could make steel rust-proof and corrosion-resistant, and that it had been right under their noses the whole time, they were ecstatic. Dali personally led a team to the lead mining area. Using the samples as a guide, they quickly identified the chromium-rich veins and began a dedicated excavation. Once they had enough ore for a full charge, Dali ordered a blast furnace to be restarted. Based on the chief's notes, they knew the melting point would be higher than copper or iron. To reach the necessary temperatures, Dali added 2 sets of heat regenerators and steam-powered blowers to the furnace. They ground the ore, prepared the charge, and preheated the furnace with coke. Once the temperature peaked, they added the chromium ore. The lead melted first and was drained away. Then, they pushed the heat further to melt the remaining chromium. After several rounds of slagging and recharging, the first batch of metallic chromium was successfully smelted and cast into small ingots. Simultaneously, the report from the General Research Institute arrived. It confirmed that the metal was chemically stable, resistant to oxidation, and impervious to most acids and bases. It was also more heat-resistant and significantly harder than ordinary carbon steel. The Institute even suggested that this metal could be used to make alloy cutting tools for lathes, as its hardness surpassed even molybdenum steel. With the first ingots in hand and the data to back them up, Han Feng's theory was proven. The work on stainless steel began immediately. Following Han Feng's suggestion, they aimed for a molybdenum stainless steel for the brewery's boiling kettles to ensure maximum heat resistance. The ratio was set: 15% chromium, 5% molybdenum, and 80% carbon steel. The Xing'an steel plant produced the first batch of stainless steel quickly, but the result wasn't quite what Han Feng remembered. In his memory, stainless steel was always mirror-bright and reflective. The Xing'an batch looked dull and gray. It wasn't until the steel was ground with a whetstone that it finally revealed that familiar, dazzling luster. "Wow, this stainless steel is incredibly bright," Dali exclaimed, staring at a polished piece. "It's better than any bronze mirror we've ever made. If we didn't already have silvered glass mirrors, I'd say this was the best material for them." Han Feng nodded, satisfied. "The real value is in the food industry, Dali. I want the steel plant to dedicate a furnace specifically for stainless steel. Over the next few years, the Han tribe is going to aggressively develop food processing. The brewery is just the start. Even if we have a surplus, we can use it for civilian goods: mugs, lunchboxes, basins, plates, bowls, spoons. There's a massive market for durable, rust-proof kitchenware." Dali nodded eagerly, already imagining the possibilities. If they could replace heavy wooden basins with light, durable stainless steel ones at a reasonable price, Every household would want one. Lin Fei chimed in. Chief, if this steel is so good, can we use it for weapons? The rust-proof property would be a huge advantage for gear used in harsh environments. Han Feng considered it. For small arms, probably not necessary yet. But for specialized sniper rifles or heavy barrels, maybe. However, using stainless steel for artillery is an excellent idea. We haven't started prototyping the mortars yet, have we? Let's use stainless steel for those. We'll need to adjust the alloy, though. For mortar barrels, we need maximum hardness and heat tolerance. Let's bump both the chromium and molybdenum to 15%. He looked at the two men. Since you're both here, coordinate on this. I want a dedicated melt for artillery-grade stainless steel. And Lin Fei, to save material and avoid waste, you should develop a new seamless steel pipe rolling machine. Otherwise, we'll have to cast solid cylinders and bore them out on a lathe, which wastes too much steel. But if seamless pipes compromise the barrel's integrity, stick to boring. Performance always comes first. They both nodded, taking mental notes. Speaking of weapons, Han Feng's mind turned to another project. One more thing. Regarding the weapons project, we're working on several explosive devices. But our current double base powder is a propellant, not a high explosive. It's great for pushing a bullet, but it's not powerful enough for a proper blast. Black powder is even worse. I want the General Research Institute to develop a new high explosive called picric acid, a yellow explosive. It's corrosive, but it's incredibly powerful. It also has an incendiary effect. The heat it generates can be double the melting point of steel, and the flames it produces won't go out with water. They can even burn underwater. When we load this into shells, we have to be extremely careful. It can't touch the metal casing directly, or it will corrode it. We'll need to coat the inside of the shells with paint or wax as a protective layer. Furthermore, I want all research involving explosives moved to a separate location. If something goes wrong here, the entire institute could go up in smoke. I'm planning to move the explosives research and the picric acid production to the Lake Island. There's plenty of empty space there. We'll pick 3 islands. One for research, one for the factory, and one for a testing range. It's a bit of a hassle, but it's the only way to ensure safety. Once I've picked the spots, I'll need your help with the construction, especially the factory. The two men were stunned. A new explosive? More powerful than black powder, with an incendiary effect that could melt steel? If those specs were real, a single shell could turn an iron-walled fortress into a molten puddle. In truth, picric acid was a logical choice. Without the technology for ammonia synthesis, Han Feng couldn't produce modern high explosives like TNT. TNT required toluene, which came from petroleum. Picric acid, or trinitrophenol, was different. Its primary raw material, phenol, came from coal. The Han tribe had plenty of coal. Phenol was a byproduct of coal tar distillation, and since they already had coking plants and the ability to fractionate coal tar, producing enough phenol for picric acid was well within their current capabilities. Han Feng's orders rippled through the tribe, sparking a wave of construction. At the Xingang steel plant, Dali immediately brought in construction crews to build a new blast furnace dedicated to stainless steel. From that point on, stainless steel became a permanent fixture of the Xingang operations. As Han Feng had predicted, the upcoming expansion of the food industry, starting with the brewery, would demand massive quantities of the alloy, to say nothing of weapons and civilian goods like pots and pans. The new furnace was a departure from previous designs. It was 4 times larger than the old ones and was the Han tribe's first steel-shelled blast furnace. The exterior was made of riveted steel plates supported by an angle steel skeleton, with a thick lining of refractory bricks inside. This design allowed for a much larger volume, meaning each tap yielded a far greater quantity of molten metal. In the past, the Han tribe couldn't have built something this large. They lacked the industrial capacity to manufacture large steel plates, the tools to drill them, or the equipment for heavy riveting. But more importantly, they lacked the logistical software. A blast furnace, once started, typically runs 24 hours a day. It requires a relentless, never-ending supply of coke and ore. Back in the days of manual labor, building such a furnace would have been suicide. Han Feng remembered the first brick furnace in Hanyang. It was tiny, yet it required the labor of the entire tribe for a full quarter just to gather enough materials for a single firing. They could only manage 4 melts a year. Now, things were different. Instead of men with shovels and pickaxes, they had excavators and loaders. Instead of a dozen oxen carrying baskets of ore, a process that took months to move a single ton, they had hydraulic dump tractors and trains. Even the coke, which arrived by ship, was moved in massive three-masted sand barges rather than hand-paddled skiffs. The Han tribe now had the manufacturing tech and the logistical support to keep a giant furnace fed. This new furnace also served as a pilot project for the south. If it succeeded in Xinjiang, they could build even larger ones once they moved. Meanwhile, Lu Guangzhu, the governor of Weishan County, dispatched a team alongside Han Feng's guards to scout the eastern marshlands for suitable islands. They needed a home for the picric acid factory, the explosives research lab, and the testing range. The guards focused on security and secrecy, while Lu's team looked at logistics, construction, and living conditions. They were joined by researchers from the Xinjiang Power Institute and the Lake Island General Institute. After 4 days of scouting, they finalized the locations. Weishan County would provide the labor, Xinjiang would provide the materials, and the institutes would assemble the research teams. Han Feng's guards would handle security, vetting everyone who entered or exited the islands. As for the phenol needed for the picric acid, the Lake Island coking plant had already accumulated a significant stockpile of coal tar, just waiting for distillation to begin. Back in Xinjiang, Lin Fei and his team were tackling the manufacturing processes for the brewery equipment. With a steady supply of stainless steel, the material hurdle was gone. The designs were ready. They just needed to be fabricated. The brewery line was a massive undertaking. It required a giant boiling vessel, boilers, steam engines, fermentation tanks, a bottling line, and capping machines. Aside from a few non-contact auxiliary parts, almost everything was to be made of stainless steel. The glass factory was also expanding. They needed an automated production line for bottles. It wasn't as high-tech as the brewery line, mostly standard metal molds and air compressors for blowing the glass, but it required precision. They decided to use stainless steel for the molds as well. Stainless steel molds would ensure a smooth finish on the bottles and could easily withstand the 400 to 500 degree temperature of molten glass. Originally, Han Feng had considered bronze, but using copper, the tribe's currency, was far more expensive than using stainless steel. Han Feng sat in his study, monitoring the progress through his network of guards. He was also busy preparing for the move south. His relocation wasn't just a personal move, it was a strategic shift for the entire Han tribe. The north was stable and self-sufficient. It was time to develop the south, where the Tang tribe, Tohai County, and Xiongzhou Island held nearly half the tribe's population but lacked industrial infrastructure. The key to the south was the coal mine and the steel plant Yufu was preparing. Originally, Han Feng had planned to build the southern steel plant in Taiyang County of the Tang tribe, but the relationship with the Tang was still delicate. While the Han tribe had effectively taken over, implementing Han currency, laws, and administrative officials, it was still the Tang tribe in name. Han Feng was giving the people time to adapt. He would wait until his marriage to Tang Yao was finalized before launching massive reforms there. Furthermore, Taiyang had a logistical problem. It was far from the coal mines Yufu had found, separated by a mountain range. Building a railway there would require tunnels and bridges, a project that would take at least 3 or 4 years even with modern machinery. Instead, Han Feng decided to utilize the red iron mine near the Baiwu tribe. This meant he had to prioritize the integration of the Baiwu. They were a tribe of 2,000 people. Slaughtering or displacing them wasn't an option Han Feng wanted to take. He wasn't a warmonger. He wanted to peacefully absorb them, just as he had with so many others. Meanwhile, De Li and Lin Fei were building a talent reserve. Every factory was now running a one-post, multiple-people system, where veteran workers trained 2 or 3 apprentices. This would allow the workforce to double or triple in a short time. When the southern factories were ready, Han Feng could take half the veterans to lead the new sites while the apprentices stepped up to fill the gaps in the north. This move was a massive opportunity for promotion across the board. In the factories, veterans would become managers or engineers in the south. In the north, those who stayed would move up to fill the vacancies. The same applied to the political and military systems. The Shinsguard's expansion meant a wave of promotions for its officers. In the civil service, the move to the new capital meant that veteran county governors would likely be promoted to the central government, creating a vacuum for local officials to rise. Everything hinged on the success of the new industrial hubs, the steel plants, coking plants, coal mines, and railways. Currently, the railway between Chungkong and Xi'an was operational, but the line to Taiyang was still years away. Yufu was stretched thin managing the coal mines and the Baiwu integration, so the railway surveying was being handled by his veteran team. Finally, the construction crews that had built the Chinkongqian line were moved to Tohai County. Their new mission: build the railway from the coast to the new capital. With Han Feng personally overseeing the coordination from the north, every project advanced with clinical efficiency. The first major milestone was the completion of the new stainless steel blast furnace in Xing'an County. The massive structure went into immediate production, churning out high-grade stainless steel alongside the ongoing molybdenum steel runs. With a steady supply of these specialized materials, other manufacturing tasks accelerated. Linfei's Power Institute was the first to deliver. They completed the initial production run of 5,000 Type 56 semi-automatic rifles, officially designated the Standard Type 3. These were earmarked for the Shin's Guard and the Jinwu Guard, Han Feng's elite Praetorians. 5,000 was just the beginning. As the Shin's Guard expanded, they would need far more. Additionally, the first batch of 250 general-purpose machine guns was completed and issued to the Shin's Guard. No other units would receive them for now, though production continued to eventually equip the entire Han military. Finally, 3,000 Standard Type 2 rifles, the improved bolt-action models with shorter barrels and standardized calibers, were finished. Han Feng hadn't decided which units would get them yet. For now, they were being stockpiled. He planned to issue them during the move south. With the specialized steel available, weapon production was smooth. The Han tribe already had the experience. They were simply upgrading the materials and refining the designs. Over at Lake Island, the glass factory expansion was also nearing completion. The beer bottle production line wasn't high-tech by modern standards. It was a system of cutting molten glass by weight, dropping it into molds, and using compressed air to blow it into shape. But it was a massive leap for the tribe. With stainless steel molds, the quality was impeccable. The brewery production line was the final piece of the puzzle. Brewing itself wasn't complex. Han Feng had done it at home with simple kitchen tools. The challenge was scaling it to an industrial level. The line consisted of a malt crusher, mash tuns, a boiling kettle, and massive fermentation tanks, followed by the bottling and capping stations. Aside from a few auxiliary parts, almost everything was stainless steel. The brewery also required bottle washers and high-temperature sterilizers. The Han tribe wasn't wealthy enough to treat glass bottles as disposables. They had to be recycled, making sterilization a critical step. By early August, the entire brewery supply chain was operational. Han Feng appointed a factory director from the Xing'an mechanical plant to handle the technical side and a deputy director from the Weishan liquor plant to oversee the brewing process. She assigned several experienced clerks from the Luoyang administration to handle the finances. They began hiring and training workers, and once the staff was ready, they purchased large quantities of barley from the granaries. The Snowflake Brewery was in high gear. As a state-owned enterprise, all profits after expenses and wages would go directly into the Han tribe's treasury. It was a significant new revenue stream, one that would eventually ensure Han Feng's government never wanted for funds. By mid-August, the brewery was ready for its first trial run. They planned a 10-day pilot production to test the quality before moving to full capacity. Meanwhile, the date for Han Feng's departure was drawing near. He had planned to leave in September, leaving him only 2 weeks. He was relieved the brewery was finally settled. He didn't want to worry about it from the south. At home, the atmosphere was busy. Zhang Ying's relationship with her clan was strained, and Han Feng didn't care for them either. He remembered how they had tried to drown her as a sacrifice to the river god before he rescued her. He had no intention of bringing the Zhang clan along. Xiao Dai's situation was different. She was close to her mother, Shang, who had contributed immensely to the tribe's textile industry. Shang was getting older and didn't want to be a burden, but she couldn't bear to be away from Xiao Dai and her grandchildren. Eventually, she agreed to come along, bringing a few elderly relatives she couldn't leave behind. Han Feng didn't mind. He had plenty of room, and it would give Shang someone to talk to in the unfamiliar south. The packing was straightforward. Han Feng didn't have many personal belongings, just his collection of industrial prototypes, some clothes, and the children's toys. He even had to dismantle little Luo Cheng's toy train set, promising to build a much larger track at their new home. The furniture stayed behind. The Shu had already prepared a new home in Tuahai County, built to the same high standards. As September approached, Han Feng continued to handle government affairs from his study while Xiao Dai, Zhaning, and Shang managed the household. With the help of the guards, they began moving crates to the Luoyang docks. The Luoyang docks were now crowded with over a dozen ships. There were 6 large flying fish vessels and 7 or 8 three-masted galleons. Han Feng's family would take 2 flying fish ships, one for them and their luggage, and another for the guards. A full battalion of the Shin's Guard, about 900 men, would also accompany them. Their mission was twofold: ensure Han Feng's safety and, once in the south, serve as instructors to help the local garrison's transition to firearms. The rest of the ships were filled with the first wave of industrial pioneers: miners, coking specialists, mechanical engineers, and steelworkers. These were the technical bones of the southern industry. Once they were settled in their new homes and jobs, their families would follow. The fleet was split into two. The ships at Luoyang carried the people and personal effects. A second fleet at the Weishan docks, which had direct rail access, was loaded with heavy machinery and industrial materials. Finally, a few days before departure, the brewery delivered good news. After a week of fermentation, the wort had transformed into fragrant beer. Shi Xian immediately invited Han Feng to witness the first bottling run. Han Feng planned to take a large portion of the first batch south with him. He couldn't wait. Southern industry was still in its infancy. It would be years before they could produce their own beer. For the foreseeable future, the North would be the South's primary supplier. The next morning, Han Feng arrived at the brewery. He toured the workshops, checked the equipment, and spoke with the workers before heading to the bottling hall. Next to the bottling hall was the sterilization workshop. Even brand new bottles had to be washed and sterilized before use. Han Feng had ordered a slogan painted on the wall in large characters: food industry, safety and hygiene first. He wanted his workers to be proud of what they made. If the workers didn't dare to eat or drink their own products, the factory shouldn't exist. The sterilized bottles were hung upside down to drain on iron racks, then pushed to the filling line. As the racks were locked into place, the conveyor belt hummed to life. "Start the line," Han Feng commanded. A worker pulled a lever, opening the valves on the beer lines. The first industrial beverage of the Han tribe began to flow. The Han tribe's current bottling line was modest. It featured a single pipe and a single filling nozzle, processing one bottle at a time. Furthermore, without digital control systems, the filling volume and speed were managed through purely mechanical means, a technical hurdle that had cost the Research Institute significant time to overcome. Most of the tribe's valves were manual. Filling a bottle was like holding it under a tap, but an automated line couldn't rely on a human eye to stop the flow. To solve this, the Institute invented a dual-chamber valve. They added a secondary chamber between the main pipe and the nozzle with a fixed volume of exactly 560 milliliters, the modern standard for a beer bottle. When the cycle started, the intake valve opened to fill the chamber. Once full, the intake closed, and the discharge valve opened, releasing exactly 560 milliliters into the bottle. The final challenge was foam. Beer foams easily, and if a bottle filled with foam halfway through, the rest of the liquid would overflow, wasting product and creating a mess. The solution was a long, slender filling tube. When an empty bottle reached the filling station, the tube would descend deep into the bottle, stopping just 2 centimeters from the bottom. By filling from the bottom up, the liquid had minimal contact with the air, drastically reducing foam. Any small amount of foam that did form was easily contained within the neck of the bottle. The line worked perfectly. It wasn't fast, but it was reliable. For the Han tribe's current market, it was more than enough. Bottle after bottle marched down the line, filled with golden liquid, and headed toward the capping station. Capping was fast, barely a second per bottle, but the preparation was meticulous. Han Feng had pushed for deep brown glass bottles. This color was achieved by adding iron oxide crystals to the glass melt, a byproduct of the sulfuric acid production at the iron mines. It was a perfect use for a material that had previously been discarded. For the caps, they chose black. It looked sleek against the brown glass. The caps were made from sheet metal rolled at the steel plant, spray-painted black, and then stamped into shape at the brewery. The finished bottles featured a plain black cap, but there was one final touch. Each bottle underwent 2 quality checks. The first was for leaks or loose seals. If a bottle failed, the line was stopped to check the capping machine. If it passed, an inspector would use a white stamp to mark the black cap. The stamp featured a snowflake crystal, the logo for Snowflake beer, with the characters for Snowflake underneath. The ink was actually white paint. The result was a striking white-on-black logo. The second check was for impurities. The bottles passed in front of a row of bright carbide lamps. An inspector would look through the glass to ensure no foreign objects were inside. If the bottle was clear, a colorful printed label was applied to the body. These 2 marks, the cap stamp and the body label, served as both branding and a seal of quality. Finally, the bottles reached the packaging area. They were either packed into wooden crates or tied into bundles of tin with hemp rope, a dozen in Han terms. Crates were better for long-distance transport and stacking, while bundles were perfect for small street vendors. A vendor with a tricycle could easily carry 200 or 300 bottles for a day's sales. Han Feng knew this was just the beginning. Once production stabilized, they would develop kegs for taverns and street stalls to sell draft beer by the glass. But those were details for the managers. Han Feng was just happy to see the line running. By the end of the day, the brewery had produced 5,000 crates. Han Feng ordered them loaded onto tractors and moved to the Luoyang docks immediately. Each crate held 24 bottles. 5,000 crates meant 120,000 bottles, roughly 672 tons of beer, not including the weight of the glass and wood. It was nearly the entire output of the trial run, and Han Feng was taking almost all of it south. The total weight exceeded 1,000 tons. It took 3 ships to carry the beer and the accompanying personnel. As the departure date of August 29th arrived, Han Feng's family arrived at the Luoyang docks. The children were ecstatic. The eldest two, nearly 5 years old, had never been on a large sailing ship. Xiao Dai, Zhaoning, and Shang had their hands full trying to keep them from running off the gangplanks. It was a beautiful Sunday, overcast but warm, with a gentle breeze. Han Feng organized a farewell lunch on the Luoyang school grounds for the pioneers and their families. At 2 p.m., the boarding began. The 2 youngest children had already fallen asleep from the excitement, but little Luo Cheng and Luo Lan were running wild on the decks, exploring every cabin like it was a grand adventure. The other ships were quieter. Most of the men were traveling without their families for now. They would settle in the south first, secure their housing and land, and then send for their wives and children. The government would cover the travel costs for the families once they were ready. The fleet weighed anchor. The journey was smooth. Only the Han tribe had the power to field such a fleet on the Luoyang River. To the Han people, the river was their private inland waterway. As long as the weather held, they were untouchable. The first stop wasn't Tuahai County, but the newly established Chenkang and Qian counties in the mid-reaches. Most of the technical pioneers were bound for these industrial hubs to work the coal mines, coking plants, and steel mills. Han Feng also wanted to inspect the new counties himself. The flying fish ships were fast. Within a day, they had left the galleons behind. By the 5th day, the 6-ship vanguard arrived at the Chenkang docks. Han Feng had messaged Yu Fu in advance. Yu Fu was ready. He had prepared housing in the residential districts of Qian. While the city didn't have walls yet, the houses, schools, and administrative buildings were finished. The pioneers would have homes immediately. Their families would receive land, fertile, mature soil already being worked by the slave labor corps. Schools were ready, though they still lacked teachers, a problem Han Feng would have to solve by transferring staff from the north. Food was abundant, and clothing could be shipped in easily. The only thing they lacked was transportation. Most people still had to walk. But Han Feng had plans for that. As industrial capacity grew, he intended to mass-produce bicycles. At the Chenkang docks, Han Feng disembarked with his family. Yu Fu was there to meet them, accompanied by 2 strangers. They were Gu Ji and Tian Hong, the young leaders of the Baiwu tribe. They had heard the great chief of the Han was coming and wanted to see what kind of man could lead such a powerful nation. When they saw him, they were stunned. They hadn't expected the leader of the Han tribe to be so young. Han Feng was 19. In this world, he was a man in his prime, his teenage boyishness replaced by the steady gaze of a ruler. On the docks of Chenkang County, Yu Fu stepped forward as Han Feng and his family disembarked. He bowed deeply. Yu Fu greets the chief and the ladies. Gu Ji, Tian Hong, of the Baiwu tribe greets the Han chief, the 2 tribal leaders added, their voices tight with nerves. This was the legendary leader of the Han, and for the first time, he was a living, breathing person standing before them. At ease, Han Feng said, offering a casual wave of his hand. This isn't the place for formalities. Now that we're here, Yu Fu, I assume you've made arrangements for us? And who are these 2? Introduce them properly. Chief, allow me, Yu Fu said. This is Chief Gu Ji and Chief Tian Hong of the Baiwu tribe. They are the 2 youngest of the 5 Baiwu leaders and are currently overseeing their people's labor for us. They are both good friends of the Han tribe. Han Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. Good friends? That meant they liked what the Han had to offer. That made things easy. Ah, friends of the Han. I've heard much about you from Yu Fu. I know your people have been working hard for us, and I've told you Fu repeatedly, never mistreat our friends. They must be fed well, housed properly, and paid fairly. Life is hard for small tribes. The Han should help where we can. Tell me, chiefs, how has your time with us been? Has Yu Fu treated you well? If he hasn't, tell me now, and I'll make it right. Gu Ji and Tian Hong were overwhelmed by the attention. They waved their hands frantically. No, the Han chief is too kind, Tian Hong stammered. Master Yu Fu has been excellent. Our people get 3 full meals a day, meat and eggs at every meal. Even the children who watch the sheep are fed well. Our wages are never late, and we've already bought many wonderful things from the Han. If you don't want to join, that's fine. You can keep working for us. However, these 2 counties are almost finished. Soon, there won't be as much construction work. I'll have Yu Fu look for other jobs for you, but, well, we'll see. Han Feng tightened the net slightly, adding a hint of pressure. These counties were about to become industrial hubs. He couldn't have an unstable neighbor right in the middle of his operations. The Baiwu had to either join or be moved. Thank you for the invitation, Han Chief, Gu Ji said, bowing apologetically. This is a massive decision. We are only 2 of the 5 leaders. We cannot speak for the whole tribe. We must discuss this. I hope you aren't offended. Not at all, Han Feng replied with a casual shrug. The Han are never bullies, especially to our friends. The 2 leaders exhaled in relief. They shared a look of lingering dread. As Han Feng's family moved off the dock, the other ships began to unload. First came the security detail, a battalion of 900 Shens guards and 500 Jinwu guards. These were the elite of the elite. They were equipped with the new semi-automatic rifles, bayonets fixed and gleaming. They marched off the ships in perfect, rhythmic unison, their boots thundering against the wooden docks. Without a single word of command, they fanned out across the port, securing every perimeter. The sound of those boots, asterisk thump, thump, thump asterisk, echoed in the hearts of everyone present. This was the majesty of the Han chief. Yes, of course. We are friends. Definitely friends, Tian Hong stammered, his face pale. He felt like if he said anything else, those short spears would be through his chest in a heartbeat. Once the guards had secured the area, the technical pioneers began to disembark. They had been at sea for days and were eager to get to their new homes. Han Feng settled his family, then set out with Yu Fu to inspect Chinkang County. It was coming along beautifully. The docks were massive and better planned than the ones in the north. Warehouses, the station, and the freight yards were all clustered together for efficiency. The city itself was nearby, though like Qian, it lacked walls. In the industrial age, Han Feng wasn't a fan of city walls. They restricted growth and were a nightmare to expand. For now, he left space for them, but the focus was on infrastructure. Schools, offices, markets, and residential zones were all taking shape. They had a group lunch at the school, which was currently empty of students. Afterward, Han Feng returned to the docks to inventory the machinery he'd brought. He reminded Yu Fu of the priority: industrialize the South as quickly as possible. Gu Ji and Tian Hong followed them all day, listening to talk of factories, mines, steel, and tractors. They understood almost none of it, only that the Han were incredibly powerful. As evening approached, Han Feng suggested a hunt in the outskirts. The 2 Baiwu leaders were excited. This was something they understood. Before they started working for the Han, their tribe survived on hunting and potatoes. They were experts. But when they reached the woods, Han Feng spotted a wild boar in the distance. He raised his rifle and pulled the trigger. Bang! The thunderous crack echoed through the trees. The massive boar, weighing hundreds of pounds, collapsed instantly. A hole the size of a bowl had been punched through its side, and blood gushed onto the forest floor. Gu Ji and Tian Hong stood frozen, their mouths hanging open. This is how you hunt. Asterisk, where's the tracking? Where are the traps? Where's the struggle? Asterisk. Before they could process the shock, the woods erupted in gunfire. Asterisk, bang, 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 rat-tat-tat-tat, asterisk. A whole sounder of boars had the misfortune of running into Han Feng and his guards. Shotguns, rifles, and machine guns tore through the brush. In less than 2 minutes, the entire pack was wiped out. Gu Ji and Tian Hong felt like they were going to have a heart attack. Gu Ji and Tian Hong had assumed the Han soldiers were carrying some kind of iron-tipped short spears. It was only now they realized those objects weren't meant for throwing. The iron tubes had slender blades attached to the ends, but that was clearly a secondary feature. In reality, These were long-range weapons. They functioned like bows or crossbows, yet there were no arrows. Every time the Han used them, they produced a sound like a summer thunderclap and spat fire. The prey didn't just fall. They were torn apart, blood spraying from massive, jagged holes. The two leaders couldn't fathom what these things were. Were they divine artifacts? Gifts from the gods? One thing was certain. No tribe on Earth could stand against the Han. They didn't know about other nations, but they knew the Baiwu stood no chance. Even if the Han traded their fire-spitting tubes for simple clubs and spears, the Baiwu would still lose. Why? Because the Han chief's personal guard alone numbered over 1,400 men, all of them prime, disciplined warriors. The entire Baiwu tribe, including the elderly and the children, barely matched that number. There was no fight to be had. Fortunately, they were friends. But if the Han ever turned on them, they wouldn't even be able to run. The Han had tractors and horses. There was no escape. "Chiefs, would you like to try our weapons?" Han Feng asked, a friendly smile on his face as he held out his rifle. Guji and Tian Hong froze. They began to tremble, caught between sheer terror and intense curiosity. "We get to touch the weapons of the gods. Is it true? What is this weapon called? Is this a tool of the gods meant to punish mortals?" "It's terrifying," they stammered. "It's called a rifle," Han Feng said, nodding. "And it's not divine. It's a tool made by men. Fu, you should try it too. This is the latest semi-automatic model, just issued to the Shin's Guard. You probably haven't seen it yet." Fu had been itching to try it. He'd seen the bolt-action rifles, but a weapon that cycled itself was new to him. No man could resist the allure of such a machine. Han Feng gestured, and 3 guards stepped forward, handing over their rifles. Under the guards' careful instruction, the 3 men began to learn. Fu was a quick study. He was soon firing at trees in the distance. The Baiwu leaders were more hesitant, their hands shaking as they gripped the cold steel and wood. But under the guards' patient guidance, they began to understand how the gun worked. They learned it wasn't magic. It was a machine made of iron and wood. It held 10 bullets, small metal objects, and could fire them in rapid succession, killing anything within 400 meters. This realization was actually more terrifying than the idea of a divine gift. If it was a gift from the gods, it was rare and limited. But if it was made of iron and wood, that meant the Han could manufacture them endlessly. They could make as many as they wanted, and it was so easy to use. Gu Ji and Tian Hong could barely speak the Han language, yet within 5 minutes, they had mastered the basics of the rifle. What did that mean? It meant the Han could take any random peasant, give them a few minutes of training, and turn them into a killer capable of ending a life from 400 meters away. If the Han wanted to go to war, they could raise an army of hundreds of thousands in a matter of weeks, provided they had the factories to build the guns. The thought made their skin crawl. Asterisk bang, 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 asterisk. The 2 leaders pulled the triggers. The rifles roared, kicking against their shoulders. The ground in the distance erupted in dirt and stone, and a sapling was snapped in half. They weren't aiming at anything living, but after seeing the bores, they knew the lethality. A single hit would shatter bone and tear through flesh. In a world without medicine, a gunshot wound was a slow, agonizing death sentence. The new semi-automatic used an intermediate cartridge, so the recoil was manageable. After firing 10 rounds each, the 2 leaders were hooked. The power was intoxicating. Of course, they knew they could never own one. Even Yu Fu, a high-ranking official, didn't have the right to carry a rifle. The Han controlled their firearms with absolute strictness. They were for the military and the military alone. The experience changed their perspective. First, it hammered home the fact that the Han were invincible. Second, it made Han Feng's talk of citizenship duties make sense. If being a citizen meant carrying a weapon like this to protect the tribe, they didn't mind so much. Who wouldn't want to be on the side holding the rifles? The group returned to Chinkong with their haul, and the evening was spent in another feast. Wild game roasted over open fires, seasoned with cumin and chili, filled the air with an irresistible aroma. Han Feng had hundreds of crates of beer brought down from the ships. As they drank the cold brew under the September sun, the atmosphere turned jovial. Yu Fu remarked that beer was the perfect companion for roasted meat and suggested they build a brewery in Chungkong and Xi'an as well. Han Feng didn't commit. These counties were destined for heavy industry. Putting a food plant in the middle of a smoggy industrial zone was a terrible idea. Gu Ji and Tian Hong drank a few bottles, their minds reeling. The Han life was incredible. The Baiwu had potatoes and meat, but they were never truly full. Now, working for the Han, They had 3 meals a day. They thought that was the peak of existence. But this? Roasted meat with spices and cold beer? This was a different world. While the Baiwu were happy to have enough to eat, the Han were debating which grain made the best alcohol. It was almost insulting. Beer is delicious, though, they thought. The next morning, Han Feng took them on a train to Qian. He wanted to inspect the city and the coal mines, and to officially settle the technical pioneers. The 100-kilometer journey was short. They stopped at the coal mine station first. The original shaft was 16 meters deep, and Yu Fu had teams scouting the surrounding area to map the seam. They had found a coal cap, only 2 kilometers away, where the seam was only 6 meters deep. 6 meters was shallow enough for an open-pit mine. Digging through 6 meters of topsoil was a nightmare for manual labor, but for the Han, it was easy. They had excavators, bulldozers, and trains. Han Feng's mining experts suggested a spiral open-pit design, a massive circular crater with a winding road for trucks to drive in and out. They could pile the topsoil nearby, and, centuries later when the mine was spent, use it to fill the hole back in. Han Feng didn't stay long at the mine. He continued to Qian to settle the pioneers. The 3 mines in Chunkong and Qian were the cornerstones of southern industry. Their importance couldn't be overstated, which was why Han Feng had brought so many mining experts. Alongside them were veterans from the Xinjiang steel and rolling mills. These were complete teams, managers, senior workers, and newly promoted journeymen. Once the factories were built and the raw materials were flowing, they could start production immediately. The coking plant team was also ready to go. But first, they needed to settle in. In Qian, rows of red brick houses stood ready. They had been built by the Baiwu workers, but they had remained empty until now. The Han tribe had perfected their residential designs. Each house was a self-contained courtyard, roughly 16 meters square. While they could have built 5 rooms across the back, the standard was 4 main rooms, a simple dry latrine, and a kitchen to one side of the gate. Each house also had its own hand-pumped well, ending the chore of carrying water from a central source. The rest of the courtyard was open space for the family to use as they saw fit. Extra rooms for children or elders, a garden, or pens for livestock. With a private well and a drainage system, life was convenient. They could even dig a cellar for storing potatoes and vegetables, something that was impossible in the crowded old city of Hanya. As Han Feng led the pioneers into the city, the Baiwu workers watched in silence. Han Feng saw the complex mix of emotions in their eyes: fear, envy, resentment, and a deep sense of inferiority. They had built these houses. They had eaten 3 meals a day and worn Han clothes while doing it. They had learned to lay bricks and mix cement. They had watched the carpenters fit the windows and doors. They had fantasized about living in these houses themselves. But now, the reality had arrived. They were just the laborers. These houses were for the Han. Gu Ji and Tian Hong felt the same sting. They understood their people's pain because they shared it. They had the chance to give their people this life, but they had hesitated. Now, seeing the Han pioneers walk into the courtyards, inspecting the rooms and planting their gardens with joyful smiles, the loss felt permanent. The Han pioneers were delighted. The houses were free, their jobs were secure, and their land would be reassigned based on their rank. The tribe would even provide materials if they wanted to expand their homes. Once the pioneers were settled, Han Feng turned to Yu Fu. The houses look good. Get them registered and assigned. If they have special requests, try to accommodate them. Get them settled quickly so we can start on the factories. Yu Fu nodded. Understood. The next morning, the pioneers were all registered. Any veteran who moved south gave up their old house in the north to be reassigned. Meanwhile, Yu Fu brought the 2 Baiwu leaders to Han Feng. Han Chief, you want to visit our village? Gu Ji was stunned. He hadn't expected a man of Han Feng's stature to care about a small tribe. Of course, I've seen the work your people did here, and I'm grateful. My people love their new homes, and that's thanks to you. As their leader, I should thank you in person. Han Feng's words were smooth, and his expression was one of genuine gratitude. The 2 leaders were deeply moved. They had assumed the Han chief would look down on them, but he was treating them with respect. Han Feng brought Xiao Dai and Zhaning along, as well as little Luo Cheng and Luo Lan. He wanted to present a family image, something relatable and non-threatening. This was a diplomatic visit, not a show of force. The Han are a welcoming people. We are not a single clan. We are a collection of many clans who have come together to be called the Han. Why shouldn't you join us? If you join, you are Han. You get the same houses, the same land, and the same livestock. Your children go to our schools and learn our skills. I know you need to think about it. But for today, I've brought some small gifts to show my thanks. And I've ordered a special feast for lunch. Let's eat." The workers cheered. Han Feng's speech had hit home. They wanted that life. The meal was a revelation. Han Feng had ordered red braised pork, a dish they'd never tasted. It was sweet, savory, and melted in the mouth. Zhang Ying, despite her fine clothes, helped serve the food, which made the workers even more respectful. Han Feng smiled and took a sip of beer. "Because I want this land. There is molybdenum and coal to the west, and iron right next to your village. The Han are here to stay, and we are going to develop this land. We cannot have another tribe living in the middle of our industrial zone. You either join us, or you become slaves. There is no third option. I think you know we have the power to make that happen." The two leaders went pale, but Han Feng raised his glass. "But I don't want to fight you. I've never shown you anything but friendship. I want you to join because it's the best outcome for everyone. We get the land and the people. You get a better life. It's a win-win. I won't force you. I want you to choose this. In fact, I'm leaving for the south in a day or two. I want you both to come with me. I'll show you the rest of the Han tribe, the cities, the islands, the people. See for yourselves what we are. Then, give me your answer." The two leaders looked at each other. "We want to go," Tian Hong said. "We will see your world, and then we will decide." "Excellent." Han Feng laughed, raising his glass again. To the future. Han Feng's lunch with the Baiwu people had bridged a significant gap. After spending the afternoon inspecting Qian, he set out the next morning with Yu Fu, Gu Ji, and Tian Hong to scout the Baiwu village and the surrounding area. They traveled by horse and tractor, arriving at the village after a few hours. When the three elder chiefs of the Baiwu saw the group, they were visibly shaken. They knew Yu Fu well, but the presence of the Han chief was a different matter entirely. Like everyone else, they were stunned by Han Feng's youth. However, Han Feng didn't linger. After a brief greeting, he took the mining experts and his guards to the nearby red iron mine. Tian Hong stayed behind in the village to explain the situation to the elders. "Hong, you're saying the Han chief wants us all to join him?" one elder asked, his voice trembling. "Yes," Tian Hong nodded firmly. "He'll really give us houses, land, and livestock?" another asked. "He will. He said it many times. He even ate lunch with our workers yesterday and gave everyone gifts. The Han are incredibly wealthy. They even have a sweet called candy that tastes like pure honey." The three elders frowned. It sounded too good to be true. What was the catch? "Hong," the eldest chief asked, "if we join, how do we make money? If we aren't working for them, how do we buy things?" Tian Hong had spent a year observing the Han. He had the answer ready. "Elder, Han citizens don't need to work for the chief to survive. They have their own houses and land. They grow their own food and raise their own animals. They give a portion to the tribe as tax, and the rest is theirs. The tribe buys their surplus grain, which gives them money. They also sell eggs, or make tools and clothes to sell at the markets. Those with special skills work in the factories or offices for even higher wages. Even the simplest farmer lives better than we do." The elders sat in silence, processing this. "But why?" the eldest asked. "Why would they do this for us? What do they get out of it?" "It sounds like the Han are losing out." Tian Hong repeated what Han Feng had told him. "He wants the land. He wants the coal and the iron to make steel. He doesn't want any other tribes living near his mines. But he also wants people. He said the Han need more people to grow stronger. He wants us to be part of that growth." The elders nodded slowly. It made sense. The Han were powerful, but they were also pragmatic. "I believe him," Tian Hong added. "We have nothing they want except our labor and our presence. They have over 1,000 warriors just to protect the chief. If they wanted to take us by force, they could have done it a year ago. They are offering us a hand, not a fist." The elders agreed. The Han had shown nothing but kindness and strength. "One more thing," Tian Hong said. "The chief is leaving for the south tomorrow. He's invited Gu Ji and me to go with him. He wants us to see the rest of the Han world before we give him our answer. I've decided to go. We need to know who we are joining." The elders gave their blessing. They needed to know the truth. Meanwhile, Han Feng was at the red iron mine. He turned to the head of the Southern Steel Project. "What's the verdict?" "Chief, we have a plan," the man replied. "We've identified the best spots for the mine, the transport routes, and the factory site." "And where will the factory be?" The man hesitated, glancing at Gu Ji. "Well, actually, the best spot is right where the Baiwu village is now. It's flat, close to the mine, and perfect for a residential zone for the workers." Han Feng nodded, then looked at Gu Ji. The young leader didn't explode in anger. He just looked resigned. "Gu Ji, you heard him," Han Feng said softly. We need that land for the steel mill. I want your people to move to Qian, where the houses and land are already waiting for you. I promise you, you will have everything a Han citizen has. Han Chief, don't answer yet. Han Feng interrupted. I'm not forcing you. We won't start construction for a while. Come south with me. See the world. Then, tell me what you want to do. Gu Ji felt a wave of relief. Han Feng's patience was his greatest weapon. The next morning, the group set out. They took the train back to Chinkong, boarded the ships, and set sail. After 4 days of nonstop sailing, they arrived at the docks of Tuahai County. For Gu Ji and Tian Hong, the journey was a series of shocks. They had seen horses, tractors, and trains. Now, they were on a massive wooden ship that could travel hundreds of miles in a few days. Han Feng shared lunch with the Baiwu tribe, which significantly strengthened their bond. He spent the entire afternoon inspecting Qian County. The next day, he set off with Yu Fu, Gu Ji, Tian Hong, and others to survey the Baiwu tribe settlement. Some rode horses, others took tractors. It took them about 2 to 3 hours to reach the Baiwu tribe settlement. When the 3 elder chieftains remaining in the Baiwu tribe saw Han Feng and his group arrive, they were visibly excited. Although they didn't recognize Han Feng, they were very familiar with Yu Fu. Every time Yu Fu visited, he brought good news. This time, there was no good news, but the person he brought was enough to shock them. When Gu Ji and Tian Hong informed the 3 elder chieftains that this was the leader of the Han tribe, all 3 showed expressions of profound shock. However, Han Feng didn't stay long with the Baiwu tribe. After exchanging pleasantries with the chieftains, he took his people to survey the nearby hematite mine. Accompanying him were Yu Fu, Gu Ji, the young chieftain of the Baiwu tribe, a contingent of imperial guards, and mining technicians responsible for geological exploration. Tian Hong, who had returned with them, stayed behind in the Baiwu tribe's settlement to inform them of Han Feng's invitation for the Baiwu tribe to join the Han tribe. Hong, you're saying the Han tribe's leader wants all of us to join the Han tribe? Yes, Tian Hong affirmed with a resolute nod. After all, this matter had already been settled. Han Feng had laid out his cards during dinner yesterday. Is he really willing to give our people houses, land, and livestock to every family? Another elder chieftain pressed. Yes, that's what he said, and he's told us several times, Tian Hong explained again. Yesterday, he even had lunch with our people and gave everyone many gifts. The Han tribe is truly wealthy. They have everything. They can even make something called sugar that tastes as sweet as honey. The 3 elder chieftains remaining behind frowned at this. The invitation sounded good, but why was the Han tribe being so generous to them? What was the Han tribe's true motive? That was their biggest concern. These 3 chieftains now found themselves in the same mindset as Gu Ji and Tian Hong before, suspecting some hidden agenda from the Han tribe. Immediately, one of the chieftains raised a question. Hong, if we agree to the Han tribe leader's offer and join the Han tribe, how will our people earn money then? If we can't earn money, how will we buy things after joining the Han tribe? Tian Hong could answer this question himself. He had been in charge of the Baiwu tribe's labor for the Han tribe for over a year, had extensive contact with Han tribe members, and was well acquainted with their situation. Elder Chieftain, there's no need to worry about that. The Han tribe's people can live very stable lives even without working directly for the tribe. Every Han tribe citizen has their own house, so they don't lack a place to live. Moreover, they live within city walls and are protected by the army, making it very safe. They also have land distributed by the tribe. As long as they work diligently, they can still live good lives just from the produce of their fields. On a daily basis, Han tribe citizens eat grains and vegetables they grow themselves, and meat from livestock they raise. Any surplus grain, after paying the tribe's grain tax, still leaves them with a portion. The Han tribe buys this surplus grain, and people can earn money just by selling grain each year. Their daily food and drink come from their own production, and the money from selling grain is used to buy other things. Most Han tribe citizens also engage in side businesses. For example, they trade their household eggs, or they make tools to sell at the market, like brooms for sweeping or bamboo baskets and crates for carrying things. Some also take on private jobs, like making clothes and shoes for other families, which also earns them money. However, these are just the most ordinary farmers. Those with skills can work in the Han tribe's factories. Those who are literate can become administrators, helping the leader manage the tribe or teach reading and writing in schools. Such skilled individuals earn even more money. Tian Hong, drawing on his year plus of interaction with the Han tribe, explained their situation in detail. After hearing Tian Hong's explanation, the three elder chieftains pondered for a moment, then grew worried again. So, from what you're saying, if we join the Han tribe, even if we're just ordinary farmers who only know how to farm, we can still earn money to buy things? And support our entire family, one chieftain asked again. Yes, you could say that, Tian Hong affirmed with another nod. But why would the Han tribe do this? Why are they so good to our tribe? What benefit does it bring the Han tribe? Based on the conditions you described, inviting us to join the Han tribe would only result in losses for them, wouldn't it? Or do they have some other agenda? The eldest chieftain asked, still unable to comprehend. Tian Hong shook his head. The Han tribe leader said he's interested in this land. He wants the Han tribe to have exclusive access to the minerals here, the black stones they sent people to find, and the iron mine near our tribe. The Han tribe needs those stones to make steel. So, he said he doesn't want any other tribes to exist here besides the Han tribe. But he doesn't intend to use force against us, which is why he thought of inviting us to join the Han tribe. As long as we also join the Han tribe, there will be no other forces in this vicinity. He also said he hopes the Han tribe can continue to expand its population. Although our Baiwu tribe is relatively small, we still have about 2,000 people. He hopes we can become part of the Han tribe, expanding its population. This, he believes, is the benefit to the Han tribe. Tian Hong even relayed Han Feng's frank words from yesterday to the three elder chieftains. So, he wants our population. If that's the case, it makes sense, doesn't it? But Hong, do you believe what that Han leader says? Another chieftain mused. Tian Hong frowned, pondering for a moment before replying. At the very least, the Han tribe leader's objective is very clear, and what he says should be true. The Han tribe genuinely values the minerals here. This time, I went with you, Fu, to greet him. As soon as he arrived, he first went to see the coal mine, and the next day, he came here to see the iron mine. Doesn't that say something? He also brought many people this time, reportedly all very skilled individuals who can mine and smelt iron. Even within the Han tribe, these people are important figures. As for whether he's deceiving us, I don't think there's any need for it, because we have nothing at all that would interest him. Everything we have, we got from the Han tribe. What else could we give the Han tribe, besides ourselves? And if you say he has other intentions, even if he coveted our population and wanted to capture all of us as slaves, I think that's impossible. The Han tribe might indeed need people to work, but they certainly don't lack our small number of people. How many adults does our entire Baiwu tribe have? Yet, that Han tribe leader is always escorted by thousands of strong, adult warriors whenever he travels. If he lacked people to work, would he use so many to protect himself? The other chieftains listened and agreed. Indeed, the Baiwu tribe is so poor, what could the Han tribe want from them? Even if they coveted their population, the Baiwu tribe's population isn't really that large. If you picked out all the able-bodied young adults, they wouldn't even outnumber Han Feng's guards. What could he possibly want? After a long silence, Tian Hong spoke again. Whatever his intentions, at the very least, his attitude towards us has been good. Even though he wants us to join the Han tribe, he hasn't forced us. Oh, and there's something else I need to tell you. The Han tribe leader is leaving tomorrow. He said he's heading south to the Han tribe's territories, and he's invited Guji and me to go with him to see the Han tribe's southern regions. He wants us to see the situation in other parts of the Han tribe, and then give him our answer on whether or not to join. The Han tribe has shown us enough sincerity. I believe we should trust him. So, I've decided to go south with him this time. Only by understanding the Han tribe better can we make the most suitable choice. The chieftains merely nodded upon hearing this, offering no further opinions. Because Tian Hong had made it clear, this was a good thing for both sides, and the Han tribe hadn't forced them, showing them ample goodwill. That was enough. Meanwhile, Han Feng also led his group to survey the hematite mine near the Baiwu tribe. After completing the survey, Han Feng asked the head of a southern steel mill, "Well, what have you figured out?" Reporting, leader. "We already have a preliminary plan, including where to start mining, how to transport the ore, and where to build our new steel and rolling mills," the manager replied directly. "Oh, and where do you plan to build the factories?" Han Feng asked again. "Well, this. The manager stammered for a long time without speaking, cautiously glancing at Guji out of the corner of his eye, indicating that it was awkward to speak. "Hey, don't have any reservations. There are no outsiders here. Just say whatever your plan is," Han Feng urged impatiently. "Yes, reporting, leader. I think the current Baiwu tribe settlement is quite good. It's close enough to the iron mine, It's a flat plain with ample space, and the transportation is convenient for us to build roads and transport materials. Moreover, the area is already suitable for habitation, so establishing a residential area for workers wouldn't be a problem. As the manager spoke, he secretly watched Guji's reaction. Han Feng also observed Guji, but Guji didn't show the emotional agitation they might have expected. Han Feng nodded after listening. Then proceed with this plan. Refine your proposal further. Understood. The man bowed, turned, and withdrew. The remaining matters were no longer his concern. How to deal with the Baiwu tribe was something the leader had to consider. Guji, you heard what we just said, didn't you? The Han tribe needs your tribe's current settlement for iron smelting. Han Feng stated frankly to Guji again. I truly hope all of you can move to Qian County and live with us. If there aren't enough houses, we can build more. We have plenty of materials. We've already cultivated the land, and as long as you're willing to move, it can be distributed to each of you. According to Han tribe standards, whatever Han tribe citizens have, you will also have. Han leader Before Guji could express himself, Han Feng interrupted again. I'll say it again, I'm not forcing you. The Han tribe can offer you a better life, and I hope you genuinely and voluntarily join the Han tribe. Furthermore, you don't need to give me an answer so quickly. I'm heading south tomorrow anyway. You can come with me to see other parts of the Han tribe, and then decide. It won't be too late. As for your tribe's settlement, construction won't start that quickly in the short term. They have a lot of preliminary preparations to make. Guji breathed a sigh of relief, his goodwill towards Han Feng strengthening further. The Han tribe needed the Baiwu tribe's current settlement to develop the iron mine, and despite the Han tribe's obvious strength, Han Feng hadn't used military force to drive them out. Han Feng had even repeatedly stated that they didn't need to respond quickly, hoping they would see the benefits of joining the Han tribe. These repeated actions demonstrated Han Feng's goodwill towards the Baiwu tribe. Unless Guji's conscience had been devoured by dogs, how could he possibly ignore it? All right, then, thank you for your generosity, Han leader. After our journey south, we will certainly give the Han tribe an answer, Guji said, bowing to Han Feng in the Han tribe's manner. Having surveyed the iron mine, it was time for Han Feng to leave. Early the next morning, he once again set off by train with his family, the Imperial Guards, and Guji and Tian Hong. First, they traveled to Chungkong County's dock, boarded a sailboat, and then set sail. After 3.5 days and nights of continuous sailing, the fleet finally arrived at Tuahai County's dock on the 4th day. At this very moment, Guji and Tian Hong's understanding was once again refreshed by the Han tribe. Before, they only knew the Han tribe had horses for riding, allowing them to manage distant territories. Later, they learned the Han tribe also had trains and tractors, which were not only versatile, but could also transport heavy loads in large quantities. Now, having traveled with Han Feng, their worldview was refreshed once more. It turned out the Han tribe also had these wooden ships that could travel on water, not only carrying goods and people, but also covering 1,000 li a day. No wonder the Han tribe had such a large population and such vast territories. As Han Feng's fleet docked at Tuahai County, Deshu was already waiting. He had received the message days ago and had gathered the local officials to welcome their leader. The administrative scale of Tuahai County was immense. Though it was technically a single county, it oversaw 5 major districts: Tuahai, Taitsong, Yubang, Jisong, and Chaodu. Furthermore, because the new capital was still under construction and lacked a permanent population, its administration was temporarily folded into Tuahai County as well. Across the river, the 8 counties of the Tang tribe were also under Deshu's indirect supervision. While the Tang were technically autonomous, the Han officials stationed there reported to Deshu, and the Han military presence was commanded by Xuetu. Deshu was effectively the viceroy of the south, managing 10 counties and the new capital. It was a staggering amount of responsibility, but he was one of the few people Han Feng trusted implicitly. He had been with Han Feng since the very beginning, back when the Han tribe was just a small village. As the gangplank lowered, the guards secured the dock. Han Feng led his family off the ship, followed by Guji and Tian Hong. Lin Shu, governor of Tuahai, welcomes the chief. Deshu bowed deeply. Rise, Deshu, Han Feng said, stepping forward to pull him up. It's been years. I've missed you. I've missed you too, chief, Deshu said, his voice thick with emotion. I wish I could go back to the old days in Hanyang, just farming, feeding the pigs, and talking with you. But I know the responsibility you've given me. I won't let you down. Han Feng felt a pang of guilt. I know it's hard, but as a man's ability grows, so does his burden. If we were lazy, think of how many people would suffer. We'll work until the tribe is strong enough for the children to take over. Then we'll retire together. The two men shared a moment of deep, silent understanding. Deshu was Han Feng's most loyal and capable friend. Come, Deshu. Let me introduce you, Han Feng said, gesturing to the two Baiwu leaders. These are Gu Ji and Tian Hong. They are from the mid-reaches. They're here to see what the Han tribe is really like before they decide to join us. Treat them well, just as we did with the Jiang clan. Deshu understood immediately. This was a diplomatic mission. Welcome, brothers. I hope your stay here shows you everything you need to know. Thank you, Governor. The two leaders replied, bowing respectfully. They could tell Deshu was a man of immense power, perhaps even higher than Yu Fu. Han Feng's family headed to their new home in the city, while Gu Ji and Tian Hong were settled in the official guest house. Han Feng spent the next few days with Deshu, reviewing reports and drafting an industrial plan for the south. He wanted to build steel mills, coking plants, machine shops, shipyards, and a bicycle factory. But the most important project was rubber. The south was the source of rubber, and Han Feng needed a proper processing plant. Up until now, rubber products had been made in small batches at the Lake Island Institute. It was time for industrial scale. He also planned for light industry, sugar refineries, paper mills, textile plants, breweries, and canneries. He even wanted a potato starch noodle factory. He loved noodles, and with the massive potato harvests in the south, it was a perfect way to preserve the crop. While Han Feng worked, Gu Ji and Tian Hong began their tour. They were accompanied by a squad of Jinwu guards led by an officer named Yan. Their first stop was the local school. As the lunch bell rang, thousands of children poured out of the gates. The sheer number of people was overwhelming. What is this place? Tian Hong asked. This is a school, Yan explained. It's where our children learn to read, write, and master the skills they need to serve the tribe. Some become officials, some become engineers, and some just use their knowledge to be better farmers. Your children will go here too, if you join. The two leaders watched the children, their minds racing. The Han had a system for everything. Gu Ji and Tian Hong followed Yan to finish touring the teaching building, and the group arrived at the campus playground. Several classes of students were currently having physical education on the playground. Some classes were practicing formations, others were playing on the soccer field, and the rest were enjoying free time. The Han tribe now had quite a variety of physical activities. Kicking shuttlecocks, jumping rope, throwing sandbags, and playing soccer were already the most common sports games in the tribe. However, Gu Ji and Tian Hong had never seen these before. This was likely their first time seeing so many children in the Han tribe. After all, back in Qian Commandery, the area was still under construction. Aside from the adult workers dispatched by the Han tribe, there were no children living there at all. So how could they have seen them? Watching the children playing and frolicking on the playground, the two couldn't help but stop and observe. After a while, Tian Hong suddenly pointed at the students practicing formations nearby and asked Yan, "What are those children doing? They're standing so neatly." Yan smiled at his words. "That's just formation practice for PE class. It's mainly to cultivate the children's discipline and teamwork skills. At the same time, it's also early preparation in case they join the military when they grow up." "Join the military? You mean becoming warriors like you?" Gu Ji asked, puzzled. "Yes, becoming warriors like me. All the armies of the Han tribe maintain strict discipline, and there is a military standard for how they walk, sit, and rest. What they are practicing right now is the most basic formation drill for soldiers. Undergoing such training early in their childhood helps build their habits. That way, when they grow up, if the tribe ever needs them, these children can be rapidly mobilized. Of course, the tribe wouldn't easily deploy children this young. Even if we needed them, we'd wait until they were fully grown." Gu Ji and Tian Hong nodded, then shifted their gazes to the children playing soccer on the other side. Pointing over there, they asked, "And what are those kids doing? They're fighting over that thing. Why aren't the adults stopping them?" Hearing this question, Yan couldn't help but chuckle. "Because it's a game. That thing they're kicking is called a soccer ball, and it's meant to be fought over. There are 10 people on each side, and everyone competes for the ball. The winner is decided by how many times they can kick the ball into the opponent's defended goal. This game called soccer is very common in our Han tribe. Various military units also frequently organize these activities. Not only does this game train the body, but it also hones command skills and tactics, which are invaluable skills on the battlefield." As Yin introduced the sport of soccer, Tianhong managed to see the underlying logic in it. I can't help but feel that the way they coordinate and cooperate to chase that thing called a soccer ball. This activity is actually a lot like our tribe's hunting encirclements. Guji paused in surprise. He's right. Hearing Tianhong's words and looking back at the playground. If this wasn't a hunting encirclement, what was it? At first, the two of them had pondered this very issue. They felt that life in the Han tribe was simply too good. Just by farming, they had endless food. Without needing to hunt, just by raising livestock, they had endless meat. They wouldn't have even dared to dream of such days in the past. But if they lived this kind of life for too long, wouldn't the commoners regress? Wouldn't they forget the hunting and gathering skills passed down from their ancestors? Previously, while they envied the Han tribe's lifestyle, they also harbored this worry. But now, seeing the children playing soccer, they suddenly understood. The Han tribe had simply transferred their hunting techniques into another form. They hadn't discarded them completely. Even though the Han tribe's citizens lived good lives and no longer hunted or gathered, their foundational survival skills were still being passed down. After the two finished touring the school, Yin led them away. The group then strolled through the city of Tuahai Commandery. It wasn't until this moment that Gu Ji and Tianhong finally understood what a truly massive population looked like. Although both were called commanderies, the population here in Tuahai Commandery compared to Qian Commandery was like the difference between heaven and earth. After all, Qian Commandery still didn't have many settled citizens, whereas the people here in Tuahai Commandery had been living and working this land for years. Compared to Qian Commandery, the demographic structure here was clearly much more complex. From hunched-over elders to babbling, toddling infants, along with a massive number of young and able-bodied citizens working as either farmers or laborers, such a scene was completely unseen in Qian Commandery. When the three of them visited the market at dusk, the bustling noise and shoulder-to-shoulder crowds were overwhelming. There were simply too many people. Gu Ji and Tianhong had never seen so many people in their entire lives. The two of them continuously toured all the cities in Tuahai Commandery, visiting several counties. They learned about the livelihood of the people here and gained a deeper understanding of the Han tribe's policies toward its citizens, such as the Han tribe's taxation system. During meals, Gu Ji and Tianhong would frequently discuss and calculate. They calculated that once their own tribe joined the Han tribe, under this tax system, how much land the commoners would own, how much they would produce annually, and how much yield would be left over after paying taxes and covering daily living expenses. Neither of them had studied arithmetic, so naturally, they couldn't calculate it perfectly. But fools had their own methods. Taking advantage of their status, the two directly visited the homes of the commoners to ask about their living conditions, how many acres of land they had, how many laborers, how many mouths to feed, what kind of livestock they raised, what their standard of living was like, and whether they had any surplus at the end of the year. Moreover, the families they chose to visit were the most ordinary-looking ones. Only such families could truly reflect the living conditions of the Han tribe's commoners at the bottom rung. But no matter how much they inquired or asked, the final conclusion was always the same. The Han tribe truly could provide its people with a good life. This was especially true in Tuahai Commandery. The citizens here were also populations that the Han tribe had pulled in from surrounding clans and tribes. They hadn't been part of the Han tribe for very long, making them highly representative of situations like that of the White Hut tribe. After touring the entirety of Tuahai Commandery, the two proposed going to see other places. Thus, they went to find Han Feng to ask for his opinion and obtain his permission. When they arrived at the government office and had someone notify Han Feng, he came out and asked, "Actually, we've pretty much made up our minds. Joining the Han tribe definitely won't be a loss. It's just that we want to understand the Han tribe a bit more, so we can be confident when we go back to persuade the rest of our tribesmen. Another point is, I know that although the Han tribe's transportation is very developed, traveling back and forth is still quite inconvenient. After all, the Han tribe is simply too massive. So, barring any accidents, once we go back this time, we probably won't have another chance to visit other parts of the Han tribe. That's why we want to take this opportunity to walk around and see more." Hearing this, Han Feng nodded in satisfaction. "You really should walk around and see more. It's good to understand more about the Han tribe's situation. After all, you're still young and have a promising future ahead of you. If you familiarize yourselves with the conditions across the Han tribe's territories, and if you can learn to read and write Chinese characters after you go back, I can consider giving the two of you official positions. That way, It'll be more convenient for you to manage your own tribesmen, and you can help share some of my burdens along the way. Since you've already made your plans and want to go out and look around, then go ahead. I fully support this. A person might not be an expert in certain things, but they must have worldly experience. It's good to go out and broaden your horizons. By the way, do you have a planned route for your tour? He asked again. Not yet. We wanted to ask for the Han Chief's opinion. Guji shook his head and said honestly. Then take a boat out to sea. It's only a few days' voyage from here to Cheongjo Island. The journey will perfectly allow you to appreciate the magnificent expanse of the ocean and experience the lives of sailors and fishermen. Once you reach Cheongjo Island, there are 6 commanderies over there. You can look through them all the way from east to west, and finally return to the mainland via the cross-sea bridge on the northwest side of Cheongjo. Along the way, you can also witness the great bridges built by the Han tribe. Once you're back on land, ride horses to the grasslands and take a look at the Honghu 3 commanderies. Experience the vast plains and the massive herds of livestock there. That is the Han tribe's primary source of livestock. After touring the Honghu 3 commanderies, take a boat east across Honghu Lake to reach the capital. There, you can witness the largest city in the world currently being built by the Han tribe. In the future, that will be the center of the Han tribe, our most important location. By the time you finish this circuit and see the capital, I estimate the railway from the capital to Tohai Commandery will be finished. Then, you can take the train back here. After that, I'll have you visit the Tang tribe across the river. Once you've seen the Tang tribe, you'll have pretty much seen the entirety of the Han tribe's southern territories. At that point, let me know your plans, and you can head back. Han Feng thought for a moment and immediately arranged a travel itinerary for them. All right, we will follow the Han chief's arrangements completely. Gu Ji and Tian Hong hurriedly agreed. The travel route Han Feng arranged sounded incredibly solid. They would basically get to see almost everything they wanted to see, except for the northern part of the Han tribe. After all, the north was simply too far away, but touring the south was already quite good. Han Feng then arranged for Yi and to be in charge of their itinerary and all their expenses along the way before letting them leave. Gu Ji and Tian Hong prepared for another 2 days in Tuahai Commandery. Finally, having packed their belongings, they set off on this long journey. As for Han Feng, he returned to the new home De Shu had prepared for him, touring the little nest where he would be living for the next 3 years or so. The courtyard of Han Feng's new home wasn't very large. It was only slightly bigger than his old house in Hanyang City, but not by much. However, it was fully equipped with all sorts of functions. The servants' courtyard was completely separated from the master's courtyard. There were stables, livestock pens, and a dedicated large kitchen. The main building where Han Feng's family primarily lived was a 2.5-story structure, meaning 2 floors plus a 3rd-floor balcony. The overall style looked like a modernized, antique-style 2.5-story villa, though its footprint was much larger than a typical villa. For the past 2 days, Xiao Dai and Zhang had been organizing the servants to tidy up the new home, arranging rooms for the children, and setting up Han Feng's study. There was also a mess of things brought over from their old home that needed to be placed in the new house. The 2 of them had been quite busy for several days. The heavy industry factories slated for construction in the south included steel mills, cement plants, coking plants, machinery factories, large-scale shipyards, bicycle factories, and multiple rubber processing plants. Among them, the rubber processing plants were the key. As industrialization continuously advanced, the Han tribe would need to use rubber in more and more areas. Yet, the Han tribe currently didn't even have a single professional rubber factory. The various rubber products currently in use were actually all privately made by the Rubber Research and Development Team at the Lake Island Comprehensive Research Institute. It wasn't scaled up at all and felt more like a small workshop. Now that Han Feng had come to the south, arriving at the place of origin for rubber, he naturally had to get the rubber processing plants up and running. Additionally, the light industry would primarily focus on the food industry, which included sugar mills, paper mills, spinning mills, textile mills, breweries, canning factories, glass noodle factories, sausage factories, soda factories, cardboard box factories, and so on. Among these light industry factories, the glass noodle factory could be considered a novel industry. Han Feng quite loved eating glass noodles, but previously, there hadn't been any suitable raw materials to make them. Although they had made some using taro before, he didn't actually like those kinds of noodles very much. Now that the Han tribe had potatoes, once they were promoted on a large scale and the potato supply increased, wouldn't potato glass noodles sell like crazy? After all, potatoes weren't easy to preserve, but once made into glass noodles, they could easily be stored for years. The benefits of this naturally went without saying.